Chapter 151. Then I will definitely help you punish Nan Yan more from now on. North Palace. Chunsheng Courtyard, Xiao Wenyao's room. Xiao Wenyao lay on the bed, burying her head in the pillow, not daring to raise her head to look at the man next to her. Seeing Xiao Wenyao's appearance, Lu Chen on the side smiled and said, "Yao Yao, you have become my woman, why are you still so shy?" Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao said nothing, she still buried her head in the pillow. Xiao Wenyao felt extremely ashamed at this time. She had believed what Yelunanyan said before. As long as Lu Chen's weakness was trapped, Lu Chen would be helpless, and she would win at that time. In the end, she used Yelunanyan's method to fool Lu Chen, and it seemed like she had trapped Lu Chen. As a result, she quickly understood that Lu Chen was trapped here, and other people like Lu Chen could come and go freely. That liar Yelunanyan also told her that people would cheer after winning. This has nothing to do with winning. She made the sound just because. Because. Xiao Wenyao's face felt hot when she thought that she had become just like Yelunanyan. The sound of cheering when you win is simply something you can't control, right? Yelunanyan, a bad woman, actually deceived her, who was innocent and kind. Seeing that Xiao Wenyao was still lying with her head on the pillow, Lu Chen stretched out his hand and patted her butt directly, and then said, "If you don't get up, I will do the same thing with you later." Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao quickly turned over, looked at Lu Chen with eyes filled with tears, and then whispered, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty, slave!" Before Xiao Wenyao finished speaking, Lu Chen directly pulled Xiao Wenyao's body into his arms, and Xiao Wenyao's heart suddenly crashed like a deer. Although she was not sensible before, she always thought that her father was torturing her mother and those Daxia women. She also always thought that Lu Chen went to Yelunanyan's room just to torture Yelunanyan. But after experiencing it, her mind had completely grown, and she finally understood that it was not torture at all. Of course, it was even more impossible to be what Yelunanyan told her before, saying that someone would cheer loudly after winning. It was purely a lie by Yelunanyan. Moreover, Yelunanyan was not trapping Lu Chen's weakness at all. Xiao Wenyao also knew in her heart that there was no weakness in Lu Chen, only in herself. No wonder her mother always taught her not to expose her weaknesses outside of the men she likes. Now she understands why her mother often said this to her. No matter how powerful she is, no matter how high her level is, after exposing her weaknesses, she will probably not be a match for her opponent. For example, after Lu Chen attacked her weak point just now, her whole body became weak instantly, and she didn't know what to do. Thinking of this, Xiao Wenyao's face turned hot again. From now on, she could only expose her weaknesses to Lu Chen to show her loyalty to Lu Chen. Lu Chen wanted to use her weakness against her, but she could only accept it. At this time, Xiao Wenyao was curled up in Lu Chen's arms, not daring to move. Lu Chen patted Xiao Wenyao's buttocks again and said with a smile, "I have to say, you prairie women have well-developed leg muscles." "Sure enough, does it have something to do with riding horses often?" Xiao Wenyao whispered, "Well, it should be." Hearing Xiao Wenyao's low response, Lu Chen burst into laughter. Obviously Xiao Wenyao didn't understand what he meant, but Lu Chen didn't care. Lu Chen then asked, "Yao Yao, do you still hate me? After all, I was the one who killed your father. If your father had not died, you would still be the princess of the Sirius King tribe." Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao was slightly stunned, but she quickly came to her senses, and she immediately replied, "Your Majesty, slave. I have never hated you in my heart, and the death of my father has nothing to do with the prince. He brought it upon himself, and killed hundreds of thousands of people in the Sirius King tribe for a woman." Lu Chen stroked Xiao Wenyao's hair and said with a smile, "Oh? So you resent Nan Yan now?" Xiao Wenyao replied, the new family did have some hatred for Sister Nan Yan a few days ago, but the new family has let go. Sister Nan Yan is just a woman, and she cannot decide her fate. If the father of the slave family insists on marrying her, Sister Nan Yan can only agree. Sister Nan Yan's previous promise to marry the father of the slave family after conquering Beijun was just to delay time. After Xiao Wenyao calmed down, she discovered that Yellow Nanyan was very similar to herself, and that Yellow Nanyan had already experienced things she didn't want to experience in advance. After all, she had not yet married the king of Bizian, but Yellow Nanyan had already married her ex at that time. Serious King. The former Serious King was similar to the North Xian King, he was also a bad old man. Xiao Wenyao thought in her heart that the reason why Yellow Nanyan said that she would marry her father after conquering Beijun was just to let her father retreat in the face of difficulties. However, she did not expect that her father would actually gather 300,000 people. The army came to attack Beijun and ended up being defeated miserably. And now Xiao Wenyao only has hatred for her father in her heart. After all, her father poisoned her mother, who loved her most, to death. In her heart, her father is a big devil. Lu Chen killed her father, but instead avenged herself. Of course, there was another thing that made Xiao Wenyao particularly grateful to Lu Chen, that is, Lu Chen helped her escape from the Sea of Misery. She would never have to marry the foodie king of Bizian in the future. What a bad old man who hasn't taken a shower yet. Although the titles of Northern King and Northern King have one word more and one word less, they are completely different. She would rather expose her weakness to Lu Chen every day and let Lu Chen attack her than marry the king of Bizian and become that kind of princess. The princess of King Bizian has been dead for an unknown number of years. If she marries King Bizian, there is no telling what kind of treatment she will receive. Moreover, she has always longed for the life in Buwang Mansion. Since coming to Buwang Mansion, her life has been much more comfortable than on the grassland. Of course, there is also a disadvantage in Buwang Mansion, that is, she is not free enough. She can't run around and can only stay in Buwang Mansion every day. She can't go out and ride a horse even if she wants to. Thinking about it, she was just a slave girl of King Bei now. How could Lu Chen let her run around? What if he escaped, even though it was impossible for him to escape? Hearing Xiao Wenyao's words, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly. It would be great for her to have such an idea. He was actually worried that Xiao Wenyao would resent Yellow Nanyan. Now that both of them are his own women, it would not be a good thing for him to fight in his harem. You hate me and I hate you. Xiao Wenyao was able to let go of her hatred for Yellow Nanyan, and Lu Chen was also very happy. At this time, Xiao Wenyao said with a blushing face, and the prince has already helped the slave family to punish Sister Nan Yan, so even if the slave family is angry, it will be gone. Lu Chen instantly understood what punishment Xiao Wenyao was talking about, and he then said, "Then I will definitely help you punish Nan Yan more from now on, and help you vent your anger more." Xiao Wenyao said with shame, "Slave. Thank you so much, Your Majesty." Hearing that Xiao Wenyao's slave came to the slave's house, Lu Chen said with a smile, "You are also my concubine. Why do you like to think of yourself as a female slave so much?" Having said this, Lu Chen leaned into Xiao Wenyao's ear and said in a low and magnetic voice, "Is it possible that you want me to treat you like a female slave?" After the words fell, Lu Chen blew a breath into Xiao Wenyao's ear, and Xiao Wenyao suddenly felt goosebumps all over her body. Xiao Wenyao was about to speak when she saw Lu Chen suddenly hugging her and turning over. Xiao Wenyao quickly said, "Your Majesty, the slave family." Before Xiao Wenyao finished speaking, she was interrupted by Lu Chen again, "Since you like being a slave girl so much, then I will let you know what you need to do to be a slave girl. It just so happened that the vixen next door was so scared by me that I didn't dare to come back." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Wenyao suddenly felt something was not good. She said anxiously, "Your Majesty, Slave, Before Xiao Wenyao finished speaking, she was blocked by Lu Chen again. When Lu Chen went to the study, it was almost night, and someone who claimed to be a slave girl was completely paralyzed. In the end, Yellow Nanyang asked the maid to come in and take care of her. As soon as Lu Chen arrived at the door of the study, he saw the cold Bai Qingqing standing at the door of the study, waiting. Seeing Lu Chen come to the study, Bai Qingqing immediately saluted and said, "I have met the prince." After the salute, Bai Qingqing said expressionlessly, "Commander Qin has been here. He sent information about the north. He asked you to remember to read it." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Originally, he wanted to tease the iceberg beauty in front of him, but as soon as he heard the information about the Northland, Lu Chen immediately gave up the idea. What other important information is there in Northland now? This made Lu Chen a little curious. Now there is only one slightly larger barbarian tribe in the entire north, namely King Baixian, right? Lu Chen immediately entered the study, picked up the information sent by Qin Yushan on the table, and looked at it carefully. Lu Chen was a little confused when he saw the contents of the intelligence. The intelligence said that the tribe members of the Sirius King tribe who had stayed on the grassland were found by the people of the Baixian King tribe, and then the people of the Baixian King tribe issued a summons to them, asking them to come and attack Beijun in winter. As a result, those members of the Sirius King tribe quit immediately. It was because their king attacked Beijun that the entire Sirius King tribe was annexed by Beijun. They also continued to stay on the grassland because they did not want to join Beijun. Continue the nomadic life. As a result, the king of North Xian issued another summons at this time and was going to attack Beijun again. What a joke, they didn't want to die in Beijun. Some barbarians from the Sirius King's tribe immediately came to Beijun and told Xiao Pengtian the news that King Baixian was going to gather an army to attack Beijun in winter. Xiao Pengtian also quickly asked Jin Yiwei to send this information to Buwang Mansion. Lu Chen was speechless. King Baixian came to attack Beijun in winter? Is there anything wrong with his mind? In the past, most barbarians went south to grab some winter food before winter came, and to grab some women back home. As soon as winter comes, blizzards blow on the grassland, making marching very difficult. The tribe of the Sirius King did not dare to run around in the winter in the past, but the North Xian King is actually so bold. But having said that, if the king of Northern Xian really wants to come, and it is still in 2 months, then he will definitely welcome it. Now there is only one relatively powerful barbarian tribe left in the entire north, King Baixian. Once King Baixian is eliminated, from now on all the barbarians in the north will be small tribes, and they are not to be feared. They can all be conquered easily. Lu Chen had actually been thinking about how to deal with the northern Xianwang tribe, but he was just thinking about it. One of the biggest troubles in attacking the North Xianwang tribe is that they are not very familiar with the grasslands. Of course, among the barbarian soldiers they captured, there are also people from the North Xianwang tribe. They can let those captives lead the way, but at this time, the North Xianwang the royal court must have left its original position long ago. The grassland in the north is so big that it is not easy to find the royal court of the North Xian King in a short time. Moreover, if they lead troops into the grassland rashly, they may be overrun by the barbarians on the grassland. Had dumplings. But it's different now. Now the king of Baixian will come to attack Beijun in winter. This is the best opportunity to capture the king of Baixian. Lu Chen will never miss this opportunity. When he thought of the North Xian King throwing himself into a trap, Lu Chen's mouth almost tilted the back of his head. The king of Baixian was really a talented person. Lu Chen thought about it for a long time and still couldn't figure out how the king of Baixian came up with the idea to lead his troops south to attack Baixian in winter. Chapter 152 Xian Yuan Yunkai. Time flies by quickly, and half a month flies by in an instant. Winter has come long ago, and now everyone is wrapped in thick fur clothes, even Lu Chen. Warriors have a certain degree of resistance to cold. Masters like Lu Chen are not afraid of the cold at all. Even if Lu Chen doesn't wear such thick clothes, there will be no problem. But not being afraid of the cold doesn't mean that he can't feel the cold. The cold wind hits his body. Still feeling a little uncomfortable. Most high-level warriors are like this, such as Bai Qingqing and the others, who also wear thick clothes. Winter made Lu Chen feel a little uncomfortable. Her women were all wrapped in thick fur clothes. Their originally graceful lines were blocked by the clothes, and their perfect figures could not be shown at all. But there was no way, he couldn't change the weather. The arrival of winter has also brought a lot of problems to Beijun. At this time, Lu Chen has not realized what troubles Beijun will encounter in winter. He has been preparing for the North Xian King's southward march in the past half-month, so he hardly paid much attention to the political affairs of North County. In the early morning, Lu Chen woke up to the warm fragrance of Yellow Nanyan's nephrite. After having some breakfast with Yellow Nanyan, Lu Chen went to the study as usual. When he arrived at the door of the study, the important officials and generals of Bei County were already waiting at the door. Now they will come to the study together every 5 days, and then report to Lu Chen the recent situation in Beijun and discuss some things that happened in Beijun. In the beginning, Lu Chen actually had no rules about reporting matters, but gradually Li Rui and the others formed a habit. Lu Chen simply stipulated that major events in Beijun should be discussed every 5 days. After seeing Lu Chen coming, Li Rui and the others immediately bowed and said, "Meet the prince." "Your Majesty, 1,000 years old, 1,000 years old." Lu Chen nodded slightly and entered the study directly. "Come in, everyone." Then everyone followed Lu Chen into the study. The study seemed more crowded today because there were more people participating in the discussion. Basically, as long as officials' loyalty reaches 90 and they hold important positions in Bei County, Lu Chen will allow them to participate in discussions. Seeing the increasingly crowded study room, Lu Chen thought to himself that the construction of the political hall had already started. The temporary political hall should be built soon, and then there would be no need to continue to crowd in the study. At this time, Lu Chen glanced at everyone, and then said, "Old rule, if you have any questions, tell them one by one." Hearing this, Li Rui stood up first and said, "Your Majesty, now the severe winter has arrived. Although Beijun has successfully resisted the barbarian plunder this year, there are still many people who are short of food and clothing. Do we need to give porridge this year? The people in Beijun have always been poor. Even though Lu Chen has exempted them from a lot of agricultural taxes, they are still very poor. It is difficult for most people to fill their stomachs. This is why every time Buwang Mansion recruits workers, there are always many people trying to become workers in Buwang Mansion. As long as you enter the Buwang Mansion and become a worker in the Buwang Mansion, in the eyes of the people of Beijun, you will no longer be afraid of hunger and cold." After hearing Li Rui's words, Lu Chen thought for a moment, and then said, "Continue giving porridge, but this year Buwangfu will give some money to buy food, and then we will give porridge in the name of Buwangfu." Li Rui instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. Lu Chen was planning to win people's hearts, but this was understandable. After all, Lu Chen was now the vassal king of Beijun, and the entire North County was already Lu Chen's fiefdom. As the king of the fiefdom, it's normal to win over people's hearts. Li Rui immediately said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Lu Chen asked, "Does Mr. Li have anything else to do?" Li Rui glanced at the generals headed by Mu Chongtian next to him, and then continued, "Your Majesty, the people in Yancheng City recently complained that they could not buy wood. They claimed that the Wanning River Valley and some forests had been invaded by Yancheng's army. It was surrounded and the woodcutter couldn't get in to chop wood. Winter is here. If there is not enough wood, many people in North County may freeze to death this year." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Lu Chen himself is a master. Although he can feel the cold, he is not afraid of the cold. Precisely because he is not afraid of the cold, he has no concept of winter and even completely forgets that winter can freeze people to death. After all, it has no direct relationship with him, so Lu Chen usually doesn't pay attention to it, but after hearing what Li Rui said, Lu Chen actually reacted. Heating is indeed a nuisance. After Li Rui finished speaking, Lu Chen glanced at Mu Chongtian and the other generals. At this time, Mu Chongtian stood up and said, "Your Majesty, there are military camps of Beijun in the forests around Yancheng, or there are secrets of Beijun hidden there. So my subordinates asked soldiers from Beijun to blockade most areas." Lu Chen actually knew this, especially in the area where the artillery battalion was located. A large forest was allocated to Mu Jingguo's artillery battalion. This was mainly because he was afraid that spies would discover some secrets of Beijun. It's time to seal off those forests. However, the heating problem of ordinary people should indeed be solved. Lu Chen thought for a while and then said, "General Mu, after you leave the North Prince's mansion later, open some unimportant areas to the people. You cannot let the people freeze. If the people all freeze to death, next year we will still how to build North County." Mu Chongtian said, "Yes, Your Majesty, I will ask the soldiers to release some restrictions in the forest area immediately after I leave the Northern Palace." After the words fell, Mu Chongtian retreated, and Li Rui also retreated to the position where he was standing before. Lu Chen glanced at everyone and asked, "Is anyone else okay?" Mu Chongtian stood up again and said, "Your Majesty, the military camp has currently recruited 50,000 new soldiers. Including the original Beijun soldiers and Black Cavalry, the entire North County now has 120,000 soldiers. Do we still need to continue to recruit new soldiers?" Hearing Mu Chongtian talk about the problem of soldiers, Lu Chen thought for a moment, and then said, "We don't need it for the time being. Even if Beijun recruits too many soldiers, it won't be able to support them. The soldiers in Beijun are basically peasant soldiers, and the soldiers recruited by Mu Chongtian are not regular troops in the strict sense. They only train regularly and go back to farming. Their combat effectiveness is very weak. Lu Chen's plan is to professionalize the soldiers of Beijun in the future and turn them into professional soldiers. This is the case with the current Black Cavalry. The Black Cavalry is completely maintained by the North Prince's palace. However, if they want to support hundreds of thousands of professional soldiers, this will put a huge pressure on the finances of Beijun and Buwang Mansion, and this is not currently possible. In the final analysis, it is still a matter of money and food." After hearing what Lu Chen said, Mu Chongtian said, "I understand." Then Mu Chongtian returned to the position where he had just stood. After Mu Chongtian returned to his original position, Xian Yuanchen stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the craftsmen you want have arrived in Yancheng. When I came to the North Palace in the morning, those craftsmen were already waiting for you at the gate of the city." Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, so fast. Lu Chen was a little surprised. He thought it would take at least a month or two for these craftsmen to arrive at Yancheng. Unexpectedly, it took only half a month for them to arrive at Yancheng from Daehokan. Now his gunpowder and red clothes the cannon could begin to be prepared for mass production. Maybe we can prepare a big surprise for the king of North Xian when he leads his army to Beijun. Thinking of this, Lu Chen continued to say to Xian Yuanchen, "When the morning meeting is over, I will go with you to meet them." After talking about the craftsmen, they then discussed some topics about the development of North County, such as the promotion of potatoes and sweet potatoes, and tax issues. However, from beginning to end, Lu Chen never mentioned the topic of dismissal of officials. Lu Chen had actually wanted to deal with those officials in Beijun for a long time, but he faced a big practical problem, that is, after abolishing the officials in Beijun, he basically had no available people. This made Lu Chen feeling very confused. Although he hated the corrupt officials in Bei County now, if there were no corrupt officials, who would work for him, I am afraid that his decrees would not be conveyed by then, so Lu Chen could only endure it for the time being. After the morning meeting ended, Lu Chen followed Xian Yuanchen to the city gate. At this time, people were standing outside the north gate of Yancheng. The people in Yancheng were very curious about what these people carrying big and small bags and pushing carts were doing. I don't know who said, "The prince is coming," and the common people moved out of the way. Soon Lu Chen rode his horse to the craftsman in Dahu city. At this time, there were two young men in front of the team who looked to be only in their 20s and 30s. The men were strong and powerful, and their fur clothes were covered with all the muscles on their bodies. He stood up and was about 1.9 meters tall. Lu Chen immediately identified the information of these two people. Name, Mo Fei. Identity, the current craftsman leader of Bawang Mansion and the former craftsman of Dahu City. After learning that Bawang needed craftsmen, he immediately led 2,000 craftsmen to Yancheng. Strength, level 5. Loyalty, 100. Name, Mo Sing. Identity, the current craftsman of Bawang Mansion, Mo Fei's younger brother, and the former craftsman of Dahukan. After learning that his eldest brother Mo Fei was going to Yancheng to serve the North King, he also followed him to Yancheng. Strength, level 5. Loyalty, 100. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment when he saw the two people's information. Both of them had the last name Mo? Is it possible that there really is a Mahist school of thought in this world? After Lu Chen got to know Dahukan during this period, he found that some of Dahukan's ideas were really very similar to the Mo family. In addition, two people with the surname Mo appeared now, which made Lu Chen even more suspicious. But it doesn't matter whether they belong to the Mo family or not. The most important thing is that these craftsmen are 100% loyal to the North Palace. Let them make weapons, which reduces the risk of leakage. At this time, Mo Fei and Mo Sing came to Lu Chen at the same time, then saluted and said, "Kamen Mo Fei, Kamen Mo Sing pays homage to the prince." Other craftsmen also saluted and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Your Majesty, 1,000 years old, 1,000 years old, 1,000 years old." Lu Chen nodded, then said with a smile, "Okay, everyone, get up." At this moment, Lu Chen's eyes were suddenly attracted by a figure in the distance. There were too many people just now and he didn't notice it. After all the craftsmen lowered their heads, Lu Chen suddenly discovered that there was a woman wearing black and red armor on a white horse not far away. The woman wore a high single ponytail, a red robe, and held a red tasseled gun in her hand. The woman was very beautiful, with delicate facial features, and a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. She looked heroic. This. Lu Chen suddenly felt doubtful. It seems that he has never seen this woman in the Black Cavalry before. And there seems to be no white horse among the Black Cavalry, and most importantly, there are no women. After noticing the color of the horses, Lu Chen quickly discovered something else. The horses ridden by the soldiers behind the woman were also white horses, not black horses like the Black Cavalry. Out of curiosity, Lu Chen immediately used the system to identify the woman's information. Name, Xian Yuan Yunkai. Identity, the daughter of the head of the Xian Yuan family in Dahu City. She is 23 years old this year. She is the sister of Xian Yuanchen and is a master. She heard that Yancheng needed craftsmen, so she led 3,000 light cavalry to escort these craftsmen to Yancheng. She was very interested in the Northern King. Feelings are a bit strange. Rating, 98. Loyalty, 100. Favorability, 50. Lu Chen was shocked again when he saw Xian Yuan Yunkai's information. A rating of 9, 98. However, Xian Yuan Yunkai is indeed very beautiful, but her beauty is quite unique and different from the beauty of the women Lu Chen has seen before. And not only is she so beautiful, she's also a master. This. The system did not tell him that it had summoned the third Grand Master. Is Xian Yuan Yunkai a reward given to him by the system? After all, the 500,000 people in Dahu City are considered as summoning rewards from the system, so Xian Yuan Yunkai should also be counted among them, right? Lu Chen was a little unsure. After all, this surprise came too suddenly. He never thought that there was a female grandmaster with a score of 98 in Dahu City. Of course, there was another thing that surprised Lu Chen. That is 3,000 White Horse Light Cavalry. The system did not mention these 3,000 White Horse Light Cavalry at first. The system only regarded these 3,000 cavalry as ordinary people in Dahu City. Lu Chen always thought that the Black Cavalry were all the soldiers capable of fighting in Dahu City, but he did not expect that there were still 3,000 light cavalry in Dahu City. He knew from the beginning that Dahu City had great war potential, but he didn't expect Dahu City to be so strong. At this time, Lu Chen was a little curious, why didn't the 3,000 light cavalry led by Xian Yuan Yunkai come over? Just when he was thinking this, he discovered that Xian Yuan Yunkai actually left with 3,000 light cavalry. Lu Chen frowned. A female grandmaster with a 98 rating ran up to her, glanced at her, and then ran away? Can this make her run away? Lu Chen quickly turned to Xian Yuan Chen and said, General Xian Yuan, who is that woman in black and red armor? Why did she leave with the soldiers without saluting the king? After hearing this, Xian Yuan Chen immediately said, Your Majesty, that woman is my younger sister. She is the general protecting the city of Dahu City. Those 3,000 cavalry are also the city guards of Dahu City. They are here to send craftsmen. We come to North County. Now the people have been sent, so they have to go back to Dahu City quickly to prevent Dahu City from being attacked by barbarians. As for why my little sister didn't salute. Speaking of this, Xian Yuan Chen hesitated for a moment, and then he said bravely, I apologize to the prince on behalf of my little sister. My little sister has been spoiled since she was a child and does not understand etiquette. I hope the prince can forgive her. When my little sister comes to Yanqing next time, I will definitely grab her and kowtow to the prince to apologize. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment after hearing Xian Yuan Chen's words. Don't know etiquette? Do you really not understand etiquette? Chapter 153 In the cold winter, Zhou Yuyu is pregnant again. Not sure if it was his own misunderstanding, but Lu Chen always felt that Xian Yuan Yunkai was not ignorant of etiquette. Her loyalty to herself is at least 100, which is already full loyalty. Even if you don't understand etiquette, you should know to say hello to yourself. You have already come within her sight. Etc. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. Normally, when he views a woman's profile, the woman's interface looks like this. Name : Identity : Score : Favorability : But Xian Yuan Yunkai's personal information shows that there is an extra loyalty that only a subordinate can have. Her information shows like this. Name : Identity : Score : Loyalty. Favorability : Xian Yuan Yunkai's loyalty to Lu Chen was 100, but her favorability was only 50, which made Lu Chen feel something was wrong. In his past understanding, a woman's favorability towards him was actually her loyalty to herself. If a woman had 100 favorability towards him, it meant that this woman was also loyal to him. This was Lu Chen's understanding. But now there is an outlier like Xian Yuan Yunkai. Although the loyalty level is 100, the favorability level is only 50. What's going on? Then Lu Chen asked the system in his mind, System, why does Xian Yuan Yunkai have favorability and loyalty at the same time? Shouldn't these two be unified? For ordinary women, favorability and loyalty are unified. However, Xian Yuan Yunkai summoned characters for this system, and the loyalty of the characters summoned by the system to the host is 100%, but it does not mean that she particularly likes the host in her heart. After hearing the system's explanation, Lu Chen instantly realized that the favorability and loyalty of the woman summoned by the system were not consistent. So, if he wants Xian Yuan Yunkai to be his woman, he can't just look at her loyalty, but also find ways to improve Xian Yuan Yunkai's favor for him. However, she is absolutely loyal to herself. Is it necessary to improve her favor for him? Xian Yuan Yunkai is considered his subordinate. When the time comes, he will directly issue an order to let her be his woman. Then Xian Yuan Yunkai should only can agree. Thinking of this, Lu Chen quickly put this idea behind him. It's better not to do this. Others can do it, but Xian Yuan Yunkai is also his subordinate after all. How can he engage in such unspoken rules? He is not the kind of person who likes it. A man with unspoken rules in the workplace. Seeing that Lu Chen's face seemed a little unhappy and he remained silent, Xian Yuan Chen suddenly felt a little nervous. He quickly said again, "Your Majesty, I will chase my little sister home right now and ask her to kowtow to the prince and confess her guilt." At this point, Xian Yuan Chen looked like he was going to chase Xian Yuan Yunkai. Lu Chen came back to his senses, coughed and said, "No need for this, I am just curious," and asked casually. At this time, a smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. He patted Xian Yuan Chen on the shoulder and continued, "General Xian Yuan, your little sister has already reached the master level in her 20s. She is really a woman who cannot be compared to other women." Xian Yuan Chen was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty." Lu Chen continued, "When I see your little sister again next time, I must ask her for advice on martial arts skills. Now I have all the skills, but no actual combat ability." This. Xian Yuan Chen stopped talking. Is his lord really planning to ask his little sister for martial arts lessons? Why does he always feel suspicious? Although Xian Yuan Chen is 100% loyal to Lu Chen, Xian Yuan Chen also has his own thoughts. He now knows very well what kind of person Bei Wang is. He always feels that Bei Wang has other feelings for his little sister. But the Northern King was his lord after all, and Xian Yuan Chen couldn't say anything. Lu Chen turned around at this time and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Mo Fei and the others have come from a long distance. They are tired of traveling and traveling. Let's arrange a place for them to stay and have a good rest for a few days." After hearing what Lu Chen said, Mo Fei immediately said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for caring." Lu Chen didn't say anything more and took the craftsman directly to the place where he had already prepared the craftsman's residence. Fortunately, Lu Chen asked Qin Yushan to prepare more houses from the beginning, because Lu Chen thought that the families of these craftsmen would probably follow them to Beijing, so there was no harm in preparing more houses. Unexpectedly, Mo Fei directly brought more than 2,000 craftsmen to Beijing when he only wanted 1,000 craftsmen. There should be no big problem in building artillery now. Lu Chen stayed at the craftsman's residence for almost a day. He learned about the things they knew from the craftsmen, and then easily arranged work for these craftsmen. When Mo Fei and the others saw that the Prince Lu Chen cared so much about the craftsmen, their inner affection for Lu Chen greatly increased. Although Dahu City is relatively independent, they still know a lot about the outside world, and they also know the situation in Daxia. They also knew that craftsmen had little status in Daxia, so a city like Dahu City, where all craftsmen lived, was completely an anomaly. In Daxia, there are 4 words that are enough to describe the status of craftsmen: extraordinary skills and exquisite skills. In this era, most people believe that the advancement of some tools is nothing more than fancy skills and elegance, and craftsmanship is just a lowly job. Few people pay attention to this group. At first, Mo Fei was a little worried. He was worried that King Bei's attitude towards them would be the same as that of the Daxia people. But now it seems that King Bei cares about them craftsmen and does not regard them as inferior people at all. Night. The evening breeze blew. It was getting dark earlier now. Lu Chen actually went back earlier, but it was almost dark when he arrived at the palace. When Lu Chen got off the horse, he saw that the lanterns at the entrance of Buwang Mansion had been blown out by the cold wind. At this time, the servants of Buwang Mansion were working hard to light the candles inside the lanterns. After seeing Lu Chen come back, the servants and guards at the door quickly saluted Lu Chen and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lu Chen nodded, "Well, just do your business." "Yes." The servants continued to light lanterns. At this time, Lu Chen glanced at the servants and the guards guarding the door. Although they were wearing relatively thick clothes, their bodies were still trembling. Even though the prince himself was still here, they couldn't control their image and their bodies kept shaking. Lu Chen frowned slightly. "Forget about being a servant. The servants of the palace are basically ordinary people. It is normal for them to be afraid of the cold, but the guards of the palace are basically warriors above the 5th rank. Do warriors above the 5th rank feel so cold? Still shivering from the cold?" Lu Chen then looked at a soldier and asked, "Are you cold?" Seeing Lu Chen staring at him and asking this question, the soldier was startled. He instantly realized his gaffe, and hurriedly knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, this subordinate has lost his composure. Please punish me." Lu Chen said calmly, "Get up. I don't mean to blame you. I just want to know which level of warrior can withstand the severe cold." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the soldier breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that King Bei wanted to see him trembling all over and thought that he was disrespectful to him and wanted to punish him. The soldier got up from the ground at this time and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for forgiving me." Having said this, the soldier continued, "Your Majesty, as far as I know, only warriors above the 7th level can be unafraid of the severe cold. A warrior below the 7th rank will still feel the cold outside even if he is wearing fur clothes." After hearing the soldier's answer, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. Although he could feel the cold, he didn't shiver like others. For Lu Chen, who had become a master, cold was just a feeling. Lu Chen thought to himself, the 5th grade soldiers, wearing fur clothes, were shivering from the biting cold wind, but what about the ordinary people without any skills? Wouldn't it be worse for them to be frozen? It is not easy to develop this place in Beijun. It's so cold in winter, and the people can only stay at home shivering, afraid to go out at all. Let alone economic development, in these 12 months of the year, I'm afraid only a few months can be used to carry out construction and work. Production. Forget it, I don't want to think about this for the time being. Then Lu Chen stopped thinking wildly. Now he can only take one step at a time. Now that he has come to Beijun, Beijun will be his base camp from now on. No matter how bad this place is, he must build it well. Only in this way can Beijun be a springboard for him. When Lu Chen arrived at the main hall, Music Xuan and his harem were waiting for him to come back for dinner. At this time, Lu Chen glanced at Yelu Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao. It was the first time for them to have dinner with them today. After Lu Chen came back, Music Xuan and Dezhou Xiaozhou were busy serving Lu Chen, but the two of them seemed a little at a loss and didn't know what to do. Lu Chen asked with a smile at this time, "Nanyan, Yayao, will dinner at my place be more lively than yours at Yuan?" Before, the maids would prepare food for them, and then they would eat whatever they wanted and then rest. They would not sit together and eat together like now. Moreover, Daxia originally had a separate meal system, and they would not sit together to eat. Of course, it would definitely be lively to sit together like this, and it would be much more lively than if they were eating alone in the room. Yelu Nanyan immediately said, "Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Your Majesty has asked me to come to the prince's dinner party." Lu Chen said with a smile, "This is not really a dinner party. If you two have nothing to do from now on, you can come here for dinner every night, and the family will be more lively." Yelu Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao said in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty. After Lu Chen washed his hands, he glanced at the burning brazier not far from the main hall. There are 3 braziers in the entire hall. With these braziers, the temperature in the room has risen a lot. However, Lu Chen found that the delicate body of Dezhou and Xiaozhou, who was wearing fur clothes, was still trembling slightly. Sure enough, it was still too cold. Yelu Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao are both warriors. They can withstand a certain amount of cold. Music Xuan has recently practiced the dragon and phoenix yin and yang ju with her. Her body has been transformed to a certain extent, and her physique is better than before. The cold resistance has also been improved to a certain extent. But Big Zhou and Xiao Zhou were different. The 2 of them were completely ordinary people. While eating, Lu Chen looked at Big Zhou and Xiao Zhou and asked, Xiao Xiao, Yu, are you cold when you go to bed at night? Hearing this question, the 2 sisters were stunned for a moment, and Zhou Xiao replied at this time, back to your lord, there is a maid who is responsible for burning firewood when we sleep, so it is not very cold. Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but think that the people in Beijun had been living in Beijun for so many years, and their heating method was still a brazier, not even an earthen kong. It was the same when the Buwang mansion was built. Basically, the structure of the entire Buwang mansion was the same as that of the houses in the capital. They were all wooden houses, the windows were leaky, and there was no earthen bed. This is strange for ordinary people if it doesn't get cold at night. It seems that we need to find a way to solve this problem. Wait until after dinner. Lu Chen took a hot bath and then went directly to the north courtyard. At this time, Xiao Zhou was holding his child in front of the brazier to warm himself. After seeing the door open, Xiao Zhou stood up immediately and said, Your Majesty, you are here. Lu Chen came to Zhou Yuyu and directly hugged Zhou Yuyu's delicate body. Zhou Yuyu was only 1.6 meters tall. She looked very petite in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen said with a smile, Yuyu, you are alone tonight. It's too cold for people to sleep, so I'm here to help you warm up. Hearing this, Zhou Yuyu and the maid next to him who was responsible for looking after the firewood suddenly turned red. How could they not understand what Lu Chen meant? Then Zhou Yuyu handed the child to the nanny, and asked the nanny to take the child to her sister Zhou Xiaoxiu's room. They were both in the north courtyard, and their rooms were next to each other. Normally, when Lu Chen comes to Zhou Yuyu's room, Zhou Yuyu will hand over the child to Zhou Xiaoxiu, and when Lu Chen goes to Zhou Xiaoxiu's room, Zhou Xiaoxiu will also hand over the child to Zhou Yuyu to take care of. After the child was taken away, Zhou Yuyu whispered in Lu Chen's arms, Your Majesty, I will go and help you warm your bed first. Lu Chen smiled slightly, then picked up the petite Zhou Yuyu in a princess hug and walked directly towards the bed. No need, I'm not afraid of the cold. My baby Yuyu is shivering from the cold during the day, so I'd better help your body warm up. Zhou Yuyu was so embarrassed that she buried her head in Lu Chen's chest. Although she was already Lu Chen's woman, Zhou Yuyu still felt very shy every time she faced Lu Chen, maybe because Lu Chen was too fierce. Then Lu Chen really helped Zhou Yuyu warm up, and soon Zhou Yuyu couldn't feel the cold anymore. Not only was he not cold at all, but he was so hot that he broke into a sweat. The host cultivates a relationship with Zhou Yuyu once, and the experience value of the qi refining technique is increased by 60, the experience value of the rejuvenation hand is increased by 60, and the experience value of the dragon and phoenix yin and yang technique is increased by 60. Zhou Yuyu successfully conceived the host's child and was rewarded with coal mining and processing technology. The pregnancy reward is an encouragement reward. We hope that the host can try to ensure the safe birth of the child. If the child is born safely, you can get richer rewards. After hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. It was true that whatever he needed, the system would provide it. He was still worrying about how to solve the heating problem for ordinary people in winter. He didn't expect that the system would reward him with coal mining and processing technology so soon. Chapter 154 War breaks out. Early in the morning. The sky is still grey and bright. Lu Chen rode his horse and went straight to the place where the craftsman lived, and then gave some information on coal mining and processing to Mo Fei and the others for them to study. After that, Lu Chen discussed the construction of the earthen kong and greenhouse with Mo Fei and the others. Lu Chen discussed the details with the craftsman for a whole day. This once again made the craftsmen of Dahu City feel the sincerity of Bei Wang. Generally speaking, if Bei Wang wanted to discuss something with them, he only needed to let them go to Bei Wang mansion. As a result, Bei Wang came early in the morning and braved the cold. Feng himself came to where they lived to discuss things with them. A few days later. North Palace. Lu Chen was looking through the intelligence collected by Jin Yiwei in the study, when the maid's voice sounded at the door, "Your Majesty, Commander Qin wants to see you." Lu Chen immediately said, "Come in." Then Qin Yushan pushed the door open and entered. At this time, Qin Yushan was covered with snow. It was even colder today, and it was snowing heavily outside. After Qin Yushan entered the room, he gave a simple salute. "Meet the prince." After the salute, Qin Yushan immediately placed the bamboo tube containing the information on his desk. "Your Majesty, urgent report from the capital." Hearing this, Lu Chen, who was looking through Daiyu's information, was stunned for a moment. After coming back to his senses, Lu Chen immediately swept aside the other information on the table with his hand, then immediately opened the bamboo tube on the table and took out the information from it. Qin Yushan continued, "Winter is here, and none of the homing pigeons released by the capital have flown to Yanchinj. They can only let the Jin Yiwei ride on horseback to deliver messages, so the information from the capital is many days later than before." After Lu Chen took out the information from the bamboo tube, he looked at the contents of the information carefully. As his eyes gradually moved downward, Lu Chen's expression became more and more serious. After reading the contents of the intelligence, Lu Chen pondered for a moment, and then said to Qin Yushan, "Immediately inform Li Rui and the others to come to the North Palace to discuss important matters." "Yes, Your Majesty." Half an hour later, Li Rui and other officials and a group of military generals from Beijing appeared in Lu Chen's study. They were all a little curious. Today was not a day for a meeting. Why did King Baixian call them here? Could it be that King Baixian had gone south? After everyone arrived, Lu Chen didn't speak immediately. His eyes were still scanning the map on the desk, as if he was thinking about something. Everyone saw that Lu Chen's face was a little serious, so they didn't speak. They just stood quietly in the study and looked at Lu Chen, waiting for Lu Chen to speak first. After a while, Lu Chen realized that everyone had arrived. He glanced at everyone, and then said to them, "The information I just received is that Daxia and Dahu are at war." After hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone was stunned. How can this be? Several major dynasties have been at peace for who knows how many years. Although there are constant frictions between them, no major war has ever broken out. How could a war suddenly break out between Dahu and Daxia at this time? Mu Chongtian immediately asked, "Your Majesty, was it Dahu who took the initiative to attack?" Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Emperor Xia's original plan was to deal with the aristocratic families in Daxia, so Emperor Xia would definitely not take the initiative to provoke a war at this time. It would only be Dahu who took the initiative to attack Daxia. Summer. Hearing Mu Changtian's question, Lu Chen shook his head, and then said, "It's strange that it was us, Daxia, who started the war. After I saw the intelligence sent from the capital, I didn't react for a while. Come over." This. Everyone in the study looked at me and I looked at you, but they didn't know what to say. They also couldn't believe that Daxia actually started a war at this time. So, would Emperor Xia still deal with the aristocratic family? At this time, Li Rui asked, "Your Majesty, is it possible that the intelligence is wrong? There are already undercurrents surging in Daxia." How could your majesty choose to attack the Dahu dynasty at this time? Lu Chen said, there is a high probability that there is no problem with the intelligence. The problem is the person who started the war. The major dynasties have been secretly deploying troops a month ago. There are 200,000 soldiers stationed in the area bordering the Daehu dynasty and Beijun. I suspect that someone colluded with the Dahu dynasty, took the initiative to provoke the war, and then gave the Dahu dynasty an excuse to attack Daxia. After hearing what Lu Chen said, everyone reacted instantly. Indeed, Emperor Xia is definitely not willing to launch a war with the outside world at this time. He wants to cleanse the ancient aristocratic families within. If he launches a war with the outside world at this time, how can he cleanse those ancient aristocratic families? Therefore, it is only possible that some aristocratic families colluded with the Dahu dynasty and took the initiative to provoke the war. The Dahu dynasty does not necessarily really want to defeat the Daxia dynasty, but as long as it can put enough pressure on Daxia, the aristocratic families in Daxia will give Dahu a lot of benefits. Under external pressure, Emperor Xia finally had no choice but to compromise with those aristocratic families and gave up the idea of purging the ancient aristocratic families. However, Lu Chen didn't think it was that simple. At this time, Lu Chen looked at Mu Chongtian and said, General Mu, although you are a military general, you have been an official in the capital for decades and have a good understanding of the political environment in the capital. According to your analysis, if it was instigated by a noble family, what will be the ultimate goal of the war between Dahu and Daxia? Upon hearing this question, Mu Chongtian replied, I think there are three possibilities. The first possibility is naturally to use external pressure to put pressure on His Majesty so that His Majesty does not dare to make any big moves against the family. The second possibility is that the family wants to take advantage of this opportunity to unite with other princes to directly force His Majesty to abdicate and replace him with an obedient emperor. Of course, this is the least likely, because the factions headed by the princes still exist. At this time, who can I don't obey anyone, so if I want to elect any prince to the throne, it may lead to the split of Daxia. As for the third possibility. At this point, Mu Chongtian hesitated to speak, but he finally spoke, I have often heard this argument recently, saying that your Majesty sent you to Beijun, so the 50,000 black cavalry are not actually His Majesty's, but belongs to His Majesty. Even the people in Beijun think so, and those aristocratic families most likely think so too. So I believe that the family is likely to take advantage of this opportunity and ask His Majesty to move 50,000 heavy cavalry to the front line to confront the Dahu dynasty head-on. The Dahu dynasty was extremely militaristic, maintaining millions of troops all year round, and their strength is not weaker than the barbarians in the north, and is even more difficult to deal with than the barbarians. Although these 50,000 heavy cavalry are very powerful, if they go to the front line and engage in a war of attrition with Dahu, all of these 50,000 heavy cavalry may be consumed in less than a year. In fact, not only the common people and those aristocratic families, but even Mu Chongtian had wondered whether Lu Chen was a chess piece specially sent to Beijun by Emperor Xia some time ago. After all, Lu Chen did not have the ability to build 50,000 heavy cavalry in a short period of time. However, when Mu Chongtian learned about the existence of Dahu city, this idea was abandoned. But other people in Daxia do not know the existence of Dahu city, so in their opinion, currently only Emperor Xia has the ability to allow Beijun to have 50,000 heavy cavalry, so in the eyes of others, these 50,000 heavy cavalry are actually Xia the Emperor's personal soldiers. Chapter 155 The Prince's Move is really wonderful. Daxia originally had more than 20,000 heavy cavalry, and the military power has been concentrated in the hands of Emperor Xia. Now Emperor Xia has 50,000 heavy cavalry. The key is that these 50,000 heavy cavalry are perfect in the eyes of the family. It belongs entirely to Emperor Xia, and no one else can reach in. This makes it impossible for the aristocratic families in Daxia to sleep. Therefore, Mu Chongtian believed that if the war between Dahu and Daxia was instigated by the noble family, then the ultimate goal of the noble family was most likely to disintegrate the 50,000 heavy cavalry. After listening to Mu Changtian's analysis, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. Of the three purposes mentioned by Mu Changtian, the second purpose is the least likely, and the third purpose is the most likely. There is no doubt that the aristocratic family wants to replace the Xia Emperor. After all, the current Xia Emperor is not obedient at all and even wants to destroy the ancient aristocratic family in Daxia. But changing the emperor is not at this time. Nowadays, there are many factions. If an emperor is to be changed, who will be the new emperor? I am afraid that if any prince takes the throne, many people will be dissatisfied. The final result will be the division of Daxia and the outbreak of civil war. For the aristocratic family, the division of Daxia was not in line with their interests, so they would rather let Emperor Xia continue to sit in that position. What the family has to do now is to exchange interests with various factions as much as possible, and then determine who the next emperor will be. They will not move the position of Emperor Xia until they determine who the next emperor will be. As for why they wanted to provoke a war between the two countries so quickly, I am afraid that on the one hand it was to put pressure on Emperor Xia, and on the other hand it was to eliminate the power in Emperor Xia's hands. It was also possible that it was to gain military power in Emperor Xia's hands. If a war breaks out between the two countries, Emperor Xia will never go on a personal expedition as soon as it comes. In this case, Emperor Xia will hand over part of his military power, and the original method of taking back military power will be in vain. After Lu Chen thought for a moment, he looked at Mu Changtian and continued to ask, General Mu, if the court asks Beijun to send troops, what do you think this king should do? Although Beijun was Lu Chen's fiefdom, it still belonged to Daxia. Lu Chen was still the vassal king of Daxia. If the court asked him to send troops, he had the obligation to send troops. But obviously, it was impossible for Lu Chen to send his black cavalry to the war front for consumption. Mu Changtian did not directly tell Lu Chen what to do, but reminded, Your Majesty, Beijun is in the early stages of development now, and you have just established a foothold in Beijun. If the imperial court gives the order, and Beijun still does not send troops, then it is tantamount to rebellion. Raising troops at this time may not be beneficial to Beijun or you. Mu Changtian also saw what Lu Chen was thinking. The black cavalry was the most important military force in Beijun. How could Lu Chen be willing to send the black cavalry to the front line to be consumed by the enemy? However, if the imperial court issued an order and Lu Chen still did not send troops, it would be no different from a rebellion. Once Beijun rebels, it will probably be even more difficult for Beijun to develop in the future. Most of Beijun's resources are transported from other places in Daxia. Even the food that Bawangfu eats is bought from Daxia. At this time of rebellion, the transportation channels for various resources will be cut off, which will be detrimental to the development of Beijun. Extremely disadvantageous. Mu Changtian said at this time, Your Majesty, I think, if the imperial court really issues a military order, you don't have to send all the 50,000 heavy cavalry, just let some of the soldiers go. Then you can say that most of the heavy cavalry will go over. The cavalry were wiped out by the enemy on their way to the front, so only the soldiers were left. In this way, you are obeying the military orders of the imperial court. You are not considered a rebel, and you will not lose too many black cavalry. After hearing Mu Changtian's method, everyone else in the study felt that it was feasible. Anyway, in one sentence, it is absolutely impossible to rebel at this time. Rebellion at this time is tantamount to seeking death. Although Beijun has 50,000 heavy cavalry, having 50,000 heavy cavalry does not mean that it is invincible. To be realistic, Lu Chen's materials for making gunpowder and artillery are now shipped from other places in Daxia. If you rebel at this time, you will have trouble even making gunpowder. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze to Qin Yushan. Commander Qin immediately sent a red silk messenger to ask for help from the imperial court. Hearing this, Everyone in the study was stunned. Asking for help? What help do you need? Didn't the imperial court want them to send troops? Why did the northern king send a red silk messenger to the capital at this time? What's happening here? At this time, even Qin Yushan was stunned. Lu Chen continued, let's just say that the North Xian King's army is pressing down on the border. The last time they dealt with the Serious King's tribe, Beijun suffered heavy losses. Beijun was unable to respond. I hope the imperial court will send more troops to assist Beijun this time and resist the North Xian King's southward march. This! Everyone reacted instantly. The serious expression on Mu Changtian's face disappeared instantly, and then he said, wonderful, wonderful. Your Majesty's move is so wonderful. As a result, all our soldiers in Beijun have gone to deal with the King of North Korea, and there is no spare power to support the imperial army. At this time, the imperial court can't say anything to us. The prince's move is really wonderful. Lu Chen continued, okay, don't waste time. Send Hong Ling's messenger to the capital quickly. It's best to do it before the imperial court's military orders arrive in Yancheng. In addition, I have already gone north to resist the barbarians moving south. When someone comes to see me, they all say that I am not here. Everyone immediately understood what Lu Chen meant. If the imperial envoy really came and couldn't find Lu Chen, there would be no way to hand over the military order to him. That's it for today. Let's all disperse. Remember what I said, I am no longer in the North Palace. Everyone immediately saluted and said, I will leave. Then Qin Yushan really sent a red silk messenger. In order to make the situation look more urgent, Lu Chen wrote a battle report himself this time. In the battle report, he cried for his father and mother, crying out, hoping that the imperial court could send troops to support Beijun. At the same time, a private room in a restaurant in Swanyu Palace. Chen Wanrong sat on the chair, looking at the information she had just received, her cold and beautiful face suddenly became more serious. Counting the time, it had been several months since she and Lin Wanyun came to Beijun. Lin Wanyun had already become the deputy commander of the guards in the inner courtyard of the palace. However, they still couldn't get close to Lu Chen. Lu Chen's daily life was too routine. He ate, slept, went to the study to deal with political affairs, and then made a baby in his room with his woman. Although Lu Chen seems to have accepted Swanyu Palace cannot help Lu Chen in anything. It seems that the North Palace does not need Swanyu Palace's help at all, which makes Chen Wanrong unable to find any chance to use love gu on Lu Chen. At this time, Lin Wanyun, wearing a blue dress, entered the room with gentle steps. Chen Wanrong spoke softly, Aunt Lin, Daxia and Dahu are at war. Lin Wanyun was slightly stunned when she heard this. This is definitely a good opportunity for Chen Wanrong. As long as Daxia's military power is greatly weakened, they can take action directly against Emperor Xia. Even Chen Wanrong's return to the country is not a problem. There will be less updates in the past few days. I am finishing the old book and preparing for next month. I hope readers can forgive me. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 156 Chen Wanrong's Problem. Chen Wanrong has been thinking about restoring the country since the day she joined Swanyu Palace. However, Daxia's soldiers are so strong that it is impossible to restore the country in a short time. But here comes the opportunity. As long as the war between Daxia and Dahu continues for a few more years, Daxia's national power will be almost exhausted. If they gather the forces from the former Chen state, the restoration of the country will have a high chance of success. Lin Wanyun naturally saw Chen Wanrong's thoughts, but she still reminded Chen Wanrong, Palace Master, the elders of Swanyu Palace have sent people to remind us many times to return to Swanyu Palace. If we don't go back, I'm afraid. Although Chen Wanrong is the master of Swanyu Palace is not controlled by Chen Wanrong alone. The real bosses of Swanyu Palace are the elders behind it. The reason why Chen Wanrong was able to become the palace master was because she had extremely high martial arts talent, but this did not mean that she could do whatever she wanted. Lin Wanyun directly brought up the elders, mainly to remind Chen Wanrong that if Chen Wanrong wanted to restore the country, those elders would most likely oppose it. As the master of Swanyu Palace, he ended up running away to restore the country, and he still used the power of Swanyu Palace. How could the elders of Swanyu Palace accept this? Moreover, Swanyu Palace rarely interferes in the affairs of major dynasties, and does not want to interfere in the messy affairs of major dynasties. Few people in Swanyu Palace know the purpose of Chen Wanrong's descent. Hearing Lin Wanyun's reminder, Chen Wanrong said calmly, "I will seize the time to plant the love gu on King Bei. After planting the love gu, I will go back to Swanyu Palace first, and then go down the mountain again. As long as she can plant the love poison in Lu Chen, then Lu Chen will be under her control from now on, and there is no need for her to stay in Beijun. The reason why she is still staying in Beijun now is because she can't find a chance to put the love poison on Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen had too many women, and they were all the kind that would captivate a country. With so many beautiful women in his harem, it was normal for him not to be interested in her. She still needs to be more proactive. However, she had never pursued a man before, and she didn't know how to make a man fall in love with her. She would go wherever she went, and the men in that place would fall in love with her after seeing her appearance, and she didn't need to at all deliberately seduce a man. Chen Wanrong was convinced that Lu Chen was interested in her, but Lu Chen was too able to control his inner desires. To be precise, he does not restrain his desires, but because his desires can be released at any time and will not accumulate in his heart. In this way, there is no need for him to pursue her, a woman who obviously has intentions for him. Thinking of this, Chen Wanrong looked at Lin Wanyun, and then asked, "Aunt Lin, do you know how to make a man fall in love with you?" Hearing Chen Wanrong's question, Lin Wanyun was stunned. "Want a man to like you?" She is already in her 30s and has never had an intimate or ambiguous relationship with that man. If you ask her how to make a man like her, how can she possibly know? However, Lin Wanyun also guessed why Chen Wanrong asked this question, and then Lin Wanyun said, "Palace Master, I think with your beauty, King Bei will be attracted to you even if you do nothing." Chen Wanrong said softly, "I need to make him fall in love with me as soon as possible." This. Lin Wanyun then said, "Palace Master, I don't know much about men." Hearing Lin Wanyun's words, Chen Wanrong stopped talking. She also thought that Lin Wanyun had never taken the initiative to seduce other men. Like herself, she had no experience in this area, so it was useless to ask her. Just when Chen Wanrong was thinking about how to make Lu Chen fall in love with her, a disciple from Swanyu Palace knocked on the door and said, "Palace Master, there are new developments in the Buwang Palace." Chen Wanrong said coldly, "Come in." The next moment, a disciple from Swanyu Palace entered the private room. Chen Wanrong asked, "What's the matter?" The disciple quickly reported, "The king of the north went to the north, saying that he wanted to resist the North Xian king from going south, and he also sent a red silk messenger to ask for help from the court. There is going to be another war in Beijun." After hearing the first report, Lin Wanyun and Chen Wanrong were both stunned. Chen Wanrong was just thinking about how to seduce Lu Chen, but the next moment Lu Chen ran away to the north. In this case, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Or will she follow him to the Northland? If this is the case, then her purpose is too strong, and Lu Chen will definitely be more wary of her. Now for Lu Chen to fall in love with him, the biggest problem is that Lu Chen is too vigilant and is always on guard against her, which prevents her from getting into Lu Chen's heart. If she does unnecessary things, Lu Chen will be more on guard against her. So she definitely can't follow him to the Northland. Only, she might have to wait in Beijun for a long time before she can cultivate the love charm on Lu Chen. She could afford to wait, but if she hadn't returned to Swanya Palace for so long, the elders in Swanya Palace would definitely be even more dissatisfied with her. Thinking of this, Chen Wanrong finally thought of a way. Aunt Lin, you continue to stay in Beijun, and I will go back to Swanya Palace. After hearing Chen Wanrong's decision, Lin Wanyun said, yeah, okay. Lin Wanyun also agreed that Chen Wanrong should go back to Swanya Palace first. After all, they had been out for several months and the two of them had made no progress at all. At first, they misjudged Lu Chen's personality, thinking that as long as they were close to Lu Chen would fall in love with Chen Wanrong. As a result, they did not expect that although Lu Chen liked beauty, he was a very cautious man, and they had wasted so much time in Beijun. In the end, Chen Wanrong took some disciples from Swanya Palace and returned directly to Swanya Palace, leaving Lin Wanyun to continue to serve as the guard commander in Lu Chen's inner courtyard. A few days later, Daxia, Beijing. On the way to the Xianzheng Hall, the ministers were whispering and discussing the war with Dao. At this time, Wang Qinchuo, the Minister of War, and a group of people sent by the 8th Prince came to the 8th Prince and discussed something in a low voice. At this time, an official whispered, the battle on the front line is intense, and it's time for His Majesty's 50,000 heavy cavalry to be brought out. Another official said, now Dao has declared full-scale war on Daxia, and other dynasties are also eyeing Daxia. If we don't win a thunderous victory to deter the enemy at this time, our situation may be even more difficult in the future. At this time, Wang Qinchuo, the Minister of War, said, I will suggest to Your Majesty later that the 50,000 heavy cavalry from Beijun be directly transferred to the front line to relieve the pressure on the Imperial Army on the front line. Hearing what the officials were talking about, Lu Shiyun couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. This war really came in time. He and the Wang family had been discussing how to dismantle the 50,000 heavy cavalry some time ago, but could not find an opportunity. He did not expect that the opportunity would come so soon. Chapter 157, The King of the North is brave and good at fighting. Chapter 157 The decree is drawn up, the Northern King is brave and good at fighting. Daxia, Beijing. Inside the Xianzheng Hall, the officials were talking a lot, and the entire hall was like a vegetable market. At this time, a eunuch's voice came. Your Majesty has arrived. The chaotic sounds in the hall disappeared instantly, and suddenly became extremely quiet again. Emperor Xia, who was wearing a yellow dragon robe, slowly came to the dragon platform. He waved his sleeves and sat on the dragon chair. He glanced at the officials in the audience with sharp eyes, especially those from aristocratic families. After a long while, Emperor Xia finally spoke, What do you, dear friends, think of the war between Dao and Daxia? Wang Qinchuo, the Minister of War, stood up without hesitation and said directly, Your Majesty, the Dao army is coming with ferocious force. The battle on the front line is now intense, and the Imperial Army has suffered numerous casualties. If we continue to fight like this, I am afraid that the number of the Imperial Army will be greatly reduced. I think, the feudal king's army should be summoned to the front line to resist Dao's invasion. Hearing Wang Qinchuo's words, Emperor Xia narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not a fool. Although Wang Qinchuo only mentioned the vassal king and did not name him by name, Emperor Xia immediately guessed Wang Qinchuo's intention. At this time, Right Minister Zhao Venhan also stood up and said, Your Majesty, I think what Wang Shilang said is reasonable. According to the battle reports from the front, in just half a month, the imperial court lost nearly 100,000 troops. It is obvious that Dao came prepared this time, and they are still increasing their troops. This is obviously not just a small fight. Noisy. Although the war seems to have been started by us, Dao mobilized so many troops in such a short period of time and quickly captured our two counties. It is obvious that they have long been aware that there will be such a war. Therefore, I believe that someone is deliberately provoking this war between the two countries, and the person who instigated this war is in Daxia." Hearing Zhao Venhan's words, Emperor Xia sneered. Of course he knew that the people who instigated this war were within Daxia, and they were obviously those aristocratic families. His shadow guards had long since found out that the Chu family and the Dao royal family had close contacts. This war was most likely instigated by the Jiangnan family headed by the Chu family. As for their purpose, there was no need for him to guess, they would tell it themselves soon. At this time, Emperor Xia said coldly, "Continue talking." Zhao Venhan continued, "I believe that the person who instigated this war is most likely a certain vassal king in Daxia. This person must want to let Daxia's army and the Dao dynasty fight to the death. Waiting for the court's decision when the elites are almost exhausted, that person will directly raise an army to rebel, and by then the court will no longer be able to stop that person. So I believe that in order to prevent the feudal kings from rebelling after the war, all the troops in their fiefdoms should be sent to the front line." Hearing Zhao Venhan's words, Emperor Xia showed a smile, and then said, "What Zhao Iking said makes sense, and I happen to think so too, but mobilizing the soldiers in the vassal territory it may cause the vassal kings to dissatisfaction." Zhao Venhan said, "As the vassal kings of Daxia, it is their duty to defend Daxia. Your Majesty is merciful. It was already very good for them to let them retain the army in the fiefdom. If they still don't send troops at this time, that would be tantamount to rebellion." At this time, Wang Chenchuo said, "Your Majesty, I believe that the Northern King is brave and good at fighting, and has 50,000 heavy cavalry. He is the strongest military power among the major vassal kings. As long as he goes to the front line, he will definitely be able to drive the Dao army out of Dao. Xia, show off the prestige of our country, Great Xia." Besides, King Bei's sending troops can be regarded as setting an example for other vassal kings. When the time comes, other vassal kings will have to follow suit. Hearing Wang Chenchuo's words, Emperor Xia chuckled. No, the purpose of the family was exposed, and there was no need for him to speculate. Emperor Xia had already guessed that such a day would come. After all, in the eyes of the aristocratic families, he had 50,000 heavy cavalry, which kept those families awake at night. If these 50,000 heavy cavalry were not destroyed, they would definitely not give up. In fact, not to mention those aristocratic families staying up all night, even he himself was afraid of these 50,000 heavy cavalry, and he was also thinking about how to deal with these 50,000 heavy cavalry. But for now, he does not want the 50,000 heavy cavalry to be disintegrated. After all, he still needs the 50,000 heavy cavalry in Beijun to deter those families who want to rebel. But judging from the looks of these aristocratic families, they probably can't wait any longer. At this time, Emperor Xia's eyes fell on Lin Jieyuan. Lin Jieyuan naturally felt Emperor Xia's gaze, but he did not stand up and say anything immediately. After his son Lin Xiaoming came back from Beijun, he told him everything about Beijun. For now, the person who knows Beijun best in the entire court is Lin Jieyuan. Lin Jieyuan didn't want to offend King Bei, nor did he want to get involved in this incident. After all, the right Prime Minister and the family group had raised the possibility that the vassal king might rebel. If he prevented King Bei from going to the front line at this time, wouldn't that mean that he was on the front line, colluding with the Northern King? Seeing that Lin Jieyuan didn't speak, Emperor Xia frowned slightly, obviously unhappy with Lin Jieyuan's silence. At this time, Wang Hai, the Secretary of the Ministry of Revenue, stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I know that Beijun is poor and may not have enough food and grass for the expedition, so I have prepared more food and grass for an army of 100,000 for half a year in advance, which is enough for the King of Bei's 50,000 heavy cavalry. Staying on the front line for half a year, this way, King Bei doesn't have to worry about insufficient food." Emperor Xia looked at the Secretary of the Ministry of Finance indifferently, with no expression on his face. These people were really well prepared. A few months ago, the barbarian army of 300,000 soldiers went south, and the Hebyu department was asked to prepare the food and grass for the 70,000 strong army. The Hebyu department delayed the preparation for more than a month. As a result, the court has not yet decided to let the northern king mobilize troops to the front line, and the Ministry of Revenue has prepared half the year's food and grass for the northern king's army. At this time, Emperor Xia looked at the minister of the Ministry of War who had not spoken. Chu Iking, why is it that a minister in your military department has the final say? Don't you have any other opinions? Wang Chenchuo, the Minister of War, is from the Wang family, and Chu Kainmu, the newly appointed Minister of War, is from the Chu family. It is obvious that the two families have completely colluded together, and their forces are intertwined, regardless of one or the other. At this time, Chu Kainmu stood up and said, Your Majesty, I think what Wang Shilang and Right Minister said is reasonable. The King of the North has heavy cavalry that far exceeds that of the imperial court. When Daxia faces an invasion from foreign enemies, he should stand up. This is not only the idea of the minister, not just the idea of the court ministers, but also the expectation of the common people. Now many common people believe that the imperial court should send the northern king to the front line to teach the invading enemies a lesson. And the soldiers on the front line also need a big victory to boost their morale. After hearing Chu Kainmu's words, Emperor Xia glanced at the other ministers in the hall, and then asked, Do you have any other ideas? The hall was extremely quiet at this time, and no one spoke. Neither the 8th Prince's faction nor the forces of other princes wanted the 50,000 heavy cavalry of Beijun to exist, so they were happy to see the 50,000 heavy cavalry of Beijun transferred to the front line. Seeing that no ministers spoke again, Emperor Xia chuckled, and then said, drawing the decree, the northern king is brave and good at fighting. Just when everyone thought that King Bei was going to be transferred to the front line and were happy, suddenly a soldier's voice came from outside the hall. Urgent report from Northland. Chapter 158 How can any barbarian go south in winter? Everyone in the hall was stunned for a moment when they heard the words urgent report from the north coming from outside the Xianzheng hall. Especially the officials of the Jiangnan family who belonged to the 8th Prince's faction, their hearts trembled, and they suddenly had a bad feeling. Urgent report from Northland? What can happen in the north at this time? Not long ago, the Sirius King's 300,000 strong army was defeated in Yancheng. There were rumors that the northern king had disbanded the entire Sirius King tribe. The biggest threat from Northland is gone. Why is there still an urgent report from Northland at this time? Is it possible the northern king rebelled? Just when people were confused about what could happen in the north, Hong Ling's messenger entered the hall and said loudly, the king of North Xian led nearly 200,000 troops southward, and Beijun is in danger. After hearing the words of the Hong Ling messenger, everyone in the hall was stunned. Even Emperor Xia was startled. What a coincidence, right? The imperial court had just decided to send the northern king's 50,000 heavy cavalry to the front line, but something happened in the north. The Sirius King's 300,000 troops were defeated in Beijun, but King Baixian actually dared to lead people to attack Beijun? Is the king of North Xian so strong-headed? Doesn't he know that Beijun has 50,000 heavy cavalry? Or is he not afraid of these 50,000 heavy cavalry at all? After the eunuch under the dragon platform came to his senses, he quickly took the battle report from Hong Ling messenger, then walked to Emperor Xia and handed the battle report to Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia opened the battle report directly and read the military information written in the battle report seriously. At this time, the ministers in the hall were all staring at Emperor Xia. They wanted to know what was written in the battle report. After reading the entire battle report, Emperor Xia snorted coldly and said, "It's really too much to deceive people by going south to plunder again and again." Having said this, Emperor Xia glanced at the ministers, and then said, "The king of the north asked me for help in the battle report, saying that the Battle of Yancheng had caused heavy losses to the North County and was unable to fight against the 200,000 troops of the North Xian King. I hope the imperial court can send a large army to help Beijun resist the barbarians from going south. Dear sirs, what do you think? This. Ministers in the hall, look at me and I look at you. Just now they were thinking of letting the 50,000 heavy cavalry of the northern king go to the battlefield with Dahu to consume. The next moment, the northern king asked the court for help. Is there something wrong with this? How can any barbarian go south in winter? The barbarians went south simply to plunder food for the winter and grab some women by the way. Most of them went south in autumn, and at most they only went south when winter was about to begin. It's already freezing and snowing in the north now. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable for me to go south at this time? Could it be that King Baixian is old and has lost his brain? Or is there any special reason for this? Could it be that the king of the north knew that the imperial court would send heavy cavalry from Beijun to fight Dahu, so he colluded with the king of the north to create the illusion that the king of the north was going south to plunder? But the imperial court just decided to send King Bei to the front line. Even Emperor Xia's imperial edict had not been drawn up yet. How did King Bei know in advance that the court would send him to fight Dahu? After a while, Wang Chenchuo, the Minister of War, stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I have never heard that barbarians will go south in winter. Is there something wrong with the northern king's intelligence? Throughout the founding of the Xia Dynasty, the barbarians have raided southward in spring, in summer, and in autumn and south, but they have never raided southward in late winter. This makes it difficult to believe that this battle report is true. The key is that the tribe of the serious king was defeated by the king of the north in Beijun not long ago, and nearly 200,000 barbarians died. Isn't the king of the north Xian not afraid that they will also fall into trouble in the north county? Moreover, King Baixian only had 200,000 people this time, which was even 100,000 less than when King Tianlang attacked Baixian. The Heavenly Wolf King's 300,000 men were defeated. How dare a northern Xian king with 200,000 men dare to attack Beijun in winter? Who gave the North Xian king the courage? After hearing what Wang Chenchuo said, Emperor Xia said expressionlessly, "It is the responsibility of the shadow guards to determine whether the battle report is true or false. What you need to discuss now is whether to send troops north to help the king of the north resist the army of the king of the north." As soon as these words came out, Chu Kainmu immediately said, "Your Majesty, the battle on the front line is now tense, and the imperial court is no longer able to divide its troops. If we divide our troops and go north at this time, we may not be able to resist Dahu's attack. I believe that there are 50,000 heavy cavalry in Beijun, and the king of the north is brave and good at fighting. Last time King Tianlang led an army of 300,000 people to the south, he was able to achieve great military exploits. This time he should face the 200,000 troops of King Baixian. It's not a big problem." As soon as Chu Kainmu finished speaking, before Emperor Xia could speak, Lin Jiayuan, the left prime minister who had been silent for a long time, finally stood up and spoke. "Your Majesty, I believe that the last time Beijun resisted the 300,000 strong army of the serious king, Beijun suffered heavy losses. Moreover, the reason why Beijun was able to win in the battle in the Wanning Valley was entirely because the Beijun took advantage of the terrain. The barbarians have been fooled once, and they may not make the same mistake this time. Therefore, I think we should send some soldiers north to resist the barbarians with the king of the north. Even if we don't send troops, we should transport some supplies to the king of the north. If Beijun is lost, Daxia will be under attack from both Dahu and the barbarians. By that time, Daxia's situation will be even more dangerous." Hearing this, Chu Kainmu was about to refute, but the Right Minister Zhao Venhan stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I agree with Prime Minister Lin. The mountains in Beijun are an excellent position to resist the barbarians. Once Beijun is lost, the entire Great Xia will be destroyed. He will be under the attack of the barbarians." This. After hearing Zhao Venhan's words, the officials of the 8th Prince's faction were stunned. Isn't this old guy Zhao Venhan from the same faction as them? Why is he speaking for King Bei now? They wished that all the heavy cavalry of the North King would be killed by the North Xian King. Why send troops north at this time? At this time, Zhao Venhan continued, but I believe that compared to Beijun, we should pay more attention to the war with Dao. The division of troops is extremely detrimental to the court, so I suggest that only 30,000 soldiers be sent north with some supplies. Beijun has a terrain advantage, and the North King is brave and good at fighting, so if we just defend Beijun, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Emperor Xia thought for a moment, and then said, Wang Shangshu, Chu Shangshu, Lin Xiang and Zhao Xiang will stay, and the rest will withdraw from the court. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Xia stood up from the dragon chair, flicked his sleeves, and left directly. After seeing Emperor Xia leave, there was a lot of discussion in the Xianzheng Palace. At this moment, some people still suspected that Beijun's battle report was false. King Baixian didn't go south with King Tianlang last time, so he just lent some soldiers to King Tianlang. How could he personally lead his troops south to plunder this time? And it's still in the middle of winter. The most important thing is that this happened by coincidence. Originally, the court planned to let King Bei go to the front line to fight Dao. But now, with King Baixian coming, King Bei no longer has to fight Dao. This has to make people suspect that it was not a coincidence that the North Xian King went south. At this time, Chu Kainmu looked at Zhao Venhan and asked, Master Zhao, why do you still ask your majesty to mobilize troops to go north? Hearing this question, some ministers focused their attention on Zhao Venhan. Zhao Venhan sneered and said, Beijun is the gateway to Daxia. Without Beijun, the whole of Daxia will be threatened by the barbarian cavalry. Don't you let me. If your majesty is to mobilize troops, won't your majesty be able to mobilize troops to go north? This. Chapter 159 Lin Jieyuan's Little Thoughts. After hearing what Zhao Venhan said, everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense. Beijun is indeed more important to Daxia, so Emperor Xia cannot just watch Beijun be defeated, so it is inevitable to send troops northward. Didn't Emperor Xia send 70,000 troops northward last time? Zhao Venhan glanced at Chu Kainmu and Wang Hai at this time, and then said lightly, Let's go, His Majesty is still waiting for us to discuss important matters. After the words fell, Zhao Venhan walked towards the side hall. Chu Kainmu and Wang Hai glanced at each other, and then hurriedly followed. At this time, Wang Chenchuo came to Lu Shiyun's side. Seeing Lu Shiyun's eyes squinting at Zhao Venhan's back, Wang Chenchuo whispered, Your Highness, I think what Prime Minister Zhao did is right. Since there is no way to stop His Majesty from sending troops north, why not we might as well offer to support Beijun, so that the Ministry of War can participate in the discussion on how many troops to send northward. After hearing Wang Chenchuo's analysis, Lu Shiyun thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. It seems that Mr. Zhang is still hot. If it were him, he would definitely find a way to prevent his father from sending troops northward. There are already 50,000 heavy cavalry in Beijun. Why are they sending troops north? They just want the 50,000 heavy cavalry to be disintegrated. It is precisely because of this idea that they seem to be too eager for quick success. It is not right to consider things in this way. Very thoughtful. Lu Shiyun was a little lucky. Fortunately, Zhao Venhan, an old fox, was from his side. Next, just wait for the result of their discussion. About an hour later, Lin Jieyuan was the first to come out of Emperor Xia's study. He seemed much calmer today, unlike last time when he was suffocating because of sending troops north. Lin Jieyuan quickly returned home. Lin Xiaoming happened to be at home at this time. After seeing Lin Jieyuan come back, Lin Xiaoming took the initiative and asked, Dad, when can I go to the front line? The 70,000 troops led by Lin Xiaoming had just returned from Beijun, so when the war between Daxia and Dao broke out, Lin Xiaoming and the 70,000 troops had been repairing in the capital and were not sent to the front line to fight Dao. This made Lin Xiaoming Xiuming felt a little restless. After all, that man didn't want to make a contribution, and this was a national war, not like Beijun. The scale of this war was very large. Dahudu had already assembled an army of nearly 800,000 people, and Daxia had mobilized an army of 400,000 people. If he can make contributions in this war, Lin Xiaoming's prestige in the army will be greater and his status will be greatly improved. Therefore, Lin Xiaoming has been looking forward to the imperial court transferring him to the front line. Hearing Lin Xiaoming's question, Lin Jieyuan smiled and then touched his beard. "You're going to the front line soon." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. "Really? How many soldiers does your majesty plan to give me?" Lin Jieyuan immediately said, "Don't be too happy. Your majesty only plans to give you 20,000 soldiers, and your main task is not to fight, but to transport supplies." Lin Xiaoming was dumbfounded. He was a dignified general. He was not allowed to go to the front line to lead troops in the war. Instead, he was asked to work in logistics. Lin Jieyuan and Lin Xiaoming were stunned, so he continued, "In addition, the front line I am talking about does not refer to the battle in the west, but the north." "North, north." Lin Xiaoming's face was full of confusion. Isn't the war in the north already over a long time ago? The Sirius King's tribe was demolished by the northern king. He had just returned from Beijun, so why is there another war in the north? Who dares to provoke the king of the north who has 50,000 heavy cavalry at this time? Lin Jieyuan continued, "I just received the battle report when I went to court. The king of North Xian led an army of 200,000 people to go south. The king of North Korea sent a red silk messenger to ask for help from the court. Zhao Venhan and the others think that the war with Dao is more important now. So I plan to send you to Beijun to transport some supplies and help the king of Bei to resist the king of North Xian from going south." After hearing what his father said, Lin Xiaoming was a little confused. "I just came back from Beijun not long ago, and I'm going to Beijun again? Why did he go to Beijun? Did he go to Beijun to help King Bei clean the battlefield and carry the corpse?" The North King relied on the few soldiers in Beijun to defeat even the 300,000 strong army led by the Sirius King. The court needed to send troops north there. Seeing that Lin Xiaoming seemed a little unwilling, Lin Jieyuan asked directly, "What, you don't want to?" Lin Xiaoming came to his senses and said, "Dad, with the 50,000 heavy cavalry in Beijun, there is no need for the imperial court to send troops north, right?" Lin Jieyuan said, "Do you think that sending you north is to resist the 200,000 strong army of the northern king? The imperial court sent you north just to stabilize the northern king. After all, the northern king sent a red silk messenger asking for help, who doesn't know that King Bei's methods are extraordinary and he doesn't need help from the court at all. Your 20,000 soldiers are no different from the peasant soldiers in the transportation team." Lin Xiaoming said unhappily, "It doesn't matter who you send. Why do you have to let me go? I still want to fight against the Dahu dynasty and achieve more military exploits." Lin Jieyuan laughed, and then said, "How old are you this year? Why are you so anxious to achieve military success? Look at Zhou Wangtian and Mu Chongtian, which one will end well?" Hearing what Lin Jieyuan said, Lin Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, and then realized that it was indeed not a good thing to have too many military achievements. Lin Jieyuan touched his beard and then said, "Now the ministers in the imperial court and those aristocratic families basically think that the 50,000 heavy cavalry are His Majesty's private soldiers. But according to the information you brought back from Beijun, in my opinion, it can asking the imperial master to personally visit Beijun and asking you so many questions shows that His Majesty does not understand Beijun at all. There is a high probability that these 50,000 heavy cavalry will only obey the orders of King Bei. King Bei is not a simple person. It will not hurt if you have more contact with him." Hearing Lin Jieyuan's words, Lin Xiaoming was startled. His father was very taboo about the matter of seizing the heir. No matter which prince came to see him, he always had the same attitude, that is, he was determined not to take sides with anyone. Basically, he had an attitude of not caring about himself. But today his father actually asked him to have more contact with King Bei. Doesn't this mean that his father is very optimistic about King Bei and that he is the crown prince in his heart? Seeing Lin Xiaoming looking at him in surprise, Lin Jiayuan said, "What is your expression? There is something on my face or something." Lin Xiaoming came to his senses and said, "Dad, do you really think that King Bei may finally?" Lin Xiaoming did not continue. After all, this kind of thing is not convenient for public discussion. Lin Jiayuan said, "No one can say for sure. By the way, didn't you say you saw Xiaoyun in Beijun last time?" After Lin Xiaoming stayed in Beijun for so long, he naturally heard about Xuanyu Palace opening a restaurant in Beijun. He and Lin Wanyun also met and chatted for a few words. Lin Xiaoming said, "Well, I heard that she seems to have been living in Buwang Mansion." Lin Jiayuan pondered for a moment, and then said with a smile, "Although I don't know what Xuanyu Palace wants to get from King Bei, but if your sister can become King Bei's woman, it will be the best for you." This. Lin Xiaoming reminded, "Dad, if I remember correctly, Sister Yun is already in her 30s this year. Some people in their 30s have children as old as King Bei." Although he didn't say it clearly, Lin Xiaoming's meaning was obvious, that is, at Lin Wanyun's age, she could be the mother of King Bei. Lin Jiayuan glared at Lin Xiaoming, and then said, "You know nothing. King Bei has not had a mother since he was a child. People like him like most mature women who are older than him. Look at Chu Yukan, Heaven the Wolf King and Princess are not that old anymore. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get ready quickly. The grain and grass household department is ready for the expedition. You will have to go north in no more than 5 days." Lin Xiaoming sighed and said nothing more. Chapter 160 The first batch of gunpowder weapons. Half a month flies by in a blink of an eye. North County. Tianguang City. Lu Chen, who was wearing brown armor, stood on the city wall and stared at the flying snow in the distance. Many scouts from the north have returned. This time, many of their scouts are barbarian soldiers. It has to be said that the barbarians have great advantages on the grasslands, especially in detecting the enemy's situation. At this time, Xiao Pengtian jumped up from the tower and jumped to Lu Chen's side. "My lord, according to the gathering speed of the tribes in the northern grasslands, it will probably take another month before they can go south. Furthermore, I have estimated that the number of barbarian soldiers that the North Xian King can summon by issuing a summons order does not exceed 150,000 at most." After hearing this, Lu Chen thought for a long time. How dare 150,000 barbarian soldiers go south to attack Beijun in winter? What did King Baixian think? At this time, Lu Chen asked, "Have our spies found out why King Baixian chose to go south in winter?" Upon hearing this question, Xiao Pengtian immediately replied, "Back to my lord, there are indeed soldiers in some small tribes who heard the reason why King Baixian went south, but they only heard the news from small tribes. I don't know whether it is true or not. Many of the spies they sent out were barbarian soldiers from the original Sirius King tribe. In addition to being familiar with the grasslands, they also had a very big advantage, that is, they could communicate with other barbarian tribes to find out more news about the various barbarian tribes on the grassland." After hearing Xiao Pengtian's words, Lu Chen immediately said, "I can distinguish between true and false. Just tell me what you have learned." Xiao Pengtian immediately said, "According to the soldiers who came back, the reason why the king of North Xian went south in winter was because the king of North Xian felt that you had robbed his princess, and he couldn't swallow this breath." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. If he had not defeated the 300,000 strong army of the Sirius King, then Xiao Wenyao would indeed marry the king of Baixian in the end. However, Lu Chen still felt that it was too far-fetched to send troops to attack Baixian just for a woman. Lu Chen continued to ask, is there no other reason? Xiao Pengtian said, there is another reason, that is, the North Xian King believes that the 300,000 troops of the Sirius King tribe have severely damaged Beijun, so Beijun is no longer powerless to resist their march south. Speaking of this, Xiao Pengtian's emotions were a little complicated. He had also participated in the battle to attack Beijun, but in the end he was captured by the generals of Buwang. At this time, Lu Chen laughed, and then said, I'm afraid this is what King Baizian really thinks. No wonder they go south in winter. Lu Chen couldn't figure out why the North Xian King went south in winter at first. After all, the barbarians had never gone south in winter. Even the Sirius King's tribe had never braved a snowstorm to march on the grassland before. The decision of the North Xian King was really too bold. If the march was in winter, it is very likely that many barbarian soldiers would have died before they reached Beijun. This was extremely disadvantageous for the barbarians. Just when Lu Chen was about to say something, a man wearing black and red brocade clothes came to Lu Chen. See you, my lord. Seeing this Jin Yiwei, Xiao Pengtian's face darkened instantly, and he even had the urge to draw his sword. The Jin Yiwei soldier in front of him was none other than Wu Yuan, the businessman who had been lurking in the tribe of the Heavenly Wolf King. Now that the Heavenly Wolf King tribe has all moved to Beijun, there will be no Heavenly Wolf King tribe from now on. Wu Yuan was also promoted to the rank of Jinyiwei Qunhe because of his meritorious service in collecting information about the barbarians, and because Jinyiwei was expanding its recruitment recently. Although Xiao Pengtian has surrendered to Lu Chen, and he and Wu Yuan are now Lu Chen's subordinates, when Xiao Pengtian thinks of what happened in the past, he always has an urge in his heart to kill Wu Yuan directly. The urge? Lu Chen asked, what's the matter? Wu Yuan replied, Your Majesty, the craftsmen have made the first batch of things you need, and we have quietly transported them to Beijun. Lu Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Not long after the craftsmen from Daehokan arrived in Beijun, they actually made what he needed. Lu Chen then continued to ask, have you Jin Yiwei tested the power? Wu Yuan replied, it has been tested. It is not as powerful as a howitzer, but it is not far behind. According to your suggestion, we added a lot of metal fragments to it, and the killing effect will be better. Xiao Pengtian on the side trembled when he heard the three words howitzer. He has been with Bei County for a while, how could he not know what a howitzer is? Although he is not qualified to touch a howitzer, he also knows that the name of the terrorist weapon that bombed them was a howitzer. Xiao Pengtian felt a chill down his spine when he heard that Bei Wang and the others had actually made a weapon that was as powerful as a howitzer. Sure enough, is the era of warriors coming to an end? I don't know where Bei Wang and the others got such terrifying weapons. If the Sirius King tribe had known that Beijun had such weapons, they would not have come to attack Beijun, let alone be annexed by Beijun. But those are not important anymore, Xiao Pengtian just sighed in his heart. At this time, Lu Chen said, General Xiao, come with me to see our new weapons. Having said this, Lu Chen jumped down from the tower. At this time, Xiao Pengtian looked at Wu Yuan with wide eyes. Seeing Xiao Pengtian staring straight at him, as if he wanted to eat him alive, Wu Yuan smiled and said, General Xiao, we are our own people now, you don't have to look at him with such hatred. Follow me. Xiao Pengtian snorted coldly and said, you bitch. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Pengtian jumped down from the tower and followed Lu Chen to see the new weapons. Wu Yuan shrugged his shoulders and didn't care at all. The Jin Yiwei were originally the lackeys of the Northern King. Xiao Pengtian's words were not wrong, and he didn't feel that it was insulting him at all. In the eyes of their Jin Yiwei, being scolded as a bastard of the Northern King was actually a compliment to them. Soon Lu Chen and the others arrived in front of the convoy transporting ordnance. Lu Chen immediately asked people to open the boxes, and then checked the gunpowder weapons shipped by the Jinyi guards. Because this is the first batch of gunpowder weapons made by craftsmen, these things are relatively simple. Basically, an iron ball wrapped with gunpowder is considered a bomb. Moreover, there were no artillery, and the only way to launch them was with catapults. If you want to make artillery, you still need further development of materials. It cannot be made so quickly. Lu Chen also knows this. Lu Chen then said, "Take 2 of them and go to the grassland first. I want to try the effect myself." It just so happens that Tianguang City is now just a military fortress. There are no ordinary people and there are only soldiers stationed in the entire city. And outside Tianguang City is the endless grassland. It is just right to test these gunpowder weapons on the grassland. After hearing Lu Chen's order, some Jin Yiwei immediately carried a bomb-laden weapon to a wooden cart and then pulled it towards the grassland. Seeing those round iron balls, Xiao Pengtian couldn't understand. Is this the kind of iron ball that defeated the barbarian army of 300,000 in the Wanning Valley? Isn't this just an iron ball? Why is it so destructive? Could it be that this iron ball contains the entire life of a great master? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 161 Thunder. After Jin Yiwei transported a box of bombs to the grassland, he quickly brought in some cattle and sheep wrapped in armor and regarded them as experimental subjects. At this time, Lu Chen took out an iron ball bomb weighing 2 to 3 kilograms from the box and glanced at the ignition rope at the end of the iron ball. Current bombs do not have primers and require manual ignition. Such bombs are very susceptible to moisture and are likely to become unusable once they become damp. But these were the first batch of bombs, so they would just make do. He believed that he would be able to make bombs with primers in the future. At this time, Wu Yuan reminded from the side, "Your Majesty, the craftsman said that this is the simplest bomb made of gunpowder, and the power may not meet your psychological expectations." The system gave Lu Chen not just one gunpowder drawing, but a large stack, and there were more than 10 types of gunpowder. Several of these gunpowders cannot be deployed under current conditions. Although the craftsmen in Daehokan are more creative than those in Daxia, they do not have modern chemical knowledge after all. There are some things that they cannot understand at all. Even if the drawings are given to them, they will not be able to understand them for a while. Understand? Hearing Wu Yuan talk about the simplest gunpowder, Lu Chen instantly guessed that these bombs were probably filled with black powder. Black gunpowder is black gunpowder, it's not that it can't be used. Lu Chen said at this time, "It's okay, just make do with it." At this time, Wu Yuan immediately took out a fire rope and handed it to Lu Chen's hand. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen directly lit the match rope of the bomb, and then threw the bomb towards the war simulation scene arranged in the distance. After all, it was a bomb with a match rope. The bomb did not explode immediately, but after a while, it exploded with a boom. Hearing this deafening sound, and seeing the bloody cattle and sheep that were bombed in the distance, Xiao Pengtian was so frightened that his body trembled, and his mind suddenly flashed back to the time when the limbs of the barbarian soldiers in the Wanning Valley were damaged by grenades. The scene was full of explosions. After the bomb exploded, a large amount of white smoke was produced. Seeing so much white smoke, Lu Chen knew that the power was probably not good. He immediately went forward to check. Everyone quickly followed suit. After waiting for the corpses of the cattle and sheep, Lu Chen discovered that after the bomb exploded just now, the fragments flying out of the explosion directly penetrated the armor. However, it did not leave a big hole on the ground. A grenade of the same weight could definitely leave a big hole on the ground. The bomb of about 3 kilograms that he just recognized only made a small hole on the ground, and the area was not very big either. Of course, they are not using this weapon to blow up holes. As long as the fragments inside fly out after the explosion and can effectively kill the enemy, there will be no problem. As for whether the blasted pit is big or not, there is no need to consider it. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said, "Well, the power is pretty good. After the North Xian King's army arrives, we will test the power of these first batch of bombs." After hearing this, Xiao Pengtian not only began to sympathize with King Baixian. It's not good to offend anyone. If you come here to offend Bei Wang, isn't this looking for death? The key is that their tribe, the Serious King, suffered a defeat in Beijun not long ago. As a result, the North Xian King did not learn the lesson and even went south to attack Beijun in winter. Xiao Pengtian seemed to have seen the final outcome of King Baixian at this time. He couldn't help feeling a little emotional. It seemed that another large grassland tribe was about to disappear. From now on, the entire Northland would probably belong to the Northern King. At this time, a Jin Yiwei soldier came to Lu Chen and handed it to Lu Chen with a bamboo tube for delivering messages. "Your Majesty, the information from the capital." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately took the bamboo tube from the Jin Yiwei soldier's hand, took out the information from it, and looked at it carefully. After reading the information from the capital, Lu Chen chuckled. Fortunately, they responded quickly. Those aristocratic families really wanted to send him to the front line to fight against Dao, and then give him all the heavy cavalry in Beijun. Huo. If the king of North Xian hadn't gone south, he might not have been able to make excuses. At this time, the Jin Yiwei soldier who sent the information said, "Your Majesty, the 20,000 troops sent by the imperial court have now arrived in Beijun. It is estimated that they will reach Tianguang city in less than 10 days. Lu Chen said in surprise, "So fast?" The soldier replied, "My subordinates set out with them when they were in the capital. They only brought some supplies, and the 20,000 soldiers were all cavalry." Hearing this, Lu Chen fell silent. It was obvious that the imperial court had no intention of sending troops to help Beijun resist the attack of King Baixian. After all, they still had 50,000 heavy cavalry, so it was normal for them not to want to send troops. But having said that, the imperial court was able to transport some supplies, which can be regarded as a little help. Anyway, Beijun is also poor and lacks everything. Mosquito meat is also meat. At this time, Xiao Pengtian reminded from the side, "Your Majesty, if the imperial army comes to Tianguang city, won't these weapons be exposed by then?" According to Xiao Pengtian's understanding, in the entire Daxia, it seems that only King Bei possesses such a terrifying weapon. Obviously, King Bei also has his own small thoughts, and it is impossible for him to hand over these weapons to the court of Daxia. After hearing Xiao Pengtian's reminder, Lu Chen thought for a while. The imperial army was indeed a nuisance. The army of King Baixian will not arrive in Beijun for at least a month. If there is any danger on the road, such as a severe snowstorm, the army of King Baixian will not be able to reach Baixun even later. If the imperial army came to Tianguang city before the war, wouldn't the North County soldiers' secrets be exposed if they used these bombs against the North Xian King's army? Lu Chen actually thought at first that the court would refuse to send troops to support Beijun on the grounds of a war with Dao. Unexpectedly, the court eventually sent 20,000 cavalry over as a token. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen said to the Jin Yiwei soldier in front of him who was delivering the message, "Go to Yanqing immediately, tell Qin Yushan and Li Rui, and find a way to keep the imperial army's 20,000 troops in Yanqing, and let the imperial army guard the second line." "Okay, no need to come to Tianguang city." This time the court sent Lin Xiaoming, the son of the left prime minister, Lin Xiaoming. Lin Xiaoming was a smart man. After Lin Xiaoming came to Beijun last time, he was relatively honest and kept control of the court's 70,000 soldiers, preventing them from running around. It can be seen that Lin Xiaoming obviously does not want to conflict with him, the Northern King. Lu Chen believed that when Lin Xiaoming heard that he asked him to stay in Yanqing, he should understand what his purpose was. In order not to conflict with him, Lin Xiaoming would most likely stay in Yanqing. Their war with the North Korean king was not inferior to the imperial court's 20,000 light cavalry. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the soldier who delivered the message immediately said, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Okay, hurry up and return to Yanqing." My subordinates, please leave. The soldier who delivered the message finished his words, turned around and left quickly. At this time, Lu Chen was about to turn around and leave when Wu Yuan said, "Your Majesty, these weapons don't have names yet. How about you give them a name?" After hearing Wu Yuan's suggestion, Lu Chen thought for a while and then said, "Our enemies often mistakenly believe that we can summon thunder from the sky, so from now on these bombs will be collectively referred to as thunder from the sky." Okay, that's it for today's test. Take these thunderbolts to the armory and pay attention to moisture. Lu Chen was very satisfied with the power of this batch of bombs. He felt that there was no need for too many tests. All he had to do next was wait for King Baixian to arrive. He believed that King Baixian would be moved to tears because of the surprise he had prepared. Chapter 162. Of course we must obey King Bai's orders. Lin Xiaoming led 20,000 cavalry and arrived in Yancheng in less than a month. Unlike the last time, their marching speed was obviously much faster this time. Arriving at the south gate of Yancheng again, Lin Xiaoming was filled with emotions. Last time they rushed to Yancheng in a hurry, they were even prepared for defeat. As a result, after entering the city, I discovered that someone else, the Northern King, had already wiped out the 300,000 barbarian troops, and the 70,000 soldiers he brought were just porters. Seeing the south gate of Yancheng open and the people walking on the road, a soldier said next to Lin Xiaoming, "General, why do you feel that there is no war in Beijing at all?" Hearing the soldier's words, Lin Xiaoming fell into silence. The last time they came to Yancheng, the gates of Yancheng were closed, and it was hard to see even a mouse, let alone people, on the road. Why does Yancheng look so peaceful today? There is absolutely no serious atmosphere of war times. Could it be that they were late again and the war was over? Could it be that the 20,000 people he brought with him became a corpse-moving team again? At this moment, a strong man in black and red clothes and a man in blue and coarse cloth appeared at the city gate. At this time, the man in black and red clothes said, "According to the order of the Northern King, I have been waiting for the general in Yancheng for a long time." After hearing what the man said, Lin Xiaoming immediately got off his horse and walked directly in front of Qin Yushan and Li Rui. He had seen them both in Yancheng last time. Qin Yushan often helped the Northern King pass messages, so Lin Xiaoming became somewhat familiar with him and knew that Qin Yushan was a very important master around the Northern King. Lin Xiaoming said politely at this time, "Master Li, Senior Qin, didn't you say that King Baixian led an army of 200,000 people to go south? Why does it seem that the whole Baixian county is calm now, and there is no war at all in Yellow? What does it look like?" Li Rui said with a smile on his face, "General Lin, the king of North Xian is indeed going to lead an army of 200,000 people south, but this time the prince has placed the battlefield in Tianguang city, so Yancheng seems to be calm." Lin Xiaoming said, "That's it, I thought the war was over. By the way, I brought some food and supplies to keep out the cold, as ordered by the imperial court. Here is the list of supplies. Please check them out. After you have finished counting the supplies, and if there are no problems, I will take the 20,000 cavalry behind me and rush directly to Tianguang city to assist the prince in resisting the army of the North Xian king." Hearing Lin Xiaoming's words, Li Rui glanced at Qin Yushan beside him. He was obviously waiting for Qin Yushan to speak. Qin Yushan said at this time, "General Lin, the prince asked me to tell you that the imperial court's 20,000 troops can stay in Yancheng. Yancheng is the second line of defense against the barbarians moving south. It is very important. We need someone with the courage to do so. Soul, strength, strategy, and." Before Qin Yushan finished speaking, Lin Xiaoming immediately interrupted and said, "Stop, stop, Senior Qin, I know what the prince means. Later I will lead the 20,000 soldiers behind me to station where I came to Yan last time. The place where the city is stationed." Seeing that Lin Xiaoming was so sensible, Qin Yushan said nothing more. At this time, Li Rui said with a smile, General Lin, if you need anything, you can send someone directly to me, and I will definitely find a solution. Satisfy you? Lin Xiaoming said, then I'll trouble Mr. Li. After that, they stopped talking too much. Lin Xiaoming once again led the army to the camp where they camped in Yancheng last time. Lin Xiaoming was filled with emotion when he saw that there were traces of their previous camp on the camp. He knew that nothing would happen to him after coming to Beijing. The imperial court might as well send him to fight Dao. You can't get any military merits when you come to Beijing, so you can only stay in the military camp every day. At this time, one of Lin Xiaoming's confidants asked in a low voice, General, are we really going to be stationed here? The imperial court has given us a military order at least, asking us to assist the northern king in resisting the barbarians moving south. If the imperial court knows that we have been at the rear, staying in Yancheng, not even seeing the barbarian soldiers, I'm afraid there will be many officials in the court who want to impeach you. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoming smiled, and then said, the imperial court did ask us to assist the northern king in resisting the barbarians, but the military order also said that after we come to Beijing, we must obey the northern king's orders. It was the northern king who ordered we who are guarding Yancheng must of course obey the orders of King Bei. After hearing this, the soldiers behind Lin Xiaoming thought about it and felt that it made sense. But how could they bear to keep them in the military camp? The 20,000 soldiers sent by the court to Lin Xiaoming this time happened to be the cavalry among the 70,000 soldiers last time. The last time they came to Beijing, they stayed for so long and did nothing. They just stayed in the military camp every day. In order not to conflict with King Bei, Lin Xiaoming did not let them run around. These soldiers had never felt so boring during the war. They seemed to be imprisoned in the military camp. They were imprisoned for so long last time, and not long after they returned to the capital, they were imprisoned in the military camp again. To be honest, the soldiers couldn't accept it in their hearts. It was better for them to go to the battlefield and kill the enemy and make meritorious deeds. Although most people don't like war, not everyone is greedy for life and afraid of death. Who are the 20,000 people Lin Xiaoming leads? They are the elite of Daxia. They were all killed on the battlefield, and many of them even participated in the war that destroyed the Chen kingdom. Locking them up in a military camp and not letting them do anything would only make them more violent. At this time, one of Lin Xiaoming's confidants couldn't bear it anymore and said, General, you are not going to let us stay in the military camp again, are you? Lin Xiaoming thought about it and felt that it would not be a problem to keep these soldiers locked up, so he said, while stationed in Yancheng, you can enter Yancheng to relax after the drill, but I would like to remind you that if anyone is in Yancheng if something goes wrong in the city, I, the general, will not miss the old friendship and hand you over directly to the North Prince's mansion. Seeing that Lin Xiaoming relaxed after agreeing to let them enter Yancheng, the soldiers immediately said in a high voice, Yes, General. Although you can't go to the front line to kill the enemy and make meritorious deeds, as long as you can enter Yancheng to eat and drink, it is better than staying in the military camp every day. The soldiers were very happy. Finally, they no longer had to be locked up in the military camp every day like last time. At the same time, during the Dao dynasty, the Zhengdian Palace was established. A middle-aged man with grey hair, but who looked to be only in his 30s or 40s, was standing in front of the officials to speak to Emperor Wu. At this time, he was the only voice in the entire hall, and his voice was still echoing in the hall. With Your Majesty, 20 years of foreign war have caused countless people to be displaced and their families separated from their families. Now the people are already boiling with resentment. If this continues, Dao is in danger of overthrowing. In the past, Dao's external wars were only against some small countries, but the Xia Dynasty is a 1,000-year-old dynasty. Even if they have constant internal conflicts, Daxia's military strength is still not far behind that of Dao. Even a sick tiger can survive as long as the teeth are still sharp, so we shouldn't mess with them. I sincerely request your majesty to restrain his warlike attitude and send envoys to Daxia as soon as possible to sign a contract with Daxia and end the war. Chapter 163 Wu Yunwan. As Prime Minister Chai Jiliang finished speaking, the Dao court hall was extremely quiet at this time. The officials looked at Chai Jiliang, who was standing at the front, in disbelief. Obviously, no one expected that Chai Jiliang would persuade Emperor Wu to end the war. After Emperor Wu ascended the throne, he has been waging wars abroad. Now the area of the Wu dynasty is 1/3 larger than before. These are all the achievements of Emperor Wu, and they are also things that Emperor Wu always likes to brag about. Now, someone actually dares to stand up and advise him not to start a foreign war, and even says that the Dao dynasty is in danger of overthrowing. Isn't this a suicide attempt? Although Chai Jiliang is the Prime Minister, in the Dao dynasty, the position of Prime Minister is not stable. Since Emperor Wu ascended the throne, he has eliminated many Prime Ministers. Some people even doubt whether Emperor Wu intends to directly depose the Prime Minister in the future and never give up. Establish the position of Prime Minister again. Chai Jiliang's head is so strong. The war between Dao and Daxia had just begun, and he actually dared to jump out and persuade Emperor Wu to end the war. How could Emperor Wu agree to end the war? Not long after the war started, Dao occupied 2 counties in Daxia. It was obvious that Daxia was not going to work. For a king who was obsessed with land expansion, this was a very good opportunity. How could he stop at this time? At this time, Emperor Wu, who was wearing a black gold-trimmed dragon robe on the dragon stage, was staring at Chai Jiliang below the dragon stage. The atmosphere in the main hall seemed extremely dull. All the officials under the dragon platform were sweating. The hot air made people feel difficulty breathing. After an unknown amount of time, Emperor Wu snorted and said, "Chai Jiliang, I think you have been the Prime Minister for a few years, and you are a little confused about your position. Since I came to the throne, I have laid down so much land for future generations. In your eyes, Chai Jiliang, I have turned into a tyrant who doesn't care about the life and death of the people and only knows how to launch wars." After hearing what Emperor Wu said, Chai Jiliang continued without being humble or arrogant, "Your Majesty has laid down countless lands for future generations. This is indeed your Majesty's achievement. At first, the people also praised your Majesty. However, the wars every year have made Dao the common people are tired of it. No matter how much land your Majesty conquers, there will be no smile on the faces of the common people. Your Majesty is walking too fast, and the common people can no longer keep up with His Majesty's pace. Your Majesty, it's time to rest. You need to rest, the Dao dynasty needs to rest, and the common people need to rest even more." Hearing Chai Jiliang's words, Emperor Wu sneered. Seeing that the expression on Emperor Wu's face became increasingly gloomy, Geng Chengguang, the Minister of Rights, stood up and said, "Chai Xiang, are you accepting the benefits of the Great Xia Dynasty? That's why you stood up to persuade His Majesty to end the war, right? Who doesn't know that Daxia is full of internal conflicts and its strength has been greatly weakened? At this time, immortal Daxia may not have such an opportunity in the future." Chai Jiliang said coldly, "Geng Shangshu, I'm afraid you are the one who received the money. I have long heard that you have close contacts with the Chu family of Daxia. Every year, the Chu family gives you many gifts, and Xia the Emperor has long wanted to destroy the Chu family. You have repeatedly encouraged His Majesty to attack Daxia, regardless of the life and death of the people of Dao. You know your intentions." Geng Chengguang immediately said, "Xiang Chai, don't slander someone's innocence with your words. You must provide evidence in everything." At this time, Chai Jiliang was about to say something, when Emperor Wu on the dragon stage said in a strong voice, "That's enough." After the words fell, Emperor Wu looked at Chai Jiliang and said indifferently, "Prime Minister Chai is ill. He will take good care of himself at home from today on. The post of Prime Minister will be temporarily replaced by Geng Chengguang." Upon hearing this, Chai Jiliang immediately bent down and saluted and said, "Your Majesty, thank you for your kindness." Emperor Wu was too lazy to continue talking nonsense. He stood up directly, waved his sleeves and said, "Retreat from the court." Then Emperor Wu left the Li Zheng Hall. As soon as he left, some officials gloated about his misfortune and made sarcastic remarks. "Master Chai, why are you doing this? It's better now, you've lost your official position." "Master Chai, I think your Majesty is absolutely right. You have been the Prime Minister for a few years and you no longer understand your position. My Dahu army is about to reach the capital of Daxia, and Master Chai actually jumped out to oppose His Majesty. If you say that Daxia's money will be confiscated, I won't believe it. Master Chai, you'd better go back and recuperate. It's best to ask a doctor to check your brain, ha ha ha." Hearing the official's cynicism, Chai Jiliang didn't take it seriously at all. He walked directly out of the hall. This is the case in Dahu. The Prime Minister is just a worker. If he has power, he does have some power. But in terms of how much power he has, it can be seen from the officials who just laughed at Chai Jiliang that the little power he has is nothing at all. His power can be taken away at any time, so not many officials in the court are afraid of him as the Prime Minister. Dahu Imperial Palace, King Yun Hall. A woman in a purple dress sat on the couch, her slender legs crossed. The woman is stunningly beautiful, with beautiful face, icy muscles and jade bones, and her body seems to exude a holy light. At this time, she was holding a bamboo slip in her hand, and her eyes were focused on the bamboo slip. At this time, a maid entered the hall and said, "Princess, Prime Minister Chai is here." The woman whispered, "Let him in." The woman's voice is mature and full of charm, making people feel like they are bathed in the spring breeze. Soon, Chai Jiliang entered the hall. "I pay my respects to the eldest princess." Wu Yunwan said and then asked, "I wonder why Mr. Chai came to King Yun Hall of this palace today?" Chai Jiliang said directly, "Your Highness, I advised your Majesty to end the war with Daxia today. I annoyed your Majesty, and was eventually deprived of my position by your Majesty. Now I am no longer the Prime Minister." Hearing Chai Jiliang's words, Wu Yunwan raised her beautiful eyes, and then couldn't help but chuckle. "You want my father to end the war? Mr. Chai, you really love to joke." Speaking of this, Wu Yunwan looked at Chai Jiliang, and then said, "Tell me, what do you want from me? Do you plan to ask me to persuade my father to end the war? If Master Chai thinks so, then Master Chai should please come back." Chai Jiliang immediately said, "Princess, you have misunderstood. I am looking for you because I hope you can use your relationship to make Emperor Yu pay attention to the situation in the north." Hearing Chai Jiliang's words, Wu Yunwan was immediately confused. "North. The relationship between me and Emperor Yu is good, but why should I want Emperor Yu to pay attention to the north?" Chai Jiliang said, "There are 50,000 heavy cavalry from Daxia in the north. If these 50,000 heavy cavalry pass through Dayu, they are likely to directly cut off the retreat of Dahu's army." Hearing Chai Jiliang's words, Wu Yunwan still smiled. Master Chai is referring to the 50,000 heavy cavalry in the hands of the northern king of Daxia. Wu Yunwan is not an ordinary princess. She has great power in her hands, which makes her very familiar with the affairs of major dynasties and countries. She also knows what Chai Jiliang said about the 50,000 heavy cavalry. Chai Jiliang said, "Exactly." Wu Yunwan then said disapprovingly, "Don't worry, Mr. Chai, the 50,000 heavy cavalry cannot pass through Dayu." In order to prevent the barbarians from going south, Dayu mobilized 200,000 soldiers to go north. Leave aside the fact that Emperor Yu, King of the North, would definitely not agree to using the Dayu dynasty's land. Even if they pass quietly through the land of the Dayu dynasty, the 200,000 troops will stop them. Chapter 164 I am very interested in this northern king. After hearing what Wu Yunwan said, Chai Jiliang said, "Since the eldest princess has said so, I can rest assured." At this time, Wu Yunwan glanced at Chai Jiliang, and then continued, "I am very curious, why did Mr. Chai want my father to end the war? Could it be that Mr. Chai accepted Daxia's money?" Chai Jiliang immediately replied, "Princess, the reason why I persuade your majesty to end the war is entirely because Dao can no longer bear the consequences of the war. Nowadays, the people of Dao are in dire straits. Dao maintains an army of millions all year round, which makes Dao have fewer and fewer people farming. If the war continues like this, it may trigger a civil uprising, and Dao will soon encounter widespread famine. The common people are tired of the war, and the soldiers are tired of the war. No matter how much land they occupy, you can't see a smile on their faces. They only have numbness and exhaustion on their faces." Hearing Chai Jiliang's words, Wu Yunwan let out a clear laugh. Master Chai is really concerned about the country and the people. It's no wonder that his hair is almost turning white. He is obviously not much older than me. However, I still advise Mr. Chai not to disobey my father. He can still tolerate you now. If Mr. Chai continues to oppose him, I am afraid it will not be as simple as depriving you of the position of Prime Minister. Since he ascended the throne, there have been 5 Prime Ministers, and none of them ended well. Mr. Chai must not follow in their footsteps." Chai Jiliang bent down and bowed and said, "Thank you, Princess, for reminding me. I will pay attention to it in the future." At this time, Wu Yunwan thought of the topic just now, so she continued, "What does Mr. Chai think of the 50,000 heavy cavalry in the north of Daxia? Now many ministers in the court think that the 50,000 heavy cavalry belongs to Emperor Xia private soldier, but judging from the information I have gathered, Emperor Xia seems to have always disliked King Bei, and his dislike stems from King Bei's mother, so it doesn't seem like he is pretending. I don't believe that Emperor Xia would hand over such an important heavy cavalry to a son he doesn't like." Hearing this question, Chai Jiliang pondered for a moment, and then said, "I also think that the appearance of these 50,000 heavy cavalry is a bit too sudden. Even if these 50,000 heavy cavalry are the private soldiers of Emperor Xia, when making 50,000 sets of heavy cavalry armor, it will definitely attract the attention of the major families in Daxia, but according to my understanding, before these 50,000 heavy cavalry appeared in Beijun, the families in Daxia were completely unaware of these 50,000 heavy cavalry. And Beijun does not have the ability to make 50,000 sets of armor, not to mention that the king of Bei has only arrived in the fief for about a year. It is simply impossible to make 50,000 sets of heavy cavalry armor in such a short period of time." In Chai Jiliang's view, Emperor Xia's every move was monitored by the family. If he only built a few thousand sets of armor, the family might not know about it. But the armor required to build 50,000 sets of heavy cavalry is different. This requires a lot of craftsmen and a lot of resources. The aristocratic families of Daxia control the economic lifeline of Daxia and control various resources of Daxia. It is impossible that Emperor Xia built 50,000 sets of heavy cavalry armors without them discovering it. Even if it is not discovered directly, there will always be some clues. But according to the intelligence collected by Dao, the aristocratic families in Daxia had no idea that Emperor Xia still had a heavy cavalry force of 50,000 people. After hearing what Chai Jiliang said, Wu Yunwan put the bamboo slips in her hands on the table, and then stood up directly. At this time, a breeze blew, and Wu Yunwan's purple dress kept flying in the wind. Wu Yunwan asked thoughtfully, "So, Master Chai also thinks that these 50,000 heavy cavalry are not the private soldiers of Emperor Xia, but soldiers in the hands of King Bei?" Chai Jiliang replied, "I also don't think that these 50,000 heavy cavalry are the private soldiers of the Northern King. Emperor Xia's heavy cavalry armor will be noticed by the family. It makes no sense that the Northern King built these 50,000 sets of heavy cavalry armor and there is no news about it. None, so I believe that the 50,000 heavy cavalry in the hands of the Northern King are likely to come from other dynasties. Hearing what Chai Jiliang said, Wu Junwan said with a smile, Master Hai's guess is quite interesting. But Master Chai, have you ever thought about how those 50,000 heavy cavalry arrived in the north if they came from other dynasties? To the north of Beijun are the barbarians, to the southwest is Dayu, and to the east is the sea. No matter where these 50,000 heavy cavalry are heading to Beijun from, there is no way there will be no news at all. Chai Jiliang said, I have been thinking about this issue recently. According to my analysis, these 50,000 heavy cavalry are most likely to come from the north of Baidi. There are only barbarians in the north. No one in the major dynasties knows what is there in the north. We have never explored it, so I suspect that there are other dynasties in the north. It's just that we don't know. After hearing Chai Jiliang's words, Wu Yunwan fell into deep thought. She murmured, Is it north of Baidi? This is a place worth paying attention to. The winter in the north is so cold that the barbarians can't stay any longer. I am a little curious about what kind of race can survive in the north of the north and even create a country. But having said that, since neither Mr. Chai nor I believe that these 50,000 heavy cavalry are controlled by Daxia, there is no need for Mr. Chai to worry that these 50,000 heavy cavalry will appear on the battlefield between Daxia and Dao. Chai Jiliang said, Princess, although I do not think that these 50,000 heavy cavalry are completely controlled by Daxia, judging from the fact that these 50,000 heavy cavalry helped Beijun defeat the 300,000 barbarian army, the master behind these 50,000 heavy cavalry is obviously biased towards Daxia, so I still believe that these 50,000 heavy cavalry will appear on the battlefield, and the Daxia family will definitely find a way to get these 50,000 heavy cavalry to go to the battlefield. At this moment, a maid entered the palace. She walked straight to Wu Yunwan and whispered, Elder Princess, information from Daxia. Having said this, the maid handed the information in her hand to Wu Yunwan. Wu Yunwan immediately took the information and took a serious look at it. Then Wu Yunwan smiled and said to Chai Jiliang, Master Chai, now you don't have to worry about the 50,000 heavy cavalry appearing on the battlefield. The people of this palace say that there is news that the king of North Xian is leading an army of 200,000 people to go south, and the king of North China still needs 50,000 heavy cavalry to resist the army of King North Xian. This. Chai Jiliang was stunned. He then asked in a suspicious tone, Elder Princess, how come the king of North Xian went south in winter? Wu Yunwan said calmly, I don't know about this, but the Great Xia court has sent 20,000 cavalry with supplies to support Beijun. This news has been confirmed by many parties. Seeing what Wu Yunwan said, Chai Ji finally felt a little relieved. Wu Yunwan said at this time, but having said that, I am very interested in this northern king. Obviously he is trash in everyone's eyes, but he is able to get everyone's attention. As far as I know, in addition to these 50,000 heavy cavalry, there are also people from Suanyu Palace who went to Beijun, and the person who went to Beijun was the palace owner of Suanyu Palace. If he didn't have special value, the country behind the 50,000 heavy cavalry would not be able to send 50,000 heavy cavalry to Beijun to help the king of the north resist the 300,000 barbarian army. It's even more impossible for the palace master of Suanyu Palace to make a trip in person. I really want to know what kind of value he has. Chapter 165 The battlefield is not a place for fun. After hearing Wu Yunwan's words, Chai Jiliang also felt that there was some truth in it. He immediately said, the eldest princess's guess is not unreasonable. However, the North King is the son of the god of Suanyu Palace. If the owner of Suanyu Palace goes to Beijun, it is most likely that for this reason. Wu Yunwan walked to the middle of the hall, looked at the light rain falling outside the hall, and then said, Does Mr. Chai really think that the son of the god of Suanyu Palace is very important to Suanyu Palace? According to this palace, the goddess Chu Yu is still alive, and King Bei only then can he be regarded as the son of God. If Chu Yu dies, then King Bei will be just an ordinary prince to Suanyu Palace. If Suanyu Palace still recognizes King Bei as the son of God, it only means that King Bei has something Swanyu Palace wants to get. Isn't Mr. Chai curious about what a superpower and Swanyu Palace want at the same time? The superpower Wu Yunwan mentioned obviously refers to the mysterious country that gave Beijun 50,000 heavy cavalry. A country that can suddenly come up with 50,000 heavy cavalry and is willing to let these 50,000 heavy cavalry help the North King must be very powerful. Strength. You must know that even a martial country like their Dahu dynasty does not have 50,000 heavy cavalry. It is not an exaggeration to call that mysterious country a superpower. After hearing Wu Yunwan's analysis, Chai Jiliang thought for a long time. Wu Yunwan continued, I am now more and more curious about the value of King Bei. It seems that we have to arrange for some people to go to Beijun. Having said this, Wu Yunwan glanced at Chai Jiliang, and then asked, Master Chai, do you have anything else to do? Hearing Wu Yunwan's mature and gentle voice, Chai Jiliang suddenly came back to his senses, and he immediately said, I'm fine. I will take my leave first. Having said this, Chai Jiliang turned and left. Watching Chai Jiliang's leaving figure, Wu Yunwan seemed to be thinking about something. After Chai Jiliang left the hall, a maid said next to Wu Yunwan, Elder Princess, I heard that Master Chai refused another marriage not long ago. Wu Yunwan said coldly, talk too much. Seeing that Wu Yunwan seemed angry, the maid quickly shut up. Wu Yunwan said to herself at this time, I really envy Emperor Yu. I don't know when I will be able to be like her. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Lu Chen waited in Tianguang City for a month and lost more than 10 kilograms. No one had ever made him wait for so long. Although Lu Chen is a prince and is treated better than ordinary soldiers, the conditions in Tianguang City are obviously not as good as those in Yancheng. In addition, the road between Tianguang City and Yancheng is not easy to walk. After it snows, it is difficult to transport supplies. It has also become a lot more difficult. The food, clothing, and accommodation in Tianguang City are completely incomparable to those in Yancheng, but fortunately, Lu Chen has a better ability to adapt to the environment. And after all, he is the prince who leads the troops. If he, the prince, complains about the poor environment, then there will be no wars in the future. At this time, Lu Chen was warming himself by the stove. While warming himself, he was looking at the stove sent from Yancheng. Mu Jingguo said, My lord, I heard that some people picked up black stones and burned them as wood, but they were found poisoned and died at home the next day. Do we really want to use black stones instead of wood? What was burning in the stove was the coal processed by the craftsmen. Although Lu Chen had left Yancheng, the work was still arranged for the Buwang mansion. Making stoves and mining coal were all done after Lu Chen left Yancheng. People in this world don't know much about coal. They think it is stone. Now the people in Yancheng call coal black stone. At first, ordinary people didn't know that black stones could be ignited. Half a month ago, the palace launched a fuel and stove called coal. The coal can be lit and burned all night without any problem. Since the advent of this special stove and coal, people basically no longer need to get up at night to add wood to the brazier. The coal and stoves of Buwangfu were suddenly spread to the entire North County, and then some people discovered that the material used to make coal in the Wangfu was black stone. Some people thought they could save money, so they quietly went to find black stones to use as fuel. As a result, many people in North County were poisoned to death by the smoke produced by burning black stones. This also makes some people worry that coal will poison people. Although the Buwang mansion has posted a notice explaining to the people that coal contains some additives to remove toxic substances, and also reminds people to maintain ventilation, there are still people who are afraid to use coal. Not to mention the common people, even some officials in Bay County did not dare to use coal. Mu Jingguo in front of him was very afraid of this new thing. After hearing Mu Jingguo's words, Lu Chen said, Captain Mu, haven't I asked the palace to issue a notice telling people the precautions for using coal? Why do you still seem to be resistant to coal? Mu Jingguo said, my subordinates feel that the coal will sting when lit and may be harmful to the body. Lu Chen said calmly, this is normal. The coal pellets we use are different from ordinary black stones. The toxic gases have been greatly reduced after the carbon pellets are ignited. As long as ventilation is maintained, there will be no problems. From now on, Beijun will rely on the black stone you talk about to survive the winter. You guys have to hurry up and get used to it. If you people don't dare to use coal, how can the common people dare to use it? Mu Jingguo said ashamedly, the prince said it is true. At this time, Xiao Pengtian came to the room and said, Your Majesty, Yanqing sent a few maids, saying they were sent to take care of you. Lu Chen was a prince and had a distinguished status. He was different from ordinary people. Some people in the northern palace were afraid that Lu Chen would suffer in Tianguang city, so they specially sent some maids to take care of Lu Chen's food and daily life. Hearing this, Lu Chen frowned. It's a good thing to care about him. But he was leading troops to fight now, how could he do these special things? He immediately said, send them all back, just say that I don't need anyone to take care of me. This. Mu Chongtian said from the side, my lord, you are the prince after all. The environment in Tianguang city is terrible, how can you have no one to take care of you? Lu Chen said seriously, this is a battlefield, not a place for fun. No one can do anything special, not even me. Even though Bai Qingqing has been by Lu Chen's side for the past month, Lu Chen has never touched Bai Qingqing's body. If he is in the rear, in Yanqing, he can come as he pleases, but not on the battlefield. Lu Chen also plans to reorganize the military camp in the future. If the prince who leads the troops is messing around on the front line, won't other generals follow suit in the future? Sample. If the generals followed his example, those soldiers might be led astray, so even if Lu Chen endured it, he would not touch Bai Qingqing. Seeing Lu Chen's expression so serious, Mu Chongtian couldn't help but admire Lu Chen in his heart. It is not easy for such a lecherous person like Lu Chen to be able to endure not touching a woman for such a long time in Tianguang city. Moreover, the military discipline of Daxia's army has never been very good. Let alone Daxia, the military discipline of all major dynasties is similar. After Xiao Pengtian was stunned for a moment, he immediately said, I will let them go back now. Then Xiao Pengtian turned and left. Lu Chen said to the people in the room at this time, remember what I said, from today on, women such as military prostitutes cannot appear in the military camps on the front line. After the battle, the soldiers return to the rear and do whatever they want. No matter how you play, but on the front line, you must be honest to me. Chapter 166 The Army of the King of North Xian goes south. At this time, Lu Chen was actually a little angry. Lu Chen is not a fool. Why has he stayed in Tianguang city for more than a month and the northern palace did not send him a maid, but now he has sent him a maid? It was obvious that someone had tipped off that he was not doing well in Tianguang city, so someone from the North Palace sent him a maid to take care of him. Is it true that those who tipped off people were afraid that he would suffer hardship in Tianguang city just because he was the prince? It can only be said that not necessarily. Lu Chen also heard some rumors these days. Some soldiers in Beijun were talking about him transferring Bai Qingqing to another military camp without even leaving a woman by his side. The prince didn't keep any women by his side, so his soldiers didn't even dare to touch the women who came to the military camp to buy women. This made Lu Chen wonder if someone wanted to give him a start so that they could follow suit, so that they would have no pressure. Seeing that Lu Chen was angry, Mu Chongtian instantly realized that he was wrong, so he immediately knelt down and said, Your Majesty, I sent someone to bring a message to the princess, telling her about your life in the military camp. I am guilty, please punish me. Hearing Mu Chongtian's words, Lu Chen laughed inwardly, knowing that someone had tipped him off. Lu Chen said at this time, General Mu, I won't care about this time, but I won't do it next time. Get up. Mu Chongtian immediately said, "Thank you for your forgiveness, Your Majesty." After the words fell, Mu Chongtian stood up. After Mu Chongtian stood up, Lu Chen continued, "I recently discovered that many women have come to Tianguang City. I wonder if you know this." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Chongtian immediately understood what Lu Chen meant. Lu Chen had just made it clear that women such as military prostitutes were not allowed to appear in the military camp from now on. Although the women who came to Tianguang City were not military prostitutes, their purpose in coming to Tianguang City was to sell themselves. As long as the soldiers gave them money, they would spend the night with the soldiers. It could be said that there was no difference between them and military prostitutes. Mu Chongtian immediately said, "Your Majesty, I will have those women driven out of Tianguang City in a moment." Lu Chen continued, "Just taking this opportunity, I have said something clearly. When you go back later, you will also tell the soldiers what I said. My army must have strict military discipline. When it comes to the battlefield, all soldiers must be disciplined. Focus on the war, don't always think about eating, drinking, and having fun. Of course, this is not just for the soldiers, but also for you." At this time, Mu Chongtian said, "My lord, I understand your idea, but the soldiers in the army are mixed, and it may not be easy to make them obey orders completely and prevent them from finding women." Hearing Mu Chongtian's words, Lu Chen was not surprised at all. Mu Chongtian was right. There were all kinds of people in Beijun's army now, which was completely different from the army Lu Chen imagined. At this time, Lu Chen looked at Mu Chongtian and asked, "General Mu, what do you think of my king's black cavalry?" Mu Chongtian said, "There are strict orders and strict military disciplines." Lu Chen said with a smile, "If the black cavalry can do it, can't the North County Army do it?" This. Mu Chongtian thought for a moment, and that was true, but if this happened, he would have to reorganize the army, and I am afraid that many soldiers would have to be eliminated. Lu Chen continued, "I plan to establish a new army with strict military discipline after this war. In the future, soldiers with criminal records, those who have committed crimes, or refugees will not be allowed to join my new army." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Li Feng reminded, "Your Majesty, there are many refugees in North County. If we don't recruit refugees into the army, those refugees will have no place to go. If they gather together, they may easily cause trouble. Since ancient times, there have been many prisoners or refugees in the army. In the emperor's view, those prisoners and refugees were cannon fodder and consumables in war, so it was perfect for them to go to the battlefield. If Beijun does not recruit refugees into the army, once there are more refugees, it will have a great impact on the security of Beijun." Lu Chen said calmly, "General Li's considerations are not unreasonable, but I have already found a place for those refugees." After hearing this, everyone looked at me and I looked at you, but no one said anything else. They had probably guessed the good place Lu Chen mentioned. The construction of straight roads in Bay County has begun, and coal mines are also being mined in large quantities, which require labor. The number of refugees in Bay County is nothing compared to Bay County's labor gap. At this time, Lu Chen continued, "The thinking of the army must change. It cannot be for everyone. If the army is full of rogues, how can the people trust my king's army? If the common people don't even trust the army under my king, how can they trust me? The army of Beijun is tied to the king. If one suffers a loss, the other will be prosperous. If the atmosphere in the army has always been impetuous, and people who join the army always think about promotion and wealth instead of protecting their families and the country, then it is okay for such an army to win battles. But if they encounter any setbacks, the first thing the soldiers will think of is themselves. In order to benefit the whole army, the entire army will lose its combat effectiveness in an instant. I don't want to see my army defeated by the enemy in my lifetime. At this time, everyone in Mu Chongtian was listening quietly to Lu Chen's speech. They were all a little surprised that Lu Chen, a prince who stayed in the palace every day, had such views on the construction of the army. Lu Chen continued, "General Mu, you will be responsible for the construction of the new army in Beijun from now on. Remember what I said, the soldiers recruited by the new army must be the best people. The construction of the new army must be in line with the black cavalry. All the evil spirits in the military camp before are not allowed to appear again." Mu Chongtian immediately said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Lu Chen got up from his seat at this time. "Okay, let's stop here today. I will go to the city wall to get some fresh air. Please think more about what I just said and think about the issue of building a new army in Beijun in the future." After the words fell, Lu Chen left the room, and everyone said in unison, "Farewell to the prince." After Lu Chen left, the generals in the room looked at me and I looked at you. After a while, Mu Jingguo said, "Dad, the prince just said that the new army will recruit the best people to fight in the future. Isn't it just a waste? If all the outstanding talents are eliminated, won't there be some ruffians left in North County from now on?" Lu Chen's ideas were still a little advanced in this era. Although Daxia's army also emphasized strict military discipline, no matter how much they emphasized verbally, it was difficult for Daxia's army to enforce orders and prohibitions like the Black Cavalry. It can be said that the Black Cavalry is the most loyal and disciplined army that Mu Chongtian has ever seen. The regular army in Beijun has no way to compare with the Black Cavalry. And what Mu Jingguo said is right. From the perspective of the rulers and the high-level officials of the imperial court, people will die in war, so it is better to drag the prisoners and refugees to fight. In this way, the prisoners will die. No heartache either. But Lu Chen said that the best people should enter the military camp to serve as soldiers. Mu Chongtian thought for a moment and then said, "I probably understand what the prince means." After hearing Mu Chongtian's words, everyone looked at Mu Chongtian, hoping that he could explain their doubts. Few people here understood Lu Chen's thoughts. They were now curious about why the prince had such thoughts. Mu Chongtian touched his beard and then said, "The prince is reorganizing the military camp, I'm afraid he is preparing for that position." Hearing this, everyone was startled. That location? Although Mu Chongtian didn't say it clearly, they could tell what position Mu Chongtian was talking about. It was obviously the throne. Mu Chongtian continued his analysis. The military discipline of the feudal king's army is very poor, and they often burn, kill, and loot. This also makes the common people distrust the feudal king's army and think that those soldiers are no different from bandits. The prince also said just now that he is tied to the army in Beijun. Whatever the army does will eventually affect his reputation. So the prince wants to reorganize the military camp so that there will no longer be rogues in the North County army, so that the people can trust the army in his hands. Think about it, if one day, the Northern King's army, which has strict military discipline and never burns, kills, or loots, attacks the enemy country, and the people of the enemy country hear that the Northern King's army has strict military discipline, and never burns, kills, or loots. What do you think of those people? What will you choose? Mu Chongtian's words awakened the dreamer, and everyone in the room reacted. They all seemed to understand Lu Chen's intention. Although Mu Chongtian assumed that he would attack the enemy country, everyone knew that it would not be easy for the Northern King to obtain the throne, and a civil war would probably break out in Daxia one day. If the North King's army, which has strict military discipline and will not burn, kill, or loot, appears on the land of other feudal kings, the people of other counties will definitely welcome their arrival. Not all ordinary people can come into contact with King Bei, and they may not know what the real King Bei is like. But King Bei's army will definitely come into contact with the common people. From King Bei's army, the common people can probably judge what kind of King Bei king is. If a civil war really broke out in Daxia, would the people in a place welcome an army that had strict military discipline and never burned, killed, and looted, or would they welcome the bandit soldiers of other vassals? It seemed like a no-brainer. Mu Chongtian continued, actually, there is another advantage of the prince's approach. If the gangsters do not enter the military camp, it will be easier to rectify the military discipline. Most of the troublemakers in the military camp are those who have committed crimes, or those 3 religions and 9 schools of thought. The imperial army has also been emphasizing strict military discipline. However, since His Majesty came to the throne, no matter how he reorganizes the military camp, the results are still very little. This is mainly because the soldiers who make up the army have problems with their origins. If there are only 1 or 2 rogues in an army, then these 2 black sheep will not be able to cause any trouble in the face of strict military discipline. But if there are a group of rogues in an army, no matter what the top of the army is, it's useless to emphasize strict military discipline. It's the same as the officials of the noble families in the court protecting each other. Speaking of this, Mu Chongtian not only sighed, "Your Majesty's method is really wonderful. Why didn't I think of selecting soldiers based on their origin before? I can't wait to see the combat effectiveness of the new army." After hearing Mu Changtian's analysis, the other generals in the room began to look forward to the new army. At the same time, they also admired Lu Chen even more. They admired him for seeing the crux of the Daxia army at once. They had never seen it before. Thought about this. You must know that King Bei is only 16 or 17 years old this year, and he rarely leads troops to fight, so he has been staying in the military camp in the past month. None of them, who had been in the military camp all year round, thought of a good way to improve military discipline, but King Bei only stayed there for a month and figured out what to do. He is truly a destined son with a destiny of immortality. At the same time, on the city wall, Lu Chen stood in the wind and snow, looking into the distance. At this moment, he suddenly felt the earth shaking slightly, and hazy figures seemed to appear in the wind and snow. Lu Chen is a master, and his perception has been greatly improved, so he is aware of the approach of the North Xian King's army before anyone else on the city wall. Seeing a blurry black shadow in the distance, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly. After letting him wait for a full month, he finally came. He had never waited so long for anyone. At this time, Xiao Pengtian, the Grand Master, also noticed the approach of the North Xian King's army. He immediately shouted, "The enemy is coming! The entire army is on alert!" After hearing Xiao Pengtian's words, the messenger immediately beat the drum. The next moment, the sound of drums echoed in the sky above Tianguang City. Mu Chongtian and others, who were still immersed in the influence of Lu Chen's wisdom, were instantly awakened by the sound of the drums. They quickly left the room and came to the tower. At this time, all the soldiers in Tianguang City entered a fighting state, and the soldiers on the city wall also began to carry the Hungtian Li. Soon, the Hungtian Li and catapults were in place. Everyone is ready. As the sound of horse hooves gets closer, the figures in the distance become clearer. After seeing King Baixian's army, Li Feng couldn't help but sigh and said, "I didn't expect King Baixian to really come." Although they had long heard that King Baixian was going south in winter, everyone had been wondering whether King Baixian would finally give up going south. The weather is getting colder and colder, it is already snowing in Beijing, and it will probably be even colder on the grassland. In this case, it is indeed possible for King Baixian to give up going south. But King Baixian still came. Lu Chen was smiling at this time, looking at the barbarian army in the distance and said, "If he doesn't come, there will be no place to send all the gifts I have prepared. I am afraid that he won't come." At this time, Mu Chongtian asked, "Your Majesty, the terrain of Tianguang City is relatively open. If we use the sky-blasting thunder at the beginning, it is likely to directly scare away the barbarian army. If they want to escape by then, it will be difficult for us to keep them." The reason why they were able to wipe out the 300,000 strong army of the Sirius King was entirely dependent on the terrain of the Wanning River Valley. After the Sirius king's army entered the Wanning River Valley, the black cavalry blocked the valley with mountains on both sides. The barbarian cavalry had nowhere to run. But Tianguang City is different. Tianguang City is surrounded by grasslands. Once the army of the North Xian King is defeated, it will be difficult to keep them with only 50,000 heavy cavalry and Beijun's tens of thousands of regular infantry. Chapter 167 The King of the North does not respect martial ethics. After hearing Mu Changtian's reminder, Lu Chen glanced at the endless grassland in the distance. Mu Changtian was right, it was not an easy task to keep all the hundreds of thousands of people from the North Xian King. Once the barbarian army is defeated, they can escape from any direction, and the barbarians are light cavalry. Heavy cavalry such as black cavalry do not have much advantage when chasing the enemy, and there is a high probability that they will not be able to catch up with the soldiers of the North Xian King. Lu Chen glanced at the walls of Tianguang City at this time and had an idea in his mind. If all the troops of King Baixian can enter Tianguang City, then the city gate will be blocked and turtles will be caught in the jar, and King Baixian's soldiers will have no way to escape. However, the North Xian King has hundreds of thousands of people, so it may not be easy to bring them in, and they may not be fooled. The King of Baixian is not a fool. There is no way he could sneak in when he sees the city gate open. Thinking of this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Would a person who dared to lead troops south to attack Beijun in winter still be afraid of a small Tianguang city? If it were the King of North Xian, he might actually be able to get into the city. Lu Chen immediately said, "Open the city gate and everyone hides immediately." Hearing this, Mu Changtian instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. Lu Chen planned to invite you to enter the urn, then close the city gate and beat the dog. But I just don't know if King Baixian will be fooled. Lu Chen continued, "Immediately send out a group of cavalry and pretend to retreat." Mu Changtian said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Immediately afterwards, the soldiers on the city wall hid, and only secret sentries were watching outside the city. Mu Changtian also deliberately arranged for some cavalry to wait at the east gate. As long as the army of the North Xian King came, they would immediately pretend to abandon the city and escape. Not long after, the King of North Xian led hundreds of thousands of barbarian cavalry to appear not far outside Tianguang City. Seeing that there were only catapults and no one on the city wall, and the city gate was wide open, King Baixian laughed loudly. "It seems that the defenders of Tianguang City knew that we were coming, so they simply retreated." At this moment, King Baixian's confidant general said, "Your Majesty, I heard that when King Tianlang went south to attack Beijun, Beijun did not defend Tianguang City. King Baixian withdrew all the troops from Beijun to Yancheng. As a result, the Sirius King encountered an ambush in the Wanning River Valley, which ultimately led to the destruction of the 300,000 strong army. At this time, the barbarian scout soldiers came back and said, "Your Majesty, a group of Daxia cavalry appeared at the east gate, and they fled directly to the south." Upon hearing this, one of the trusted generals of the North Xian King immediately said, "Your Majesty, I will lead my troops to pursue those Daxia cavalry. I will ensure that none of them can escape." King Baixian immediately raised his hand to stop him and said, "No, just run away, it's just some small fish and shrimps. That brat from Yancheng probably wants to deal with us like he did with the Sirius King last time, but he underestimates me too much. Let's rest in Tianguang City for a few days and then think of a way to attack Yancheng." King Baixian glanced at the Tianguang City in front of him. At this time, there was not even a flag of the North Palace on the wall of Tianguang City. King Baixian then said, "Enter the city." In the opinion of King Baixian, Daxia's soldiers were afraid of him, so they had already fled south. He was too lazy to waste time sending scouts into the city to inquire about the situation, he could just go in directly. When they were crossing the grassland, the soldiers were extremely tired and now in urgent need of rest. It is better to camp outside Tianguang City to rest and recuperate. It is better to occupy Tianguang city directly and light a fire to cook in the city. In terms of resisting the cold, their tents are definitely not as good as the earthen houses of the Daxia people. For the army of the North Xian king at this time, Tianguang city was very tempting. At this time, Lu Chen discovered through the secret sentry that King Baixian actually led his army directly into the city. He was stunned for a moment. They didn't even send any scouts and just went straight into the city. This meant that they didn't take Beijun seriously at all. The king of North Xian is really arrogant. No wonder he dared to lead troops south to attack Beijun in the middle of winter. It was indeed in line with his personal character. Lu Chen said to the people next to him at this time, "Get ready to fight." Just now, he was worried that the king of Baixian would not be fooled, but he did not expect that others did not even suspect him at all, and just entered the city in a swagger. Now that the guests have come in, it's time to take out the gifts they prepared. At this time, King Baixian was completely unaware that the danger had come. After passing through the gate of Tianguang city, he looked at the empty buildings in Tianguang city and said, "Daxia really has a bunch of rats. Even my army is still there." No trumpet was blown and they were frightened away. How could the Sirius king's tribe be defeated by such an enemy? The Sirius king is really a waste. If the 300,000 troops were handed over to me, I might have already reached the capital of Daxia. The more King Baixian talked about it, the more angry he became. He lent tens of thousands of soldiers to King Tianlang, but in the end he didn't get any benefits. Instead, the woman he liked was snatched away by that brat from Baixian, which made him feel sad. How comfortable! At this time, the trusted general of King Baixian said, "Your Majesty, after we capture Baixian, do we want to establish a country in Baixian?" King Baixian snorted and said, "Jiangguo? What kind of country should we build? This king is not like that fool like the Sirius king who always daydreams. If I really occupy Beijun, then Daxia will definitely use all its strength to attack me. When I come to Beijun, I just bring back what the Sirius king promised me." It has been unknown how many years since the Heavenly Wolf King tribe moved to the north. Every year they would go south to plunder, but they had never seen the Heavenly Wolf King tribe conquer the North County. The king of Baixian also knew that Daxia valued land very much, so he did not think that he could always occupy the land in Beijun. Once the Daxia court reacted, Daxia would definitely send an army northward. Therefore, the purpose of King Baixian's trip was very simple, which was to steal women, food and supplies. As long as he achieves his goal, he will retreat immediately and will not stay in Bei County for too long. After returning to the north, the Daxia army had nothing to do with them. At this time, a forward barbarian soldier came to the North Xian king and said, "Your Majesty, we found that there are still horses in Tianguang city, and they didn't even take away the horses." Hearing this, King Baixian laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha, the people of Daxia are really a bunch of trash. It seems that they escaped in a hurry and didn't take away any supplies from Tianguang city, which can be used as our supplies. Let's go, take me to their military camp. I want to see what good things they left for me." Immediately, King Baixian continued to advance towards the inner city of Tianguang city with his army. Just after King Baixian's army of hundreds of thousands entered Tianguang city, the gate of Tianguang city suddenly closed. The barbarian soldiers quickly discovered the soldiers at Beijun gate. After sensing that something was wrong, the barbarian soldiers immediately blew the horns. Hearing the sound of the horn from behind, King Baixian was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he immediately turned his horse's head and asked, "What happened?" Before anyone could answer Baixian Wang's question, some iron balls appeared above their heads. The barbarian soldiers reacted instantly. Enemy attack! We were fooled, the Daxia soldiers did not escape. Watch your head! For a time, the hundreds of thousands of troops of the North Xian king were in chaos. King Baixian had already reacted at this time. When he learned that Daxia's army not only did not escape, but instead surrounded them, King Baixian couldn't help but sneered and said, "Rat people are rats. They think they can defeat my king's army by engaging in such conspiracy and tricks." Then the king of Baixian shouted, "The whole army is on alert, follow me and charge to kill." After the words fell, the messengers beside King Baixian took out their horns and started blowing. Woo! Woo! The sound of the horn echoed in the sky above Tianguang city, and the soldiers of King Baixian quickly calmed down. However, before King Baixian and the others could find their enemies, the iron balls that landed in the crowd exploded. Countless pieces of iron exploded by the thunderbolt directly penetrated the furs and clothes of the barbarian soldiers. A thunderbolt exploded in the crowd, and a large number of barbarian soldiers fell down when it exploded. Seeing this scene, King Baixian was dumbfounded. At this time, King Baixian's army became extremely chaotic again. "Oh my god! What kind of weapon is this? Thunder, it's thunder, there are immortals in Beijun. Run away! I don't want to die." Looking at the chaotic army and the blown-up corpses of soldiers, King Baixian was completely stunned. What kind of weapon is that iron ball, and why is it so powerful? Realizing that something was wrong, King Baixian came to his senses and said quickly, "Follow me to break out of the encirclement." Immediately, the army of King Baixian turned around and rushed towards the city gate, intending to rush out of Tianguang city. No matter how stupid King Baixian was, he finally came to his senses at this time. He finally understood why King Tianlang's 300,000 troops were defeated in Beijun and in the hands of King Baixian. That kind of terrifying weapon cannot be defeated by human power at all. The King of the North does not respect martial ethics. At this time, the sound of the horn was still reverberating in the sky above Tianguang city, and the sound of the horn was also mixed with the sound of loud drums and the explosion of thunder. For a moment, the barbarian soldiers in the city felt that their ears were deafened. They only felt the buzzing in their ears, but could not hear any other sounds. The barbarian soldiers were frightened out of their wits, and they frantically attacked the Beijun soldiers at the city gate. Unfortunately, there were the most thunderbolts at the city gate. Not only were there thunderbolts, but Lu Chen didn't use them up last time. Howitzer. The power of the 122 mm howitzer was much greater than that of the thunderbolt. No matter how many barbarian soldiers rushed over, they would basically collapse a large area in front of them. Before long, the corpses of the barbarian soldiers were piled into a hill. Because of the explosion of the thunder, the horses of the barbarian soldiers were frightened so that they were no longer under the control of the barbarian soldiers. Soon their cavalry formation was completely disrupted. In Tianguang city, there appeared again a horse like the last time the Serious King attacked Beijun. That massive stampede. Many barbarian soldiers were thrown to the ground by their horses, and then were trampled directly by other soldiers' horses. Immediately, countless barbarian soldiers were trampled beyond recognition by their own horses. Seeing the limbs flying all over the sky, King Baixian's mind went blank. He couldn't figure out why Daxia had such a terrifying weapon. He had never heard of Daxia possessing such a powerful killing weapon. At the same time, on the tower, Lu Chen looked at everything in front of him indifferently. Xiao Pengtian, who was beside Lu Chen, stared straight at the battlefield in front of him, but his mind kept replaying the memories of when the Serious King's 300,000 troops attacked Yancheng. That evening, their barbarian soldiers were also blown to pieces. Thinking of that scene and those memories, Xiao Pengtian's strong body couldn't help but tremble a little, and even cold sweat broke out on his forehead. How could they not think of coming to provoke King Bei in the first place? Is this really a war? This can no longer be considered a war. At least it wasn't the war in his mind. This is a one-sided massacre. The barbarian army that was blasted by the thunder had no power to fight back. Just like humans killing chickens and ducks, they could only flee crazily. Lu Chen turned to look at Xiao Pengtian at this time and found that Xiao Pengtian's loyalty had directly increased to 95. Seeing Xiao Pengtian staring at the battlefield in the distance with a pale face, Lu Chen asked, "General Xiao, are you cold? Why are you shaking all the time?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Pengtian came back to his senses and immediately replied, "Go back to the prince, I am not cold." Lu Chen said calmly, "That's right. Your forehead is sweating. It shouldn't be cold. After all, you are a grandmaster. No matter how cold the weather is, you can use the body protecting qi to block the cold." Xiao Pengtian took a sip of saliva and said, "That's what the prince said." Xiao Pengtian suddenly thought of something at this time, so he immediately knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, I sincerely ask you to go to the battle. I will go and take off the head of the North Xian King and present it to you." After the Serious King tribe joined Beijun, Xiao Pengtian had been thinking of ways to prove his loyalty. He didn't want to be blown up by weapons like Hungtian Li again. There was no war before, and there were no major events in Beijun. He had never been able to find an opportunity to show his loyalty. Now the opportunity came. As long as he killed the king of Bizian, he could show his loyalty to the king of Bizian. Hearing Xiao Pengtian's words, Lu Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then said, "I accept General Xiao's kindness, but there is no need to go to such trouble." Having said this, Lu Chen immediately turned to Mu Jingguo, who was tinkering with a howitzer not far away, and said, "Lieutenant Mu, let me aim at the North Xian King and blast him." Mu Jingguo immediately said loudly, "Got it." Then Mu Jingguo asked the soldiers to load the artillery shells, and he adjusted the howitzer to aim at the location of the King of North Xian. Lu Chen also took out Barrett out of thin air and aimed directly at the King of Bizian. Seeing Lu Chen take out something out of thin air, Xiao Pengtian was stunned again. For some reason, he felt his soul trembling when he saw the black stick-like thing in Lu Chen's hand. Obviously, this is as terrifying a weapon as a howitzer, but he doesn't know what kind of weapon it is. At this moment, Mu Jingguo pointed directly at the position of King Bizian and pulled the gun bolt. The next moment, a grenade fell directly on King Bizian's head. After all, King Bizian was also a master. He instantly sensed the approaching danger. Seeing the metal cylinder above his head getting closer and closer, King Bizian instantly thought of the iron balls that had just exploded. He quickly protected his body with body protecting energy, then quickly jumped up from his horse, jumped up directly, and jumped to the back. Just when he thought he had escaped the attack, a gunshot sounded, and he suddenly felt a chill in his chest. King Bizian looked down at his chest in disbelief and found that there was a huge bloody hole in his chest. Before King Bizian could figure out the situation, he fell from the sky to the ground and died with his eyes open. Chapter 168: A War with Zero Casualties. Seeing King Bizian being shot to death by Lu Chen, Xiao Pengtian suddenly felt a chill running down his back. It's exactly what he thought. This strange stick-like weapon in King Bei's hand is as terrifying as the thunderous thunder. Although King Bizian is older, he is still a master after all. A Grand Master was killed so far away without even seeing the face of his enemy. Horrible! Terrible! At this time, Xiao Pengtian was a little lucky. Fortunately, he had surrendered to the Northern King. If he had had a wrong idea last time when he left Beijun and returned to the Heavenly Wolf King tribe, he would have directly proclaimed himself the king of the Heavenly Wolf King tribe and brought the Heavenly Wolf King with him. The Wolf King tribe ran away and did not come to Beijun. Then maybe he will meet Bei Wang's army on the battlefield in the future, and maybe Bei King will shoot him like this. Xiao Pengtian felt a sting in his chest when he thought of the huge blood hole in King Bizian's chest. He didn't want to be bombarded by these terrifying weapons from North County again. At this time, Lu Chen turned to look at Xiao Pengtian and said, "General Xiao, I will trouble you to clean up the mess." After hearing Lu Chen's voice, Xiao Pengtian recovered from the shock. He quickly knelt down and said, "I obey." Since Xiao Pengtian joined Beijun, Lu Chen has recruited some barbarian soldiers from the Tianlang King tribe. There are not many, but there are 7 or 8,000. Many of these 7 to 8,000 people were scouts, mainly helping Lu Chen control every move in the entire northern grassland, but there were also 5,000 people who were light cavalry. Xiao Pengtian has surrendered to him after all. He can't leave any soldiers for Xiao Pengtian and let him be a bare general. How can he be loyal to him? So the 5,000 barbarian light cavalry Lu Chen is handed over to Xiao Peng. God leads. Lu Chen also saw that Xiao Pengtian and the 5,000 barbarian soldiers had always wanted a chance to show their loyalty to him. Originally, Lu Chen could have just let the black cavalry rush in to end the battle, but Lu Chen finally decided to give Xiao Pengtian and the others a chance. Only when their hands are stained with the blood of the barbarians can they feel at ease, and can also reassure others in Beijun. Only then will these barbarian light cavalry be able to integrate into the army of Beijun more easily. After receiving Lu Chen's order, Xiao Pengtian jumped up and jumped directly from the city wall, and then led his 5,000 light cavalry to charge directly towards the army of King Baixian. At this time, the soldiers on the city wall no longer threw thunderbolts. Beijun's infantry phalanx began to surround them, but the black cavalry led by Wen Renli and Xian Yuanchen did not enter the battlefield. The black cavalry they led stood guard at the city gate, watching everything that happened in front of them indifferently. When the soldiers of King Baixian saw that their king was dead and soldiers from Baixian had surrounded them, they were all frightened and turned pale and at a loss. At this time, they saw a light cavalry rushing out in the distance. As soon as they saw this light cavalry, the barbarian soldiers of the North Xian King knew that they could not escape. Seeing that the 5,000 barbarian light cavalry led by Xiao Pengtian were about to come into direct contact with the barbarian army of the North Xian King, a barbarian general of the North Xian King suddenly said loudly, "We surrender. Don't kill me." Hearing this, Xiao Pengtian's horse almost stopped. He was about to swing his sword directly, but the other party said he surrendered. After hearing the words of the barbarian general, the other barbarian soldiers came to their senses instantly. They quickly discarded the weapons in their hands, then got off their horses and knelt on the ground. This. Xiao Pengtian suddenly became angry. It stands to reason that the surrender of the barbarians is a great thing for Beijun. After all, they can reduce casualties and don't have to die. After all, it is a war. Regardless of whether the advantage on the battlefield is great or not, as long as it is a close quarters battle, people will inevitably die. In the last battle in the Wanning Valley, Beijun still lost tens of thousands of people despite gaining such a huge advantage. If the North Korean army had not surrendered, not to mention tens of thousands of people would have died for sure. Lu Chen, as the ruler, was certainly happy to have such a large casualty reduction at once, but Xiao Pengtian and the 5,000 light cavalry led by him looked unhappy. Damn it, they were planning to kill the barbarians to show their loyalty to the Northern King, but these guys surrendered. If they surrendered, how could they show their loyalty to the Northern King with the blood of the barbarians on their hands? Xiao Pengtian looked at the barbarian general in front of him with a dark face. Although he was very unhappy, Xiao Pengtian still said, "You have made the right choice." Having said this, Xiao Pengtian snorted coldly, and then said to the soldiers behind him, "Clean the battlefield." Seeing that the barbarian soldiers had put down their weapons, Mu Chongtian and others on the tower couldn't help but sigh. This is the change in warfare brought about by gunpowder. If it were in the past, even if the hundreds of thousands of North Xian King's barbarian army were surrounded, they would definitely struggle desperately and find a way to break out of the encirclement. But it's different now. After being blasted by Hong Tianlei, they only have fear in their hearts, and there is no will to fight. Such a huge war ended with 0 casualties in Bay County. If such results were reported, the imperial court would definitely not believe it. Not to mention that the court would not believe it, even the soldiers in Beijun felt like they were dreaming when they stood on the tower. This is an army of hundreds of thousands of barbarians. In the end, none of them died. This has never happened in history. At this time, Mu Chongtian came to Lu Chen and asked, "My lord, how should I write this battle report? If a battle report of 0 casualties reaches the imperial court, the officials in the imperial court will definitely not believe it. Don't think too much about it. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, if the court really knew that they had 0 casualties, they would definitely try to find out how Beijun managed to achieve 0 casualties in the face of hundreds of thousands of barbarian troops. This was not a good thing for Beijun. So this battle report is not that easy to write. After hearing Mu Changdian's question, Lu Chen pondered for a moment, and then said, I took off the clothes of those barbarian soldiers and replaced them with the clothes worn by Beijun soldiers. Having said this, Lu Chen turned to the Jinyi guards Qinhu on the side and said, Go to Yanqing and ask Lin Xiaoming to come to Tianguang city with the court's 20,000 cavalry in half a month. Just say that the war is very tragic and we need their help. Yes, Your Majesty. As soon as the words fell, the Jinyi Wei Qinhu left the tower. Listening to Lu Chen's words, Mu Changtian and others were a little confused. What did the prince want to do? At this moment, Wen Renli and Xian Yuanchen jumped directly from the horses outside the city and jumped onto the city tower. At this time, Lu Chen said to Xian Yuanchen and Wen Renli, General Xian Yuan, General Wenren, you can directly take 40,000 heavy cavalry to escort these barbarian prisoners back to Yanqing garrison. Xian Yuanchen and Wen Renli immediately said, Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Chen continued, the king of North Xian led an army of 200,000 people to the south. I led 50,000 black cavalry and fought fiercely with the barbarian army. The black cavalry suffered more than 40,000 casualties, and the ordinary soldiers suffered countless casualties. In the end, I managed to defend Beijun. King Xian led the remaining troops back to the grassland. Hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone immediately understood Lu Chen's intention. Lu Chen was planning to conceal military information. Everyone look at me, I look at you. Others concealed military information because they wanted to report their military exploits to the world. They wanted to say that they had killed hundreds of thousands of barbarian soldiers. But they concealed military information and instead faked the massive casualties among their own soldiers. Lu Chen sighed at this time and said, If there are no enemies in the north, my life will not be easy in the future. Speaking of this, Lu Chen glanced at the barbarian prisoners of the North Xian king in the distance. The tribe of the Sirius king in the north is gone, and now the North Xian king's army has also been defeated. Now there is no big enemy in Beijun. If Beijun has no enemies, does Beijun still need an army of 150,000? Once they report that the king of North Korea has been destroyed by them, the next thing the court will do is to find a way to reduce the number of soldiers in Beijun. Therefore, this battle achievement cannot be reported truthfully. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Changtian and the others also understood what Lu Chen meant. Indeed, if Beijun does not have the enemy King Baixian and the threat of barbarians, then Beijun's 150,000 soldiers will become a thorn in the side of the court and a thorn in the flesh. From now on, the court will try every means to reduce the number of troops in Beijun. Of course, they could also choose to hide the army and conceal the number of the army, but Lu Chen didn't plan to go to such trouble. Even if he kept hiding it, as long as there were no enemies in Beijun, the court's attention would be on him. The focus of other people's attention is on you. It's useless no matter how much you conceal the number of troops. The best way is to let those in the court who are full and have nothing to do stop staring at Beijun's army. Now that 40,000 heavy cavalry have been reported dead in Beijun, the court will definitely no longer think about the tens of thousands of heavy cavalry in Beijun. Even if their heavy armor is still there, it takes a lot of time to train heavy cavalry. It does not mean that you can exert the combat effectiveness of heavy cavalry just by putting on heavy armor. Coupled with the fact that there are still barbarians in the north, the imperial court will naturally no longer take North County into its eyes, and people will soon shift their attention to other places. Mu Changtian said at this time, My lord, Lin Xiaoming may be able to tell that those people wearing Daxia clothes are barbarians. Mu Chongtian thought that Lu Chen had changed all the clothes of the corpses of the barbarian soldiers, and then asked Lin Xiaoming to bring an army of 20,000 people to clean the battlefield and clean up the corpses. If this was the case, wouldn't Lu Chen's plan be exposed? Although the barbarians and Daxia people look similar, there are some slight differences. People like them who are good at fighting barbarians can tell at a glance whether this person is a barbarian soldier. Although Lin Xiaoming was young, he had fought several battles with the barbarians in the north. Even if he took off the barbarian's clothes, he could still identify whether the person was a barbarian. If Lin Xiaoming sees this and writes a battle report and sends it to him, wouldn't Lu Chen's plan be ruined? Hearing Mu Changtian's words, Lu Chen said with a smile, "General Mu, do you think that this king asked Lin Xiaoming and the imperial court's 20,000 troops to collect the corpses?" Mu Chongtian was stunned for a moment. Is it not? If Lin Xiaoming, a general sent by the imperial court, was not allowed to see the dead people in person, how could anyone believe their battle report? Mu Chongtian thought that Lu Chen deliberately asked Lin Xiaoming and the imperial army to clean the battlefield, and then let them know that many of their soldiers died. Lu Chen said calmly, "No need to go to such trouble, just bury all these corpses. I asked Lin Xiaoming to come here just to let the court know that the situation in Beijing is not optimistic. The snow is getting heavier and heavier, and there is snow everywhere. Lin Xiaoming and the imperial court's 20,000 troops are coming to Tianguang City. It is impossible for less than 10 days and half a month. In addition, I have given Lin Xiaoming half a month. Come to Tianguang City later, it will take a month for Lin Xiaoming to arrive at Tianguang City. When they arrive at Tianguang City, the corpses of these barbarian soldiers have been frozen into lumps of ice. How can they be allowed to clean the battlefield? When they want to verify whether Beijing's battle report is true or false, let them dig graves. I believe they can still identify the bodies that have been buried for a month as those of barbarian soldiers. Although the decomposition rate of corpses will become very slow when winter comes, the corpses buried in the soil will eventually undergo some changes. If Lin Xiaoming and the others really dig graves, they will dig out the corpses of barbarians. The surface of the corpses has been damaged or contaminated with soil. Originally, there is not much difference between barbarians and Daxia people. If they really dig graves, after digging out the corpse of the barbarian, does Lin Xiaoming dare to say that it is the corpse of the barbarian? Moreover, death is a big deal, not to mention that these soldiers are nominally from Beijing and died fighting for Daxia. How could Lin Xiaoming dare to dig their graves? At this time, Lu Chen turned to Wen Renli and Xian Yuanchen and said, "When the two generals are escorting the barbarian prisoners back to Yancheng, try to march at night so as not to let the people of Yancheng notice your actions." Xian Yuanchen said, "Don't worry, my lord, I will disguise these barbarian captives as the original barbarian captives in Yancheng, making them look like they were sent to mine." Lu Chen felt relieved after hearing what Xian Yuanchen said. He continued, "By the way, remember to take off your heavy armor when you go back so that no one will see you." Xian Yuanchen said, "Yes, your majesty." Lu Chen immediately said, "Okay, that's it, everyone does their own thing." After Lu Chen finished speaking, Mu Chongtian and the other generals returned to the soldiers they led and ordered the soldiers to clean up the battlefield. Half a month later, a restaurant in Suanya Palace. Lin Xiaoming was sitting in a private room of the restaurant, drinking a small drink alone and looking at the heavy snow outside the window. As a general who supported Beijing in resisting the barbarians' march south, he had no idea what the situation was in Tianguang City now. He felt that he was just traveling at public expense to see the snowy scenery of Beijing. Lin Xiaoming sighed. If he had been allowed to lead an army to fight against Dao, he would have already achieved many military exploits by now. Letting him come to Beijing is really an insult to his talent. There is the king of the north's heavy cavalry in Beijing, and he is still needed there. Just when Lin Xiaoming sighed, a mature woman's voice sounded behind Lin Xiaoming. "I feel wronged by asking you to come to Beijing. You come to the restaurant to drink every day. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoming turned around and found that it was Lin Wanyun. Lin Xiaoming asked curiously, Sister Yun, why are you still in Beijing? Hasn't the master of Swanyu Palace gone back? Chapter 169 Lin Wanyun feels guilty. Hearing Lin Xiaoming's question, Lin Wanyun said softly, what does the palace master have to do with me when he returns? I am not the palace master of Swanyu Palace. At this point, Lin Wanyun took a look at Lin Xiaoming, and then continued, wouldn't it be better for King Bei to let you stay in Yanqing? Come to the restaurant of Swanyu Palace every day to drink away your sorrows. Lin Xiaoming smiled and said, Sister Yun, you are a woman and don't understand what men think. If possible, I don't want to come to Beijing. It's better not to talk about my affairs. I have something I just want to tell you. Lin Wanyun asked in confusion, what's the matter? Lin Xiaoming asked with a smile, you should still be in Buwang Mansion now, right? Although Lin Wanyun is just the adopted daughter of Lin Jieyuan, the relationship between Lin Xiaoming and Lin Wanyun is relatively harmonious. Lin Wanyun once taught Lin Xiaoming martial arts. Although Lin Wanyun has now left the Lin Mansion and joined the Swanyu Palace, after the two of them met, they could talk to each other openly, so they didn't feel that each other was unfamiliar. Lin Wanyun replied, I am now the deputy commander of the guards of the inner courtyard of the Buwang Mansion. Hearing Lin Wanyun's words, Lin Xiaoming was a little surprised. He did not expect that Lin Wanyun, a person from Swanyu Palace, would actually become the deputy commander of the inner courtyard of the North Palace. Although he was only a deputy commander, this was enough to prove how much Bei Wang trusted Lin Wanyun and Swanyu Palace. After all, Lin Wanyun was the protector of Swanyu Palace and represented the interests of Swanyu Palace. Lin Xiaoming said, I didn't expect King Bei to trust Swanyu Palace so much. I guess there must be some cooperation between King Bei and Swanyu Palace. Lin Wanyun suddenly became alert, and she immediately asked, Xiu Ming, you are asking me these questions. Could it be that my adoptive father asked you to inquire about them? Lin Jieyuan is now the left Prime Minister of the Imperial Court. He belongs to the Great Xia Imperial Court, and Lin Xiaoming is Lin Jieyuan's son. Lin Xiaoming suddenly asked about Swanyu Palace, which had to make Lin Wanyun wonder if her adoptive father wanted to know something. In other words, Emperor Xia wanted to know something, and then asked Lin Xiaoming to test him. Lin Xiaoming immediately said, that's not true, I was just curious and asked casually. By the way, Dad asked me to tell you that you are already in your 30s and it's time to get married. He thinks Bei Wang is very good. It just so happens that you are serving as the guard commander in the inner courtyard of Buwang Mansion, so you can keep in touch with Buwang. Hearing Lin Xiaoming's words, Lin Wanyun raised her beautiful eyes, frowned slightly, and said speechlessly, does the foster father really think so? Bei Wang is only 17 years old. I am already in my 30s. How can I marry Bei Wang? Bei Wang's mother and I are sworn sisters. If I marry him, the seniority will be messed up. What is the adoptive father thinking? How could he have such ridiculous ideas? Seeing Lin Wanyun's reaction, Lin Xiaoming smiled and said, Sister, isn't the princess of the Sirius king also very old? She is also married to the king of the north. 30s are nothing. Dad said that Prince Bei has been short of love since he was a child, so he likes older, mature women. Look at Chu Yukan, who is also very old and is still staying in Prince Bei's mansion. Lin Wanyun immediately said, I don't care what my adoptive father thinks. Go back and tell him so that he can give up this ridiculous idea as soon as possible. Now that I have chosen to join Swanyu Palace, I have no intention of getting married in this life, let alone marrying a man like Bei Wang who is more than 10 years younger than me. Lin Xiaoming shrugged his shoulders, and then said, Okay, I will tell my father when I go back that you are not willing to marry King Bei. Speaking of this, Lin Xiaoming reminded, Sister, although you are now from Swanyu Palace, I still remind you that Dad has already planned to support Bei Wang. If Swanyu Palace is going to be detrimental to Bei Wang, you can see for yourself. Let's do it." Hearing Lin Xiaoming's words, Lin Wanyun was slightly stunned. She asked in confusion, "I remember that my adoptive father never participated in anything related to the inheritance of the legitimate son. How could he support King Bei?" Lin Xiaoming said calmly, "I don't know about that. Maybe he found that King Bei has greater potential than the others. This is one of the reasons why he wanted you to marry King Bei. Of course, you have left the Lin family now. It is not up to my father to decide who you want to marry. At most, you can treat the Lin family as your natal family when you get married. Lin Wanyun is just Lin Jieyuan's adopted daughter, and since she has left the Lin mansion, she is fully capable of deciding her own life events. Lin Jieyuan's desire to marry her to Lu Chen is just Lin Jieyuan's personal idea. Whether Lin Wanyun is willing or not is entirely up to Lin Wanyun. However, if Lin Wanyun is really willing to marry Lu Chen, then Lin Wanyun will definitely marry Lu Chen as Lin Jieyuan's daughter. This will be a political marriage for the Lin family." Hearing Lin Xiaoming's words, Lin Wanyun was somewhat thankful that she had left the Lin mansion and became the protector of Swanyu Palace. If she were still in the Lin mansion now, she might not be able to make decisions about her marriage. Just when Lin Wanyun was about to say something more, a soldier knocked on the door and said, "General, the prince's people are looking for you." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoming was stunned for a moment. He had been in Beijun for so long, and the king of Beiji had never sent anyone to look for him. Could it be that the war in the north is over and the king of the north wants him to go back? Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoming immediately said, "Let him come in." Lin Wanyun was about to avoid it when Qin Yushan opened the door and entered. He looked at Lin Wanyun and did not take Lin Wanyun to heart. Then he turned to look at Lin Xiaoming and said, "General Lin, the war in Tianguang city is not optimistic. Your Majesty wants you to immediately." He led the imperial court's 20,000 troops to the north to resist the barbarians. Hearing this, Lin Wanyun and Lin Xiaoming were stunned at the same time. The war is not optimistic? How can this be? Last time, the 50,000 heavy cavalry led by King Baixian destroyed the 300,000 strong army of King Tianlang. How could they not even be able to deal with the 200,000 strong army of King Baixian? Real or fake? Lin Xiaoming then asked, "Senior Qin, what is the current situation in Tianguang city?" Qin Yushan said directly, "The prince's black cavalry suffered more than 40,000 casualties, and they only managed to repel the army of King Baixian. At present, King Baixian's army still goes south to harass Tianguang city from time to time. The defenders of Tianguang city are exhausted and urgently need you to change the defense." This. After hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lin Xiaoming was a little confused. The northern king's heavy cavalry was just wiped out? Are you kidding me? Although heavy cavalry does not have much advantage in fighting light cavalry on the grassland, it definitely does not have much disadvantage. It is almost impossible for the army of the North Xian King to eat a heavy cavalry force of 50,000 people. How could there be more than 40,000 casualties? More than 40,000 casualties meant that the black cavalry was completely useless. Is it possible? Qin Yushan's words are full of weirdness, but Lin Xiaoming is not sure now that they are false. Although the combat power of the heavy cavalry is indeed very fierce, anything can happen in the war. The war situation changes rapidly. For example, at first, I didn't expect that the Northern King could actually defeat the barbarians' army of 300,000 people. So if you want to know whether the news is true or false, you still need to go to Tianguang city. It just so happens that King Bei has asked them to go north, and they will soon know whether the news is true or false. Lin Xiaoming immediately stood up and said, "I will lead the soldiers northward." Having said this, Lin Xiaoming took out the silver and put it on the table, and then led his soldiers directly back to their temporary military camp. After Lin Xiaoming left, Lin Wanyun also hurriedly conveyed the bombshell news she had just heard to Swanyu Palace. That's 50,000 heavy cavalry, and they'll be gone as soon as they're gone. Beijun finally became strong and returned to the past so quickly. This may be a major blow to Beijun, but for Xuanyu Palace and Chen Wanrong, it is simply great news. This finally allowed Xuanyu Palace to seize the opportunity to help King Bei. In the past, the North King had always left Xuanyu Palace alone because Beijun already had 50,000 heavy cavalry and already had very strong military strength, so there was no need to rely on Xuanyu Palace at all. Lu Chen himself had the strength to participate in the fight for the heir apparent. But things are different now. The King of the North's heavy cavalry is gone. Although the armor of the heavy cavalry may still be there, it takes a very long time to train a heavy cavalry with strong combat effectiveness. It can be done not in a month or two, but in a year or two. Trained. During the days when the Black Cavalry was rebuilt, Beijun was relatively weak. The Great Xia court and the vassal kings of Great Xia would never allow the northern king to rebuild the Black Cavalry. Under pressure, King Bei will most likely choose to cooperate with Xuanyu Palace. In this way, Chen Wanrong will have the opportunity to get close to Lu Chen and place a love charm on Lu Chen. But for some reason, Lin Wanyun was not very happy after having someone send the news. At this time, Lin Wanyun was looking at the flying snow outside the window, and the memories of Lu Chen kept replaying in her mind. Recently, she has been thinking about one question, that is, she really wants to help Chen Wanrong regain her country. And then hurt his good sister's biological son? Although Lu Chen was not as important to her as Chen Wanrong in her heart, if something really happened to Lu Chen, would she still have the face to face Chu Yu after she died? If it weren't for Chu Yu back then, she would probably have died long ago, and she wouldn't have become Lin Jieyuan's adopted daughter. She and Bai Qingqing have very similar life experiences. They were both picked up by Chu Yu on the street. To be precise, Bai Qingqing should be similar to her, because she met Chu Yu earlier than Bai Qingqing. The only difference between her and Bai Qingqing is that she was sent to the Lin mansion and became Lin Jieyuan's adopted daughter, while Bai Qingqing was brought to the palace by Chu Yu to work as a maid for Lu Chen. Although she and Bai Qingqing went to different places, Chu Yu was no worse to her than Bai Qingqing. When she was in the Lin mansion, Chu Yu often visited her, and their relationship was extremely close. Chu Yu saved her life and regarded her as her own sister, but now she wanted to hurt her biological son. Thinking of this, Lin Wanyun felt deeply guilty in her heart. At this moment, Lin Wanyun seemed to see the shadow of Chu Yu in the flying snow, and Chu Yu seemed to be saying something to her. Lin Wanyun stayed where she was, trying to hear clearly what Chu Yu said to her. When she was dazed, Chu Yu's voice seemed to really come to her ears. Yun Yun, help me, take care of Chener. Lin Wanyun was startled. Suddenly he came to his senses. At this time, the snow was still flying outside the window, but Chu Yu was no longer around. Lin Wanyun sighed slightly and rubbed her temples. I've been under too much pressure lately, and not only have I had hallucinations, but I've also had auditory hallucinations. After Lin Xiaoming returned to the military camp, he gathered the soldiers. After counting the soldiers, he went north overnight. He didn't know what the situation was in Tianguang City, but since the king of the north let him go north, it probably meant that the situation in the north was indeed not good. He is a member of the imperial court and represents the imperial court. There are so many secrets in Beijun. If he goes north, those secrets in Beijun will probably be seen by him and the imperial army. That's why the North King let them stay in Yancheng in the first place. If the situation wasn't particularly urgent, the North King would never let him go north at the risk of exposing Beijun's secrets. At this time, Lin Xiaoming also seriously doubted whether Bei Wang's 50,000 heavy cavalry had really been exhausted. If it was really all gone, he would have to hurry up and head north. This would be a good opportunity for him to make military exploits. Last time he came to Beijun to move the corpse for King Bei. After returning to the capital, he was ridiculed by many friends, saying that he was a corpse mover. This time when he came to Beijun, he wanted to make some military achievements and return. If he returned to the capital empty-handed this time, wouldn't he be laughed at as a transport worker? As for whether Tianguang city is in danger or not, this is no longer something Lin Xiaoming considers. There is nothing in war that is not dangerous. How could a man be afraid to go to the battlefield because of this little danger? Just when Lin Xiaoming was full of enthusiasm and anxious to go north to achieve military exploits, he found that the road going north had been covered with heavy snow. Although they are cavalry, it is still difficult for them to advance. Lin Xiaoming was dumbfounded when he saw the rapidly advancing army. At this moment, he couldn't help but want to scold his mother. How much shit did King Baixian have in his mind before he thought of going south to attack Beijun in winter? With this heavy snow, can the army of King Baixian move? At this time, Lin Xiaoming's trusted soldiers came to him and said, "General, according to the current speed of advance, it will be difficult for us to reach Tianguang city in less than a month. Is the current situation in Tianguang city really urgent?" Lin Xiaoming frowned and said, "Speed up and go as fast as you can. There is a high probability that something will happen in Tianguang city." There was no other way. In this situation, they could only try their best to get to Tianguang city. At this moment, a scout soldier came to Lin Xiaoming and said, "General, there is a situation ahead." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoming immediately asked, "Take me over, General." Immediately, the scout soldiers took Lin Xiaoming to the place where there was an abnormality. The anomaly that the scout was referring to was the footprints and rut marks on the snow. Although the heavy snow had covered those marks, they could still be seen, and these marks were most likely only made in the past 2 days. Looking at the endless tracks of horses in front of him, the expression on Lin Xiaoming's face kept changing. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 170 Speechless Lin Xiaoming. Although Lin Xiaoming is young, he has led troops to fight many battles. Although he rarely leads troops to fight in winter, he still has some understanding of the battlefield conditions on rainy days. There were so many rut marks and horse marks in front of him. Although they were covered by heavy snow, he could probably judge the approximate number of people based on the footprints. Judging from the repeated trampling on the snow, there must be a lot of people passing through this place. Most of the tracks in the middle were trampled by people, and on both sides were tracks trampled by horses, which showed that there was a cavalry transporting something. To be precise, they were not transporting anything. Judging from the footprints of so many people, they should be escorting someone. At this time, a soldier next to Lin Xiaoming said, "General, look at some black gravel in the snow. If my subordinate guessed correctly, this should be black gravel. They have been stationed in Yanchinj for almost 2 months. They are all aware of some major events in Yanchinj, such as the stoves and coal launched by Buwang Mansion. Their military camp relied on Buwangfu's stove to spend the winter this winter. If it weren't for Buwangfu's coal and stove, they didn't know how they would have frozen." The soldiers also heard about the black stone, the raw material of carbon balls, and they all knew that the carbon balls in Buwangfu were made of black stone. Looking at the coal slag on the ground in the snow, the soldiers instantly judged that it was black gravel. After hearing the words of the soldiers around him, Lin Xiaoming got off his horse, then squatted down and grabbed some black gravel from the ground, put it in front of his nose and smelled it. Yes, it is indeed black gravel. Lin Xiaoming immediately threw the black gravel in his hand to the ground, stood up and took a look at the intermittent black gravel in the snow. The soldiers beside Lin Xiaoming continued, "These should be soldiers from the North Palace escorting the barbarian slaves to transport the black stone mine." Lin Xiaoming didn't speak. He looked at the black gravel on the ground and thought about something. Judging from the scattered black stone slag on the ground, it does look like the barbarian slaves from the North Palace are transporting black stone, but... Lin Xiaoming glanced at the direction in which these marks stretched. Judging from the direction, those people came from the north. Is there a black stone mine in Buwangfu in the Northland? Lin Xiaoming didn't know much about the distribution of black stone mines in Buwang Mansion, and the first thing he could think of was not the black stone mines, but Tianguang City in the north. Judging from the marks of the horseshoes, there were a lot of cavalry escorting these people. Lin Xiaoming knew that there were only 50,000 heavy cavalry in the entire North County. Although there are light cavalry in Beijun, the number of light cavalry is very small, probably not even 10,000. But judging from the horseshoe marks in the snow, the number of cavalry coming from the north must have exceeded 10,000. Didn't it mean that Beijun's heavy cavalry had suffered more than 40,000 casualties and was close to being wiped out? There were still so many cavalry in the king of Beijun? Seeing Lin Xiaoming staring blankly at the horse hoof marks on the ground, the soldier next to him asked doubtfully, "General, did you find anything?" Only then did Lin Xiaoming come to his senses. He then said, "It's okay. I was thinking about something just now. Okay, let's continue on our way. We can use these footprints to go north. Where these footprints have stepped, there is less snow and they can still touch the ground, so it is not that difficult to move forward." This is a good thing for Lin Xiaoming and the others as they march. Lin Xiaoming then led the imperial court's 20,000 soldiers and headed north, following the footsteps of Lu Chen and others when they went south. Although those footprints were quickly covered by heavy snow, they still used these footprints to travel a long distance and saved a lot of time. If there weren't these footprints, it would probably take them a month to reach Tianguang City. On the way to Tianguang City, Lin Xiaoming had been paying attention to the footprints. He always felt that the situation in Tianguang City was not what he heard. King Bei must have hidden the true situation of the war. I'm afraid they didn't go north to resist the barbarians from going south. It was most likely just a formality. Seeing so many horseshoe marks, Lin Xiaoming could only think of the 50,000 heavy cavalry in Beijun. Lin Xiaoming had basically guessed what Lu Chen was thinking, but he had no intention of saying it out loud, so he pretended not to know anything. Since his father has already planned to support Bei Wang, he will definitely fall to Bei Wang's side, so he can just cooperate with Bei Wang's performance. Originally, Lin Xiaoming was still under a lot of pressure to go north. Although the idea of making a contribution has always been in his mind, he only had 20,000 imperial cavalry under his command. When he thought that all the black cavalry had been destroyed, he doubted whether his 20,000 cavalry could survive, able to block the army of King Baixian. As a result, when he saw the horse hoof prints on the ground, Lin Xiaoming suddenly realized that it was not the black cavalry that had been destroyed, but the army of the North Xian King. He said, how could the King of the North lose to the King of the North? The King of the North had a terrifying weapon in his hand that could instantly smash the barbarian soldiers to pieces, although he had never seen the North King's army use that kind of weapon. But the last time he came to Yancheng, he had guessed the approximate power of the mysterious weapon through those big pits. With such weapons, let alone the barbarians, even Dao could only be beaten in front of Beijun. After more than half a month of traveling, Lin Xiaoming and the others finally arrived at Tianguang City. This year's winter in North County is colder than in previous years. The snow is getting heavier and heavier, and visibility in broad daylight is less than 5 meters. When Lin Xiaoming led the imperial court's 20,000 troops to the south gate of Tianguang City, Li Feng rode out to greet him. Looking at Lin Xiaoming and the court's 20,000 troops, Li Feng pretended to be very excited and said, "General Lin, you are finally here. If you guys come a few days later, we may not be able to hold on." Seeing Li Feng looking so excited that he was about to cry, Lin Xiaoming laughed in his heart. It really looks like that. Lin Xiaoming asked with concern, "General Li, is there something wrong with the prince?" Li Feng sighed and showed a sad look. "The prince is not injured, but because of the destruction of the black cavalry, he has been in a low mood in recent days and has not thought about food or food. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. It's windy and snowy outside. Let's go into the city quickly." Then Li Feng led Lin Xiaoming and the imperial court's 20,000 troops into Tianguang city. Because Lin Xiaoming and the imperial army were coming, Mu Chongtian and his 2 sons left Tianguang city. The 3 of them were already dead in Daxia. It would not be good if Lin Xiaoming saw them. However, the 3 of them did not return to Yancheng. Lu Chen arranged a rather special task for the 3 of them. After Lin Xiaoming entered Tianguang city, he looked at everything in Tianguang city. At this time, Lin Xiaoming found that the morale of the soldiers in Beijing seemed to be relatively low. Almost all the North County soldiers he saw looked like they were sighing, as if they had really lost the battle. Seeing their appearance, even Lin Xiaoming began to wonder if his guess on the road was wrong. The depressed mood of these soldiers seemed not to be fake at all, they seemed to be really depressed. Lin Xiaoming frowned slightly, and then asked, "General Li, has the Black Cavalry really been wiped out?" Li Feng sighed deeply, "The whole army has not been wiped out, but there are only a few thousand people left, and they are all injured. I am afraid they will not have much fighting power in the future. This time we suffered heavy losses. No one thought that the North Xian King's army would be so powerful. We underestimated the enemy." Having said this, Li Feng sighed again. Ever since Lin Xiaoming saw Li Feng had been sighing non-stop. This confused Lin Xiaoming. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that all the heavy cavalry in Beijing were really wiped out? Lin Xiaoming didn't ask any more questions. He quietly followed Li Feng to the place where Lu Chen temporarily lived. However, when they arrived at Lu Chen's command post, they did not see Lu Chen, only Bai Qingqing. Li Feng then asked, "Commander Bai, where has the prince gone?" Bai Qingqing replied expressionlessly, "I went to see the Black Cavalry." Lin Xiaoming was about to ask something when Li Feng turned to him and said, "The prince often goes to the place where the Black Cavalry is buried to be alone in a daze recently. I will take you there right now." This. Lin Xiaoming then asked the imperial army to rest in the city, and then he followed Li Feng alone to the place where the Black Cavalry was buried. After a while, they arrived at the foot of a hillside outside the city. In the wind and snow, the back of a young man was looming. The young man stood on the hillside, looking into the distance, as if he was missing something. At this time, there was snow piled up on the young man's head and shoulders. It seemed that he had been standing here for a long time. Lin Xiaoming was stunned. If it was an act, it would look too similar. At this time, Li Feng came to Lu Chen and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, General Lin is here with 20,000 troops from the imperial court." Hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Chen sighed deeply, then turned and walked towards Lin Xiaoming. Lin Xiaoming hurriedly came up to him and said, "See you, Your Majesty." Lu Chen looked at Lin Xiaoming and said with a deep expression, "General Lin, I have finally waited for you. If you had come a few days later, I am afraid that Tianguang city would have been occupied by the barbarians." Lin Xiaoming asked with confusion on his face, "Your Majesty, haven't the barbarian army retreated yet?" Lu Chen replied, "They haven't withdrawn. They will send troops to attack Tianguang city from time to time. Did you see any horse hoof prints in the distance? They just came here early this morning, but this time they didn't launch an attack." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Xiaoming looked towards the snow in the distance. There were indeed many horse hoof prints, and it really looked like barbarian cavalry had come. Lin Xiaoming glanced at the big mound in front of him again. He still had some doubts in his heart. He still didn't believe that the Black Cavalry in Beijing was gone. Lu Chen said, "Now that General Lin is here, the defense of Tianguang city will be left to the imperial army." Lin Xiaoming was stunned when he heard Lu Chen's words. Handed over to the imperial army? Is King Bei planning to return to Yancheng? Lu Chen continued, "Okay, it's very windy and snowy here. If you have any questions, let's go back to the city first." Then the 3 of them returned directly to the city. After returning to the city, Lu Chen and Lin Xiaoming explained some things and took most of the soldiers from Beijun back to Yancheng without any delay. Lin Xiaoming did not ask Lu Chen how the Black Cavalry was destroyed. Regardless of whether the Black Cavalry was really destroyed or not, if he was on Lu Chen's side, Lin Xiaoming would not be able to ask about the details of the war. If the Black Cavalry was really destroyed, and he asked the North King for the details of the war, he would be exposing the North King's scars. If the Black Cavalry had not been destroyed, then there would be no need for him to inquire about the details of the war. Anyway, his father had already decided to side with the King of the North. The King of North said that the Black Cavalry was destroyed, most likely to hide the military strength of Beijun and avoid being the court has been paying attention. After seeing Lu Chen off in person, Lin Xiaoming returned to the city. Looking at the heavy snow falling in the sky, Lin Xiaoming couldn't help but think, did King Baixian's army really not retreat? With such heavy snow, King Baixian still comes to attack Beijun. Is there anything wrong with his mind? At this moment, Lin Xiaoming's confidant came to him, "General, we found something." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoming immediately said, "Take me over and have a look." Lin Xiaoming then followed his confidants to the north city of Tianguang City. A large area of buildings in Baikan fell down. Although the heavy snow had covered up the traces of the battlefield, if you look closely, you can still see that a large-scale battle broke out in Tianguang City. Especially the big pits inside the ruins instantly reminded Lin Xiaoming of the big pits he saw in the Wanning River Valley. Seeing the dilapidated Baikan, Lin Xiaoming laughed and said to himself, "The acting looks so good, I was almost fooled." Just after coming to the battlefield and taking a look, Lin Xiaoming restored in his mind what the scene of the war that took place in the north city of Tianguang City was like that day. Obviously, King Bei and the others adopted the strategy of luring the king into a trap. They first led the army of King Baixian into Tianguang City, and then used Beijun's mysterious weapons to blast the army of King Baixian. Finally, they sent out troops to solve the problem. Defeated the army of the North Xian King. Lin Xiaoming took another look at the gate of Baikan at this time. From the fact that the gate of Baikan was intact, he could basically conclude that King Baixian and the others deliberately let King Baixian into Tianguang City. The war that took place in Tianguang City was basically the same as the last battle in the Wanning Valley. They introduced the enemy into a narrow place so that the barbarian cavalry had nowhere to escape, and then annihilated the barbarian cavalry. Lin Xiaoming thought of the footprints they saw when they went north, and he probably guessed who those footprints belonged to. In the last battle in the Wanning Valley, the northern capital captured more than 100,000 barbarian prisoners. I am afraid that many barbarian soldiers were captured this time as well. At this time, Lin Xiaoming's confidants asked, "General, how do we report the destruction of the Black Cavalry to the court? When the war happened, we were not there and had no idea what the situation was." Lin Xiaoming said calmly, "Just report it truthfully. We will report it as King Bei said. This time is different from the last time. This time they went north with only 20,000 people, and they didn't even bring any supervisors with them, so Lin Xiaoming was left to write the battle report by himself, and he could write whatever he wanted, as long as it wasn't too outrageous." At this moment, drums suddenly sounded on the city wall. Lin Xiaoming was startled when he heard the rapid drum beats. At this time, Li Feng ran over in a panic and said, "General Lin, something bad has happened. The barbarian cavalry is here again." Lin Xiaoming frowned and quickly said to the soldiers beside him, "Gather the soldiers and prepare to fight." Then Lin Xiaoming and Li Feng came to the tower of Tianguang City together. At this time, the wind and snow were getting heavier and heavier, and they could only see a black shadow in the distance. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiaoming saw clearly the appearance of those black figures. Judging from the fur clothes they wore, they were indeed barbarian cavalry. Lin Xiaoming frowned. What Bei Wang said was actually true. Did the barbarians really not evacuate? How can this be? He had just seen the traces of war in Baikan and thought that the army of King Baixian had been destroyed by King Bai. However, as soon as King Bai left Baikan, the barbarian army came again. Lin Xiaoming squinted his eyes and roughly estimated the barbarian cavalry outside. The number of barbarian cavalry is not large, but there are about 5,000 people. It is definitely impossible for 5,000 people to capture Tianguang city. At any rate, he led the imperial court's 20,000 troops to Tianguang city. Just when Lin Xiaoming was about to let the soldiers release arrows, a soldier ran up to Lin Xiaoming in a panic and said, "General, something bad has happened. Tianguang city has no arrows, and there are only catapults, even the stones thrown. None, our soldiers only have a few arrows, and they are unable to withstand the barbarian siege. They were in a hurry when they went north, and the supplies they originally transported to Beijun had already been handed over to Beijun. Now they only have some melee weapons and don't have many arrows on them. If they were defending the city, they could only rely on Tianguang city's own weapons for defense." As a result, when the soldiers arrived at Tianguang city, they discovered that there were no long-range weapons. This frightened the soldiers. Hearing the soldiers' words, Lin Xiaoming was stunned. Tianguang city actually had no arrows or stones. How can this be? How can they defend themselves without long-range weapons? Lin Xiaoming immediately turned to look at Li Feng and asked, "General Li, how come there are no arrows in Tianguang city? Even if a war breaks out, you can clear out a lot of usable arrows when cleaning the battlefield, right?" Li Feng coughed and said, "Ahem, maybe the prince took it away just now. We have to defend not only Tianguang city, but also several cities in the west that need to be defended. It is probably because the prince thought that General Lin's army was fully equipped and he himself. I brought some weapons with me, but I didn't need the weapons from Tianguang city, so I took away all the weapons from Tianguang city and planned to send them to other cities. General Lin, you also know that we in Bei County are relatively poor and have a shortage of supplies, especially military supplies. We can only use them here and there." Hearing Li Feng's words, Lin Xiaoming was so angry that he wanted to scold her. The military supplies they originally transported from the capital had already been handed over to Beijun. What weapons and equipment did they get from there? This was the first time he heard that the army at the front changed defenses and directly took away all the weapons on the front line. Not only were the arrows taken away, but even the throwing stones were moved away. Are you kidding me? Chapter 171 Finally back. Seeing that Lin Xiaoming was going crazy, Li Feng said quickly, "General Lin, don't worry, we don't need to be too nervous. There are at most 5,000 barbarian soldiers in the distance. Even if they attack the city, they can't get in. And there is a high probability that they are not here to attack the city." Seeing Li Feng's nonchalant look, Lin Xiaoming asked doubtfully, "General Li, how do you know they are not here to attack the city?" Li Feng replied, "After the North Korean king's army was repulsed by us, they sent thousands of people to harass us from time to time, but they basically only shouted words and did not attack the city. They probably wanted to engage in psychological warfare. I guess they will have to wait at least until the spring of next year before the army of the North Xian King goes south to attack Tianguang city again." After hearing Li Feng's answer, Lin Xiaoming looked at Li Feng suspiciously. At this time, Li Feng said to Lin Xiaoming's soldiers, "Don't attack. We are short of bows and arrows now. Let's save our arrows and attack again when the barbarians attack the city." Just as Li Feng finished speaking, a barbarian came to the city on horseback and shouted in Daxia dialect with a barbarian accent, "Our king has told the king of the north to hand over his princess immediately and compensate us tens of millions of taels of silver. Otherwise, next spring, our northern Xianwang tribe will gather 1,000,000 troops and go south. When the time comes, wherever the barbarian warriors go, there will be no grass growing and rivers of blood will flow." As soon as the barbarian soldier finished shouting, thousands of barbarian cavalry in the distance stood up and shouted, "No grass grows, and blood flows like a river. No grass grows, and blood flows like a river. Then the barbarian soldier said some ugly words, insulting the Daxia people as two-legged sheep, timid, and dared not go out and only dared to stay in the sheepfold. After hearing those words, the imperial soldiers brought by Lin Xiaoming wanted to shoot the barbarian soldier to death with one arrow, but they did not act impulsively. After all, the general had not given the order yet, and they would be punished by military law if they attacked without permission. At this time, Lin Xiaoming noticed a strange phenomenon. Li Feng was in a panic when he came to find him just now, as if the barbarian army was about to invade, but now he was standing on the city wall like nothing happened. Not only is he like this, but also the soldiers who stayed behind in Beijun are like this. Only the soldiers he brought felt as if they were facing a powerful enemy. This makes it seem as if the barbarian siege has nothing to do with their soldiers in Beijun. Weird, so weird. Lin Xiaoming simply ignored it and directly handed over the command of the battlefield to Li Feng, letting Li Feng decide whether to attack. Li Feng just stood on the tower until the barbarian soldiers finished shouting and left. For a long time after that, barbarian cavalry came to Tianguang city from time to time, but they only shouted and did not attack. Later, when Lin Xiaoming heard the soldiers reporting that there was a barbarian attack, he didn't bother to pay attention. Lin Xiaoming was not a fool. He also saw that those barbarians had no intention of attacking Tianguang city. It was not even certain whether they were barbarians or not. However, as a general sent by the Great Xia court to support him, Lin Xiaoming still wrote a battle report of what he saw and sent it to the capital. Of course, he didn't write down some of the details in the battle report. Half a month later, Tianguang city. Li Feng was packing things in his room. At this time, a soldier from Beijun entered the room and whispered, "General, the prince is really good at predicting things. Someone really dug the grave." Hearing this, Li Feng was stunned for a moment, and then he glanced at the door. After confirming that there were soldiers from Beijun at the door, he asked, "How much soil was turned over?" The soldier replied, "My subordinates took a look and found that there are about 20 places, each with an area of about 1 square meter." After hearing the soldier's answer, Li Feng said, "The imperial court is really worried about Beijun, but this is probably not Lin Xiaoming's intention. It is most likely done by the spies placed by the imperial court in the army." The main reason why Lu Chen asked people to change the clothes of the barbarian corpses into clothes worn by Daxia people was to prevent anyone from digging graves to determine the identities of the deceased. To be honest, Lu Chen didn't think that the army brought by Lin Xiaoming would do such a thing, nor did he think that Lin Xiaoming would dig graves to determine the identities of the corpses. Regardless of whether the soldiers buried in that mound were Beijun soldiers, at least they were Beijun's black cavalry in name, and nominally they all died fighting for Beijun and Daxia. If anyone knew that their graves had been dug, the impact would definitely be bad. Lu Chen asked people to change clothes for the corpses, just to speculate on the soldiers in Lin Xiaoming's army with the greatest malice. In his opinion, even if Lin Xiaoming did not verify whether the corpses were black cavalry, the ones Lin Xiaoming brought, it is very likely that some people will do this. As a result, Lu Chen had only left Tianguang city for half a month, and he hadn't even returned to Yancheng. The graves had indeed been dug up, but at this time, it might not be that easy to verify whether the people buried in those graves were Daxia people. Although corpses are not easy to rot in winter, they are still somewhat changed when buried in the soil. Even if the corpses are frozen and contaminated with soil, it is not easy to determine whether those soldiers are barbarians or Daxia people. The soldier asked at this time, "General, do we need to do anything?" Li Feng said calmly, "There is no need to do anything. Just let our people keep their mouths shut and don't talk nonsense. If they spill the beans, they will know the consequences themselves." The soldiers from Beijun who are still in Tianguang city were all personally selected by Lu Chen. These soldiers are very loyal and will not betray Beijun easily. On the surface, they assisted Lin Xiaoming in guarding Tianguang city, but in fact their role was to monitor the imperial court's 20,000 strong army. Of course, their biggest role is to cooperate with the Beijun soldiers who act as barbarians. Those soldiers who came outside Tianguang city to check in and curse every day were Daxia's army. Anyway, the war was over and there was nothing to do in winter. Lu Chen arranged tasks for Mu Chongtian and his son and Xiao Pengtian, asking them to do it from time to time. The army came to Tianguang city to harass the imperial court, creating the illusion that the king of North Xian was not dead yet. At the same time, Yanqing. Lu Chen rode his horse and looked at the north gate of Yanqing, sighing in his heart, "I'm finally back." The road was blocked by heavy snow, and the journey that could have been completed in a few days ended up being walked by Lu Chen and the soldiers from Beijun for half a month. Lu Chen didn't even want to scold the North Xian king who was already a dead soul under the gun. After all, everyone was already dead. At this time, Lu Chen couldn't help but have an idea. If the barbarians all had the brains of the North Xian king, wouldn't it be very easy for him to control the barbarian tribes in the north in the future? While Lu Chen was lost in thought, Qin Yushan and Li Rui led officials from Yanqing to the city gate to greet Lu Chen. "Congratulations on your triumphant return." Although they said to the outside world that the heavy cavalry in Beijun was gone, Lu Chen's people basically knew that nothing happened to the black cavalry. They had won a great victory in Beijun this time with 0 casualties. Lu Chen came back to his senses and rode quickly to the city gate. While riding, he asked Qin Yushan, "Commander Qin, nothing major has happened in Yanqing in the past few days, right?" Qin Yushan followed Lu Chen's horse while reporting on the situation in Yanqing. "Go back to your lord, there hasn't been any major events in Yanqing recently. However, there is some information that I did not send to Tianguang city in time. I will report it to the prince first. Many Dao merchants have appeared in Yanqing in the past few days, and the number of disciples in Suanyu Palace has also increased significantly. Because of heavy snow and road closures, it would take some time for Jin Yiwei's information to reach Tianguang city, so Lu Chen didn't know if anything had happened in Yanqing in the past few days." He rode his horse and advanced slowly while listening to Qin Yushan's report. When Lu Chen arrived at the gate of the palace, Qin Yushan had not reported much information. Lu Chen glanced at his wives and concubines at the gate of the palace, turned his head slightly and said to Qin Yushan, "Commander Qin, go and do your work." "Yes. Yes, Your Majesty, I am resigning." After Qin Yushan left, Lu Chen immediately got off the horse and walked towards the entrance of the palace. Mu Zixuan immediately gathered around Lu Chen's women, and Mu Zixuan, together with De Zhou and Xiao Zhou, threw themselves into Lu Chen's arms. Mu Zixuan said, "Your Majesty, you are finally back. We have been very worried about you since we heard the news about the destruction of the Black Cavalry." Feeling the warm fragrance of nephrite in his arms, Lu Chen smiled slightly, patted the backs of the 3 beauties and said, "Ladies, don't worry, I'm fine." At this time, Lu Chen's eyes fell on Lin Wanyun. Lin Wanyun was standing far away, but her eyes were always focused on him, as if she was planning something famous. After listening to Qin Yushan's report just now, Lu Chen already guessed what Suanyu Palace was going to do next. Suanyu Palace believes that the destruction of the Black Cavalry is an opportunity for Suanyu Palace, an opportunity to get closer to the North Palace. It seems that it will not be long before Suanyu Palace will find a way to negotiate cooperation with itself. After Lu Chen's eyes swept from Lin Wanyun, they fell on Chu Yukan. Chu Yukan looked at him with a worried face. It was obvious that she wanted to come over and ask about her situation, but there was still Chu Yukan standing next to her. Clear and clear, this made Chu Yukan dare not get too close to avoid her sister's random thoughts. Looking at the women surrounding Lu Chen, Chu Yukan felt empty in her heart. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall the time when she was in the capital. When she was in the capital, there weren't so many women around Lu Chen. Every time Lu Chen came back from outside, she was the only one who greeted him. Today is different from the past. Now that Lu Chen has grown up, has started a family, and has a group of wives and concubines, she, the woman who has always been by Lu Chen's side, has become a marginalized person and cannot get close to Lu Chen. When she thought of this, Chu Yukin felt depressed inside. At this time, Lu Chen looked away from Chu Yukin, and then looked at Yellow Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao. Although Yellow Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao also came closer, they seemed a little shy. They just stood next to Mu Zixuan and the others, unlike Mu Zixuan and Dezhou Xiaozhou who just threw themselves into Lu Chen's arms. The two of them had just married into the palace, and although they already had strong feelings for Lu Chen, they couldn't just pounce on him because Mu Zixuan and Dezhou Xiaozhou were around. If they pounced directly, wouldn't it be a competition for favor? The two of them knew their identities very well, so they restrained their inner impulses. Looking at Lu Chen's handsome face, Yellow Nanyang smiled slightly. After she heard about the destruction of the Black Cavalry, she thought something was going to happen in Beijing, but in the end nothing happened. To be honest, she didn't believe that King Baixian had the strength to defeat Baixian's Black Cavalry. Even King Sirius' 300,000 troops were no match for Baixian and those Black Cavalry. How could King Baixian be Baixian's opponent? The strength of the Wang tribe is somewhat understood. At first glance, you can tell that this little man is up to some conspiracy. And looking at him, he didn't look like he was defeated. Now that Yellow Nanyang has completely integrated into the North Palace, if Lu Chen really loses the battle, she will not be happy. After all, this little man is already her husband. Moreover, she had always longed for the life in Buwang Mansion, and she did not want to see her beautiful life destroyed. At this time, Lu Chen said with a smile, "My ladies, when I come back from the war, you won't even let me enter the palace." Mu Zixuan and other important women from the palace came to the door of the palace, and the maids and servants of the palace were also standing at the door. This made the entire door of the palace full of people, and Lu Chen couldn't get in. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan, who was in Lu Chen's arms, suddenly woke up and quickly said to the servants at the door of the palace, "Let's all disperse, everyone is busy going their separate ways. Your Majesty, let's go back to the main palace first. Now the palace has been renovated." Lu Chen said curiously, "Has the renovation been completed? Is there already a greenhouse?" When Lu Chen went north, he told Mo Fei and others about his plan to renovate the palace, and planned to let the two of them help oversee the renovation of the palace greenhouse. Counting the time, it has been more than 2 months since they went north, and the renovation of the greenhouse should have been completed. Mu Zixuan said, "Well, most of the rooms in the palace are not cold now, especially the main hall of the palace, which is very warm." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Let's go, I'm going to see if the renovation of the greenhouse has met my expectations." Then Lu Chen brought his wives and concubines to the main hall. As soon as he entered the hall, he felt a warm current. The cold feeling dissipated instantly, and the entire hall was very warm. The reason why the main hall is so warm is that there is a smoke passage under the main hall, and there is a coal-burning room outside. This is similar to the principle of Kong, except that the main hall is larger and consumes more coal every day. Lu Chen turned to look at Xiaozhou and asked, "Yu, have your rooms been renovated as well?" The main hall is where Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan live. If this place is just renovated, his other women will not be able to enjoy it. Zhou Yu replied, "Your Majesty, most of the rooms in the palace have been converted into greenhouses, and the north courtyard is no exception." Hearing this, Lu Chen said, "Then I'll be relieved." Entering the main hall, Mu Zixuan and the others sat on their knees and gathered around Lu Chen. Lu Chen cuddled up with them and chatted about things in Tianguang City. At this time, Chu Yukin was standing outside the main hall courtyard. Looking at the warm scene inside the hall, she couldn't help but sigh. Chu Qingli looked at Chu Yukin with confusion, "Sister, why are you sighing?" Chu Yukin came back to her senses and said quickly, "It's nothing, I just thought of some things in the past." "Okay, there's nothing to do now. You can go on patrol too." Chu Qingli looked at Chu Yukin suspiciously, but she didn't think much about it. Although Lu Chen, a lecherous man, is back, he is surrounded by so many women, and his sister cannot get along with Lu Chen alone, so Chu Qingli can still rest assured about Chu Yukin for the time being. Lu Chen chatted with his wives and concubines for a while, then went to the study. The study has accumulated a lot of information, but most of it is from Ting Yulu. Unlike Jin Yiwei's information is basically sent to Lu Chen as soon as possible, but most of Ting Yulu's information is sent to Lu Chen's study. Lu Chen wanted to know the current trends of the major dynasties, especially what the Great Xia Dynasty was doing recently. As soon as Lu Chen walked to the door of the study room, he saw an elegant figure. There was a trace of worry, a trace of expectation, and a blank look on her face. She lingered at the door of the study, as if on patrol, but more like she was waiting for someone to arrive. Chapter 172 Auntie will help you to take care of yourself. Chu Yukin's bun is high, and her plump and graceful body is wrapped in green clothes. She is dignified and elegant, looking very mature and full of the charm of a wife and mother. Although she is still innocent and has never been married to anyone, her age is already here, and coupled with taking care of Lu Chen all the year round, her temperament is almost that of an ordinary beautiful woman. Chu Yukin is a half-step master. Her ability to withstand the cold is much stronger than ordinary people, so unlike musician and others, she wears thick cotton clothes. In this way, her graceful figure is completely highlighted. Seeing the mature and charming Chu Yukin at the door of the study, Lu Chen suddenly had something wrong. During the time he went north, even if Bai Qingqing was by his side, he didn't do anything to Bai Qingqing, so he endured it all the time. It was unbearable for him, a person who ate meat every day, to suddenly become a vegetarian for more than 2 months. When he was outside just now, all his women were there, so the thoughts in his heart had not been stirred up yet, but now he and Chu Yukin were the only ones around the study. Once there are fewer people around, a person's desires will be instantly amplified. Seeing Chu Yukin's stunning appearance and graceful body, Lu Chen instantly had thoughts. After Chu Yukin lingered in Lu Chen's study for a while, she was about to leave, but she just turned around and saw Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Aunt Chu, did you know that I was coming to the study, so did you come to the study to wait for me?" Seeing Lu Chen actually come to the study, Chu Yukin was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt guilty, but she quickly calmed down. She looked into Lu Chen's eyes and said faintly, "What are you thinking? I just came to patrol the study. After all, there are many important things in your study, and someone must watch them." Lu Chen slowly walked towards Chu Yukin. Seeing Lu Chen getting closer and closer, Chu Yukin suddenly became panicked, and the internal energy in her body became chaotic. Chu Yukin didn't understand why she felt like this. Chu Yukin quickly adjusted her breath to try to calm her body's abnormal reaction. She quickly changed the subject and said, "Chener, you just came back, why don't you accompany musician and the others? You've come back from such a long way, and you're tired from the journey. You'd better have a good rest today." Lu Chen looked into Chu Yukin's beautiful eyes and said, "Aunt Chu, I came to see you specially. For more than 2 months in Tianguang City, I have been practicing martial arts. Maybe because I was too impatient, I had problems with my danshan. Although I have broken through to the master level, I still can't clear the danshan in my body. Tuan Chi, I can only come to you for help." Hearing Lu Chen's words, a blush suddenly appeared on Chu Yukin's face. She just came to the door of the study by accident, and she was actually thinking about whether Lu Chen had not seen her for more than 2 months, and whether there would be any problems with her martial arts training. Because she had been in the study to help with her health the past few times, she subconsciously came to the door of the study, which is why she felt guilty after seeing Lu Chen. After hearing that Lu Chen needed her, Chu Yukin's confusion and loneliness instantly dissipated. As long as Lu Chen still needed her, she would not leave the North Palace. Chu Yukin then said with a blushing face, "Then go to the study room, I will help you get ready." Then Chu Yukin took the initiative to turn around and open the study door, and then entered the study directly. Chu Yukin entered the study room with one foot, and Lu Chen followed with the other, and closed the door directly, even closing it. After hearing the door closing, Chu Yukin was stunned for a moment. She turned around and was about to say something when Lu Chen suddenly came over. Chu Yukin subconsciously took 2 steps back. "Chener, you can't mess around this time. If you mess around, I won't nurse you back to health in the future." Seeing the shy look on the beautiful woman in front of him, Lu Chen felt as if a switch had been turned on in his heart, and he instantly became extremely anxious. Without saying a word, Lu Chen directly held Chu Yukin's jade hand, then pulled Chu Yukin into his arms and said, "Aunt Chu, don't worry, I know what's appropriate. Please help me take care of my body. I feel that my danshan is getting more and more blocked." Suddenly being held in Lu Chen's arms, Chu Yukin's delicate body suddenly trembled slightly. She felt a man's breath rushing into her nasal cavity, making her body very hot. Chu Yukin wanted to break away from Lu Chen's arms, but when she thought that there was something wrong with Lu Chen's cultivation and she now had to help Lu Chen recuperate his body, she didn't move and let Lu Chen hold her delicate body. Maybe it was because he hadn't been in close contact with a woman for more than 2 months. Lu Chen became even more agitated when he suddenly hugged Chu Yukin, a beautiful woman. The fragrance of Chu Yukin's body kept disturbing Lu Chen's nostrils, and her body was as soft as cotton. In addition, because it was winter, her body seemed even hotter, and Lu Chen now seemed to be holding a fluffy quilt. Just holding him made Lu Chen feel very comfortable. Lu Chen's paw suddenly placed on Chu Yukin's round buttocks. After feeling that Lu Chen was messing around, Chu Yukin said in a panic, "Chener, you don't forget what Auntie just said." Lu Chen whispered in Chu Yukin's ear, "Don't worry, I won't mess around." Lu Chen's voice was deep and magnetic, and as it rang in Chu Yukin's ears, Chu Yukin suddenly felt as if his voice had entered directly into her brain. Chu Yukin suddenly felt a tingling sensation. His brain spread throughout his body. Chu Yukin endured the strangeness in her body. She did not forget to help Lu Chen regulate his body. At this time, she tried to send her own internal energy to Lu Chen's body to check the condition of his danshan. But she soon discovered that in addition to being completely powerless, even the power in her body had disappeared, just like when she was with Lu Chen before. Chu Yukin sighed inwardly. Sure enough, as before, as long as she was held by this little villain, the skill in her body would disappear. It seemed that it was most likely related to the immortal method he practiced. Unless they have further contact and let Lu Chen transfer part of his power to himself, only in this way can he use his internal power to check Lu Chen's danshan. But when she thought about the last time Lu Chen flirted with her in the study and kissed her red lips, Chu Yukin felt her brain was in confusion. Just when Chu Yukin was about to ask Lu Chen to let her go and check his danshan first, Lu Chen sighed and said, "Aunt Chu, it seems that this method of conditioning the body is no longer useful. If you just hold it, I don't feel anything at all, the energy in my danshan is still blocked and shows no sign of dissipating." Hearing this, Chu Yukin's brain froze, and then she quickly asked, "What should we do?" Lu Chen said, "Aunt Chu, do you still remember what we did in the study last time? It seems that only closer contact can allow the skills in our bodies to form a cycle, so that we can clear the knot in my danshan." Gas. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the scene of Lu Chen forcibly kissing her appeared in Chu Yukin's mind, and she immediately said, "No. We can't continue to make mistakes." Hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lu Chen let go of Chu Yukin's delicate body without hesitation. Chu Yukin was stunned. Lu Chen said with a sad face at this time, since you don't want to, Aunt Chu, then forget it. I will find a way to deal with the energy in the Danshan myself. Who asked me to practice the immortal's technique beyond my own capabilities? What's wrong? Naturally, I should bear the consequences alone. This really has nothing to do with you, Aunt Chu, and I cannot destroy your innocence. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin's soft heart was instantly touched. But when she thought of doing something so intimate with Lu Chen, Chu Yukin felt extremely resistant. She is Lu Chen's aunt. Although not related by blood. But she is also the sworn sister of Lu Chen's mother, Jinlan. How could the two of them do something intimate like that? If this spreads out, it will definitely affect Lu Chen's reputation. Lu Chen will be the one who will compete for the throne in the future, and his reputation cannot be ruined because of her. Originally, the Wang family and some people with ulterior motives planned to use her to cause trouble for Lu Chen. If she had done such an intimate thing with Lu Chen would definitely be regarded as a beast in disguise by the common people. Chu Yukin said at this time, Chener, it's not that I won't help you, it's just. Chu Yukin was about to speak but stopped. Lu Chen said, Aunt Chu, please stop talking. I understand that although you are not married to the person you married, you are married to him after all. People's words are terrible, and you are afraid of your reputation. Destroyed by me, Before Lu Chen finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chu Yukin, Chener, that's not the case. Auntie has no such thoughts. What I'm afraid of is that someone will use me to destroy your reputation. After all, I am a widow. If the people know what happened to you and me, what will the people think of you? Hearing this, Lu Chen turned his head and stared into Chu Yukin's eyes. Chu Yukin looked a little flustered, obviously afraid that he would misunderstand her as a selfish person. Lu Chen then said with a smile on his face, Aunt Chu, let's not say these hurtful words. You can go about your business. I will bear it alone. This is the consequences I should bear. Seeing Lu Chen's bitter smile, Chu Yukin's heart felt like a knife was twisting. Chu Yukin thought at this moment that she stayed by Lu Chen's side because she wanted to play a role by his side. Now she was the only one who could help Lu Chen recuperate his body, but she was unwilling. If she is not willing, then who can help Lu Chen take care of his body? If Lu Chen really has problems with his cultivation, he will not be able to explain to his good sister Chu Yu even if he dies in the future. Moreover, it was just a kiss, not a couple's affair. Even if they were kissed, their innocence should not be considered damaged. After all, they had already kissed once last time. Thinking of this, Chu Yukin finally made up her mind, and she immediately said, Chener, don't say such depressing words. I promised your mother that I will stay by your side and protect your safety for the rest of my life. Since I have to do that kind of thing to help you regulate your Danshan, I will definitely agree to it. However, I am afraid that you will not be able to control yourself, so I suddenly thought. Chu Yukin did not continue speaking. Her face became hotter and redder. Seeing that Chu Yukin was willing, Lu Chen immediately said, Aunt Chu, don't worry. Although I like beauty, I still have a certain degree of self-control and will never act recklessly. If I dare to mess around, just give me 2 slaps to wake me up. Chu Yukin sighed slightly, and then said, okay, then you do it. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen pulled Chu Yukin into his arms again without hesitation. Chu Yukin's heart began to beat crazily. Last time in the study, Lu Chen forcibly kissed her, but this time she did it voluntarily. Although it was voluntary, Chu Yukin still felt a little uneasy in her heart, fearing that Lu Chen could not control himself. After all, Lu Chen was a man and she was a woman. A man and a woman are alone in the same room and doing something so intimate. What if sparks fly and something really happens later? After Lu Chen pulled Chu Yukin into his arms, he kissed her directly. Chu Yukin could only make a moaning sound. Soon Chu Yukin was breathless from the kiss, and her whole body was completely paralyzed. She fell into Lu Chen's arms. If Lu Chen hadn't supported her, she might have sat on the ground. Gradually, Chu Yukin felt that her body was getting hotter and her consciousness was getting more and more confused. She tried to stabilize her restless emotions, but found that no matter how hard she tried, she could not control herself. Lu Chen had always wanted to win over Chu Yukin, but because Chu Yukin was already married, she took worldly morality very seriously and she had been avoiding him. Especially after Chu Qingli came to Beijing, Chu Yukin was afraid that Chu Qingli would see something, so she tried every means to avoid him. The more Chu Yukin avoided him, the more he thought about Chu Yukin. The emotions that had been accumulated for a long time exploded at this moment. The temperature of the study room that had been transformed into a greenhouse rose even higher at this time, and the dry wood fire was about to get hotter and fiercer. At this moment, Chu Yukin suddenly regained consciousness. She suddenly realized that Lu Chen actually wanted to do something to her. Chu Yukin quickly twisted her waist, trying to get rid of Lu Chen, trying to make Lu Chen wake up. At this moment, they accidentally touched the bookshelf, and the books on the bookshelf fell to the floor. Lin Wanyun, who was patrolling outside at this time, heard the movement in the study and immediately came outside the study. The study is where King Bei handles political affairs. Although it is not the inner courtyard, not everyone can come in, and the study is guarded by guards from the inner courtyard. Hearing the movement in the study, Lin Wanyun thought someone had sneaked in and wanted to steal something in the study. But as soon as Lin Wanyun reached the door of the study, she stopped. She is from Swanyu Palace. Although she is now the commander of the inner courtyard of the palace, this does not mean that King Bei has 100% trust in her if he enters the study rashly. If King Bei saw her later, he might misunderstand the purpose of coming to the study, so it was not convenient for her to go in. Lin Wanyun then said to the study, "Who is in there?" Hearing the sound coming from outside the study, Lu Chen, who was controlled by desire, became a little more awake. Looking at the beautiful woman in his arms, Lu Chen felt helpless. Chu Yukin's eyes were filled with emotion, her face was flushed, and her delicate body was weak. If he continued, maybe he would really make Chu Yukin his woman. Unfortunately, this opportunity was missed again. Chu Yukin had regained her consciousness at this time, and it was not appropriate to continue. Moreover, this is a study room, the area is too small, and there are many things, so he can't put it to use. This is not a suitable place either. Lu Chen then coughed and said, "Aunt Lin, it's me." Lin Wanyun was stunned for a moment when she heard Lu Chen's voice coming from the study. At the same time, she felt a little lucky. Fortunately, she didn't barge in directly, otherwise it would be really hard to explain later. Lin Wanyun then said, "It turns out that Chen'er is inside. I thought a thief had entered the study. Since nothing is wrong, I won't disturb him." Although Lin Wanyun still feels a little uncomfortable calling Lu Chen Chen'er now, Lu Chen has already told her about the title, and she can only call her like this now. If she called Lu Chen North King, Lu Chen would probably say that she was deliberately keeping a distance from him. Calling Lu Chen by her nickname is also very good for her, because it can bring her closer to Lu Chen, and then Swanyu Palace will be able to cooperate with Lu Chen more conveniently. After Lin Wanyun left the study door, Lu Chen looked at Chu Yukin in his arms again. The two looked at each other and didn't speak for a long time. After feeling that Lin Wanyun had gone far, Chu Yukin said, "Chen'er, you should be much better now. Can you let go of my aunt?" Chu Yukin felt that Lu Chen was almost out of control. If they didn't quickly distance themselves from him, they might make a mistake later. Lu Chen said, "The accumulated qi in my danshan has dissipated somewhat, but I still feel uncomfortable in some places." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin rolled her eyes at Lu Chen resentfully, and then said, "Don't think that I don't know what you are talking about. Go find Zixuan and the others and let me go quickly." Lu Chen then said, "Chen'er, Chapter 173 Aunt Chu, what kind of waiter are you talking about? Chapter 173 Aunt Chu, what kind of service are you talking about? How could Chu Yukin not know what Lu Chen was thinking? This little villain wanted her body. Fortunately, she regained consciousness at the critical moment, otherwise they might have had some ridiculous things happen in the study. Seeing Chu Yukin's shameful and angry look, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile and said, Aunt Chu, I haven't said it's uncomfortable there yet. How do you know I'm going to say it's uncomfortable there? Chu Yukin ignored Lu Chen's words. She blushed and said, anyway, my aunt has already helped you with your treatment. Come back to me when you have problems with your cultivation. I'll go back today. At this point, Chu Yukin wanted to break away from Lu Chen's arms and leave. However, she has no power in her body now, and since she was so weak from Lu Chen just now, it is not that easy for her to break free from Lu Chen's arms. Chu Yukin twisted her waist, but was still hugged tightly by Lu Chen. Chu Yukin was forced to raise her head and look into Lu Chen's eyes, and then said, Chener, if you are fine, just let your aunt go, okay? If King Gli comes on patrol later, she might be discovered. Lu Chen said nonchalantly, if you find it, you'll find it. We didn't do anything shameful. You just helped me take care of my body. What can she say? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin curled her lips. Why does she feel that they are doing something shameful now? She was a widow, and she came to Lu Chen's study to cuddle with him. Could this be an honorable thing? Lu Chen said, Aunt Chu, I think you care too much about other people's opinions. Are other people's opinions really that important? In my opinion, let alone our cuddling, even if we are married, others will you can't say anything to us, since your husband has passed away anyway. Lu Chen decided to continue to instill some ideological foundation into Chu Yukin so that Chu Yukin could accept him as soon as possible. It was time to say things that he could not say before. Otherwise, if he continues to delay like this, he doesn't know when it will take him to capture Chu Yukin. Hearing Chu Yukin's words, Chu Yukin was stunned. She didn't expect that Lu Chen would be so bold today and actually say such words. If Lu Chen was just playing tricks, even if he took advantage of her, it wouldn't be a big deal. But once someone hears these words, it will cause immediate consequences. Affects him. Chu Yukin quickly said seriously, Chener, I don't allow you to say such things. I am your aunt, how can you have such thoughts? Lu Chen said nonchalantly, we are not related anyway, and you and my mother have no blood relationship. Chu Yukin continued, you can't have such thoughts even if you're not a close relative. I'm a widow. How can you have thoughts about a widow? You will be the emperor in the future, so you can't have any stain. Chener, you can't ruin your reputation just because of your aunt. Hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lu Chen looked at Chu Yukin's jade face and asked with a smile, Aunt Chu, I found that every time you avoid me, you always stand on my side. You seem to be afraid that I will do it because of you ruined your reputation. Then if I don't care about reputation, can I do that kind of thing to you? Lu Chen's words made Chu Yukin startled, and she suddenly panicked. Indeed, she had never thought of rejecting Lu Chen from her own perspective. Every time he told Lu Chen what consequences this would bring to him, he never thought about the consequences it would bring to him. From Lu Chen's point of view, he doesn't care about reputation at all. If Lu Chen doesn't care about reputation, then neither of them care about reputation. Both of them don't care about reputation anymore, so there's nothing they can't do. Just as Chu Yukin was about to say something, Lu Chen continued, Aunt Chu, I have never thought that marrying a widow is a stain. Moreover, since ancient times, there have been few emperors with particularly good personal ethics. Some emperors have even my brother-in-law and his daughter-in-law all want to be robbed, and that's while their husbands are still alive. Aunt Chu, your husband has been dead for so long. Isn't it normal for you to find another man? There are also many cases of widows remarrying among the people, and I haven't seen the common people say anything. Do you want to pay for your husband who has never been married? Have you ever seen a husband who will remain a widow for the rest of his life? And no matter what the common people say, at most they think that I have poor personal ethics, and this has nothing to do with them. It's not like the people of Daxia don't know that I'm quite a lecherous person. Even if I want your body, in the eyes of the people, it's a normal thing. Since the people can accept it, Aunt Chu, what do you have to worry about? Having said this, Lu Chen raised his hand and scraped the hair from Chu Yukin's cheek to one side. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Chu Yukin was completely panicked. She found that what Lu Chen said was very reasonable. Originally, Lu Chen's reputation was not very good from the beginning. The battle in the Wanning Valley barely managed to defeat Lu Chen's reputation. The reputation brought some back. However, some common people still think that Lu Chen is a lecher, but in the eyes of the common people, this is not a big deal, and being lecherous is not a stain at all. That man is not lustful. In the eyes of ordinary people, Lu Chen was a hero. So even if Lu Chen really married a widow, the people would still have a lot of tolerance for him. Lu Chen married the princess of the serious king, but the people of Beijun and Daxia didn't say anything. What's wrong with marrying her as a widow? But no matter what, she was the widow of an anti-barbarian hero. If Lu Chen forcibly married her, it would have some adverse effects. Chu Yukin's face was flushed, and she said in a panic, "Chener, stop talking, I am your aunt, and I don't allow you to have such thoughts." Feeling that Lu Chen's eyes were very hot, Chu Yukin knew that Lu Chen really had thoughts about her body. No matter what, he must stick to the bottom line, not making mistakes, and not letting Lu Chen cross the bottom line. Chu Yukin continued, "Let Auntie go quickly. If you don't let Auntie go, Auntie will be angry." Chu Yukin felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere. Although Lu Chen had thoughts about her body in the past, he would never say it directly. Now that he said it directly, it meant that Lu Chen wanted to take the next step. What's next? There is no need to think about this, he must be occupying his own body. If she continues like this, her innocence may really be ruined by Lu Chen later. Unlike the last time, Lu Chen did not let go this time, and his arms still held Chu Yukin's weak body tightly. Chu Yukin raised her jade hand and pushed Lu Chen's broad chest, trying to push Lu Chen away, but no matter how hard she pushed, it was all in vain. Lu Chen glanced at Chu Yukin's favorability score, which was still 99, without any decline. Lu Chen knew that there was still a hurdle in Chu Yukin's heart. As long as she could not overcome this hurdle, she would not be able to accept being his woman. He had been trying to desensitize Chu Yukin before, using the same method of slicing sausages to make her gradually accept him, but Chu Yukin would always wake up suddenly at critical moments. Seeing that Lu Chen had not let go of her, Chu Yukin began to twist her waist again, trying to avoid Lu Chen and keep a distance from Lu Chen. But no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. Chu Yukin raised her head at this time and stared into Lu Chen's eyes. Her eyes were filled with mist, and her face was covered with red clouds, making her look even more charming. Chu Yukin whispered, "Chener, you already have so many women, please let me go, okay?" Lu Chen didn't speak. There seemed to be a blazing flame in his eyes. Seeing the pitiful scene of the beautiful woman in front of him, Lu Chen's inner restlessness reached the edge of being unable to be suppressed. Regardless of the situation, Lu Chen leaned down again and wanted to kiss Chu Yukin. Seeing this, Chu Yukin quickly turned her head to avoid it, but Lu Chen fixed her body and easily kissed her. While he was kissing her, his big dishonest hands roamed over Chu Yukin's plump body. Chu Yukin suddenly felt that her mind went blank. She tried to struggle, but in the end she had completely lost her strength and could only be at the mercy of Lu Chen. Chu Yukin only had one thought left in her heart, it was over, she was going to be completely occupied by this little villain. I don't know how long the two of them kissed, but Lu Chen suddenly discovered something. He reluctantly ended the kiss. However, at this time, he suddenly discovered that Chu Yukin's tears were flowing down uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen's brain suddenly woke up, and the restlessness in his heart was immediately calmed down. Chu Yukin started sobbing at this time. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. He had no idea how to comfort Chu Yukin. For a moment, Lu Chen seemed like a child who had done something bad. He quickly said, "Aunt Chu, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said that to you. Please stop crying, okay?" Chu Yukin was sobbing and said, "You cannot be bullied like you. I'm your mother's sworn sister to Jinlan. How could you have such thoughts towards me? Who do you think I am? Wu. Lu Chen hugged Chu Yukin's soft waist and didn't know what to say. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Yukin finally calmed down. She wiped her tears and found Lu Chen looking at her with an innocent face, so she said, "Chener, I'll just pretend that nothing happened today. Just let go." "Auntie, okay, we really can't do that kind of thing." Lu Chen sighed slightly, and then said, "Yukin, do you really not like me?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, Chu Yukin was stunned. Lu Chen didn't call himself Aunt Chu, but called his own name, which suddenly made the relationship between the two extremely close. Seeing Lu Chen's melancholy expression, Chu Yukin fell silent. She didn't know how to answer Lu Chen's question. To say she didn't like it was simply going against her own inner thoughts. Recently, she had been dreaming about Lu Chen every night, and even had some thoughts that she shouldn't have from time to time. For example, she had fantasized about what happened in the study today more than once, but it was all fantasy after all. She had always firmly remembered her identity and told herself not to have such thoughts. But if she said she liked it, given the relationship between her and Lu Chen, it was destined that that kind of thing wouldn't happen between the two of them. She couldn't overcome that hurdle in her heart no matter what. If she really did this and made a mistake, and it affected Lu Chen's great cause, she would probably regret and feel guilty for the rest of her life. Lu Chen looked into Chu Yukin's beautiful eyes and continued, "Yukin, I admit, I just want your body. But my liking for you is not just because I like your beauty. I have liked you since I was a child. Do you still remember what my mother said? She said that when I grow up, she will marry you. Give it to me and let you be my woman and take care of me for the rest of your life. From that time on, I have always regarded you as my wife. But later you got engaged to the Wang family. When I knew you were going to marry someone else, my heart felt like a knife. I couldn't eat for a long time. I even thought about sending someone to snatch the bride. Snatch you back. Fortunately, the man from the Wang family died suddenly for some reason before you got married. If he had not died, I would have lost you forever. I can't imagine what my life would be like without you. It's not easy for you to stay, but because you are a generation older than me, you always treat me as a child. I've long had enough of the person I love right in front of me, but can't be together because of someone's artificial seniority. Obviously my mother told you in front of you that she would marry you to me when I grow up, and you agreed. You care so much about my mother's words, but you have completely forgotten these things." Lu Chen's call left Chu Yukin speechless. Chu Yukin recalled that on a sunny afternoon, in a pavilion in the palace, she held Lu Chen, who was only 1 or 2 years old and had just learned to speak. Seeing that Lu Chen seemed to like being in her arms, Chu Yu said to Lu Chen, "Chener, you like Chener so much. In the future, my mother-in-law will let her marry you, be your woman, and take care of you all your life." "Okay." Lu Chen, who was in Chu Yukin's arms, said happily, "Okay, okay." Chu Yu looked at Chu Yukin again, Chener, are you willing to marry Chener and help me take care of Chener for the rest of my life? Chu Yukin replied, Sister Yu, of course I am willing. That woman doesn't like Chener being so cute. At this point, Chu Yukin leaned down, rubbed her forehead against Lu Chen's, and said while rubbing her, Xiao Chen Chen, I will be your woman from now on, you can't bully me. Time passed so long that Chu Yukin had almost forgotten what she said back then. After all, Lu Chen was only 1 or 2 years old at that time. Moreover, she had been remembering over the years that she was already married and was not worthy of being Lu Chen's woman, so she internally forced herself to assume the identity of Lu Chen's elder. After wearing the mask for a long time, she couldn't take it off, and she really always regarded Lu Chen as a junior. At this moment, both people in the study fell into silence. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Yukin stammered, Chener, I'm already married. Lu Chen looked into Chu Yukin's eyes and said, I don't care. Chu Yukin didn't know what to say and froze again. Seeing that Chu Yukin didn't speak, Lu Chen knew that it was almost over, so he said, Aunt Chu, let's be like this. I will pretend that none of this has happened. From now on, you are still my aunt, and I am still your Chen. Son. At this point, Lu Chen let go of Chu Yukin. Suddenly leaving Lu Chen's arms, Chu Yukin felt as if she had lost something. She panicked, even more panicked than when Lu Chen did something bad to her just now, although she didn't know why she panicked. A feeling of guilt instantly occupied her brain, and Chu Yukin couldn't help but wonder if she was too selfish. Although she said it was for Lu Chen's sake, she never thought that Lu Chen might really like her. She has been avoiding Lu Chen. Isn't this hurting him? Chener, Chu Yukin hesitated, not knowing what to say. Lu Chen said at this time, Aunt Chu, you don't need to take what I just said to heart. I have already figured it out. Everyone has their own choice. If you don't want to, I won't force you. You will still be my aunt from now on. I will continue to regard you as my aunt, and our relationship will not change in any way. Although Lu Chen said so, Chu Yukin always felt that she could not go back. There seemed to be a crack in the relationship between her and Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't say anything else at this time, he turned around and left. Seeing that Lu Chen was about to leave the study, Chu Yukin's inner panic burst out instantly, and she quickly grabbed Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Chu Yukin. At this time, Chu Yukin's face was full of confusion, but she still mustered up the courage to say, Chener, give auntie some time, okay? Hearing this, Lu Chen was startled. Originally, he planned to cut the sausage this time, but this time he cut a little too much. He mainly wanted Chu Yukin to recall that he had promised his mother-in-law that he would marry that thing about myself. Unexpectedly, the shackles in Chu Yukin's heart were loosened. Lu Chen asked in surprise, Aunt Chu, what time did you say? Chu Yukin blushed and replied, it is true that aunt cannot marry you. The Wang family will not let aunt leave so easily, but aunt can serve you. Chu Yukin's voice became softer and softer. She felt her face getting hotter and hotter. She didn't expect that she would actually say such words. Lu Chen didn't expect Chu Yukin to say this, and he was stunned. After a while, Lu Chen recovered from the shock. He asked tentatively, Aunt Chu, what kind of service are you talking about? Chu Yukin said with a blushing face, just as Zixuan and the others serve you, I will serve you the same way. The more Chu Yukin talked, the more she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. Then she said, don't ask, anyway, give my aunt some time to calm down. Chapter 174 Zhou Xiaoxiao is pregnant. Seeing that Chu Yukin was so embarrassed that she wanted to hide in the cracks in the ground, Lu Chen stopped asking any more questions. I see. Aunt Chu, I will keep waiting for the day you accept me. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin glanced at Lu Chen's whole body, then let go of Lu Chen's arm and said, "You, hurry up and find Zixuan and the others." Chu Yukin also knew that Lu Chen couldn't bear it anymore, so she stopped holding him. Lu Chen said, "Okay, then I'll leave first." Lu Chen thought that now that Chu Yukin's inner shackles had been loosened, the first phase of the task could be considered completed. After a while, Chu Yukin will be able to fully accept herself, and that's enough for today. He was so angry because he hugged and kissed Chu Yukin just now. He had to find a place to calm down quickly. Thinking of this, Lu Chen turned around and left the study. Looking at Lu Chen's back, Chu Yukin sighed slightly. What did she just say? She actually said she wanted to serve Lu Chen. Although she had been taking care of Lu Chen since he was a child, the service she just mentioned was obviously not the same as taking care of him in general. Does she really want to be with him? When she thought of this, Chu Yukin's cheeks became even hotter. During this time, she often dreamed that she and Lu Chen were doing bad things in bed, but it was just a dream after all. If you don't say anything about your dreams, others won't know, but if you turn what happened in your dreams into reality, it's likely to be exposed in the future. What's more, my sister is still staring at me. She might find out one day. Thinking of this, Chu Yukin sighed again and could only take one step at a time. Anyway, there was still time. She had already told Lu Chen to give her some time to calm down. She didn't say how long it would take, so it would be okay to delay for some more time. After Lu Chen left the study, he went directly to the north courtyard and arrived at Dezhou's room. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu were holding their two children and exchanging something. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly come in, they quickly said, "I have met the prince." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Two ladies, what are you discussing?" Zhou Yuyu replied, "Go back to your lord, let's discuss Huan again. My sister said that she likes to move around, and she will definitely be a very lively girl in the future." After hearing Zhou Yuyu's words, Lu Chen came to Zhou Xiaoxiao and looked down at Lu Huan in Zhou Xiaoxiao's arms. After seeing Lu Chen, Lu Huan smiled, and then raised her hand as if she wanted to hug him. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen's restless mood was calmed down, and his daughter's smile made him feel that his heart was about to melt. Lu Chen immediately took Lu Huan from Zhou Xiaoxiao's hand, and then said, Huan, let daddy hug you." As soon as Lu Chen hugged Lu Huan started babbling. She had not learned to speak yet and could only make babbling sounds. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Xiao Huan, are you scolding daddy? Do you already know that daddy is going to steal your mother's wife from you today?" Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao's face suddenly turned red. No wonder Lu Chen came here. It turned out that he was here to do bad things to her. At this time, Zhou Yuyu seemed to understand something, and then said, "My lord, let me take Huan to rest next door. Lu Chen will have to do business with Zhou Xiaoxiao next, and Lu Huan will definitely not be able to stay here to disturb them." Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's okay, I'll hug my good daughter again." At this time, Lu Huan continued babbling, and raised his fist to hit Lu Chen's chest. Lu Chen was immediately amused when he saw Lu Huan's behavior. Seeing that Lu Chen actually liked Lu Huan so much, Zhou Xiaoxiao also smiled. In fact, she had always been worried that Lu Chen would alienate herself because she didn't give him a son. Although Lu Chen said from the beginning that giving birth to a daughter and giving birth to a son were the same in Buwang Mansion, this era favored sons over daughters. Lu Chen's words did not dispel Zhou Xiaoxiao's worries. But judging from Lu Chen's attitude towards Lu Huan, he must really like his daughter, otherwise he wouldn't hold her. As long as Lu Chen doesn't dislike his daughter. After Lu Chen teased Lu Huan for a while, he handed Lu Huan over to Zhou Yuyu. Next, he was going to steal Lu Huan's food, so naturally he couldn't let her watch from the side. After Zhou Yuyu left Zhou Xiaoxiao's room with her nanny and 2 children, Zhou Xiaoxiao said, "My lord, please undress me." Having said this, Zhou Xiaoxiao was about to undress and untie Lu Chen, but as soon as Zhou Xiaoxiao's delicate hands reached Lu Chen's belt, Lu Chen grabbed her wrist. Lu Chen looked into Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes and said with a smile, "Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? Why are you taking off my belt in broad daylight?" Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao's face turned even redder. Lu Chen was asking questions knowingly. Others were here and asked her what she was doing taking off her belt. Zhou Xiaoxiao whispered, "My lord, you worked hard going north to resist the barbarian invasion. I will help you relax." Seeing Zhou Xiaoxiao's shy look, Lu Chen raised his hand, supported her delicate chin, looked into her eyes and said, "Xiao Xiao, why do I feel like it's not you who helps me relax, but I help you relax? You haven't seen me for more than 2 months. Do you miss me?" Being looked at so directly by Lu Chen, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt her body become more agitated, and a puddle of autumn water soon appeared in her eyes. Zhou Xiaoxiao blushed and said, "My lord, please stop teasing me. Let me serve you." Lu Chen immediately put his arms around Zhou Xiaoxiao's waist and said in her ear, "Since Xiao Xiao you are so anxious, I won't be polite." Then Lu Chen kissed Zhou Xiaoxiao's red lips and developed a relationship with Zhou Xiaoxiao. Lu Chen originally planned to go to Yelunanyan's place. When he was in the study, Chu Yukin stirred up the evil fire in his heart. He has never been so restless since he became a Grand Master. Zhou Xiaoxiao was just an ordinary person, and Lu Chen didn't want to come to Zhou Xiaoxiao when he was about to go berserk, lest Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't bear it. But Lu Chen thought for a moment and realized that precisely because Zhou Xiaoxiao was an ordinary person, it was easier for her to get pregnant. If he ran to find Yelunanyan, even if he stayed at Yelunanyan's place for 1 night, Yelunanyan would probably not be pregnant with his child, so Lu Chen simply came to Zhou Xiaoxiao's place. The main purpose of teasing his daughter just now was to calm himself down and stop his inner emotions from being so violent, so that Zhou Xiaoxiao could bear it later. But soon Lu Chen discovered that even though he had calmed down just now, when he thought about what happened in the study earlier, his inner emotions became restless again. The host cultivates a relationship with Zhou Xiaoxiao once, and the experience value of the qi refining technique is increased by 60, the experience value of the rejuvenation hand is increased by 60, and the experience value of the dragon and phoenix yin and yang technique is increased by 100. Congratulations to the host, Zhou Xiaoxiao is pregnant with your child and has received a reward of 50,000 tons of breeding corn. The pregnancy reward is an encouragement reward. We hope that the host can try to ensure the safe birth of the child. If the child is born safely, you can get richer rewards. After hearing the system prompt, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly. Sure enough, it was not in vain. Coming to Des who was the right choice. Although the reward is not great, as long as Zhou Xiaoxiao is pregnant with her child, it will be fine. The reward when the child is born is the most important. And breeding corn is also good. When Bay County opens up land next year, it will be perfect for growing corn. Now he already has 3 food crops, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn. When Beijun plants all these crops, Beijun's food problem will be solved. Agriculture is the foundation, and people must not go hungry, otherwise his next industrial plan will not be implemented at all. As for the sorghum seeds he obtained not long ago, he can plant some sorghum seeds next year to make wine. There is so much land in North County, especially the wasteland, so he can plant whatever he wants. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao was lying in Lu Chen's arms. She clearly felt that Lu Chen was not enjoying himself to the fullest. Then she whispered, "Your Majesty, I can still do it." Lu Chen finally came here, so what if he didn't enjoy it? Zhou Xiaoxiao was very afraid that he would dissatisfy Lu Chen, and then Lu Chen would not come next time. Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu are the daughters of guilty ministers, so they are very cautious in front of Lu Chen and have always been sensitive. They both have pleasing personalities, and Lu Chen is the center of everything. Hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's words, Lu Chen smiled slightly. He gently stroked Zhou Xiaoxiao's jade back and said, "No need, you are already pregnant with my child." Zhou Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. Is she pregnant? So fast? Although she didn't understand the specific process of pregnancy, she also knew that it would take at least some time for a woman to get pregnant. They had just had sex and got pregnant? Zhou Xiaoxiao asked in disbelief, "Your Majesty, am I really pregnant?" Lu Chen said, "Well, you are pregnant. I am a disciple of the immortal and have practiced immortal magic, so I can speed up your pregnancy." Hearing Lu Chen talk about immortals, Zhou Xiaoxiao reacted instantly. This is true. Lu Chen is an immortal. Everything will become reasonable as long as he has something to do with Lu Chen. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt relieved now. When she thought that she was pregnant with Lu Chen's child again, Zhou Xiaoxiao became extremely happy. She was not able to give birth to a son for Lu Chen last time, which made her always worried. She was finally pregnant with Lu Chen's child again. This time she wanted to give birth to a son for Lu Chen no matter what. Although Lu Chen didn't care whether she had a son or a daughter, she cared about it very much. Without a son, she always felt that she had no status in the palace. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of the warm current that appeared in her body just now, so she asked curiously, "Your Majesty, there was a warm current in my body just now. Does this have something to do with your Majesty?" Lu Chen replied, "Well, from today on, you, like Zixuan and Yu, can also practice immortal magic." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Zhou Xiaoxiao showed an expression of disbelief. She stood up and looked at Lu Chen lying on the bed and asked, "My lord, are you telling the truth? I can do that too. Become an immortal." Women are very concerned about their age. Everyone is afraid of getting old, especially the women in Buwang Mansion. Lu Chen is now a master, and he is also a disciple of an immortal. It is very likely that he will break through to the realm of heaven and human beings in the future, or even become an immortal. Maybe he will always be so young. Zhou Xiaoxiao has always been worried that one day she will grow old. When she gets older, Lu Chen will not like her anymore. No one knows what her life will be like in the future. So when she heard Lu Chen say that she could also practice immortality, the first thing Zhou Xiaoxiao thought of was to become an immortal, and then stay young and beautiful forever. Seeing Zhou Xiaoxiao so excited, Lu Chen raised his hand, stroked Zhou Xiaoxiao's cheek and replied, "Becoming an immortal is not that easy, and I may not be able to become an immortal, but I will let you live a few hundred more years, and continue to do so. There should be no problem in staying young and beautiful." After listening to Lu Chen's words, Zhou Xiaoxiao was not disappointed. It would be good to be able to live a few hundred years longer and still stay young and beautiful. She knew that only a great master could live a few hundred years. Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving me the immortal destiny. I will definitely work hard to practice in the future." Speaking of this, Zhou Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. Although Lu Chen said that she could practice immortal magic, she had no idea how to practice it. Then Zhou Xiaoxiao asked curiously, "Your Majesty, how can I practice immortal magic?" Lu Chen replied with a smile on his face, "Weren't we just practicing this?" Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Zhou Xiaoxiao's face became red again, and it even reached her neck. It turns out that is how to practice immortality. Why does she feel that this magical method is a bit unfair? Lu Chen then pulled Zhou Xiaoxiao's delicate body into his arms, hugged her and said, "Okay, don't think too much about it." Seeing that Lu Chen had already said that, Zhou Xiaoxiao had no choice but to say and said nothing more. After the two were cozy for a while, a maid's voice sounded at the door. Your Majesty, Mrs. Wang is looking for you. Hearing this, the two people who were loving each other woke up. Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately said to Lu Chen, Your Majesty, Sister Wang must have something to do with you. You should go and do it first. Lu Chen stood up, kissed Zhou Xiaoxiao's red lips, and then said, Okay, my dear, you have a good rest, and I will leave first. Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately helped Lu Chen get dressed. When Lu Chen got dressed and came out, he found an enchanting figure at the entrance of the north courtyard. Wang Qingkai was wearing a red cloud dress with a white animal fur coat on her shoulders. She was leaning slightly on the door frame at the entrance of the courtyard, looking very charming. After seeing Lu Chen come out, Wang Qingkai immediately said, Your Majesty, it's my family's fault. I didn't know you were busy. How about you get busy first and I'll report to you later. Glancing at Wang Qingkai's curvy body, Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, No, you came at just the right time. Go to your room. I also have something to see you for. Chapter 175 Do you want to rebel? Wang Fu, Chunchen Jiayuan. There was light snow falling in the courtyard, and everything was peaceful. Yellow Nanyang was sitting in the room with a hot pot of tea in front of her. While she was sipping the tea, she listened to the sounds coming from the yard next door. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Your Majesty, I know I made a mistake. Your Majesty, husband, good brother. At this time, Xiao Wenyao on the side whispered, Sister Nanyang, I remember that the woman next door is also the prince's woman, right? Yellow Nanyang took a sip of tea and replied, All the people living in the inner courtyard are his women. Xiao Wenyao said, Oh. Xiao Wenyao thought for a moment, and then continued, But I rarely see the prince going next door. Yellow Nanyang said, She is different from us. She is responsible for something outside and is not often in the palace. Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao sighed, and then said, It would be great if I was also responsible for something. Staying in the palace every day is so boring. Yellow Nanyang smiled slightly, and then said, The prince will go to your room later, so you won't be bored anymore. Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao trembled and said with a red face, Sister Nanyang, what are you talking about? The prince is still doing bad things next door, how could he come to me? Xiao Wenyao still had some expectations in her heart. After all, it had been more than 2 months since she had played horse riding with Lu Chen. But she also knew that Lu Chen had many women, and Lu Chen might not come looking for her in a while. Even if Lu Chen came to Chunchen Jiayuan, he would most likely go to Yellow Nanyang first. As long as Lu Chen entered Yellow Nanyang's room, he would never go out every night. This was basically the case every time. Xiao Wenyao had already figured out the pattern. Lu Chen seemed to like attacking Yellow Nanyang's weaknesses very much. Xiao Wenyao was actually a little curious as to why Lu Chen could stay in Yellow Nanyang's room for so long every time. Could it be because Yellow Nanyang was a 9th grade warrior? In order to make her surrender, Lu Chen needs a longer period of suppression? Seeing Xiao Wenyao's face flushed, Yellow Nanyang smiled slightly, and then said, Yao Yao, you should give birth to a fat boy for the prince as soon as possible. Maybe you can go out if you want to. Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao asked, Is it true? Yellow Nanyang said softly, The people of Daxia value heirs. If you give birth to an heir for the prince, your status in the northern prince's mansion will also be improved to a certain extent. Naturally, you can go out if you want. Xiao Wenyao said, But I heard that it is very difficult for warriors to get pregnant, and it is not so easy to have children. Yellow Nanyang smiled and said, It's simple. As long as you take good care of the prince and let him go to your place a few more times, you may be lucky one day and you will get pregnant. Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao curled her lips. She didn't want Lu Chen to run to her often. Although being yelled at by Lu Chen would not make her uncomfortable, she would definitely not be able to handle it if Lu Chen often came to her. Let alone her, there was no woman in the entire inner courtyard of the palace who could resist Lu Chen often having sex with them. Her attitude towards Lu Chen was quite complicated. She was afraid that Lu Chen would not come to her, but she was also afraid that Lu Chen would come to her every day. What she was thinking was that it would be best if Lu Chen came to see her every 7 or 8 days. Just when Xiao Wenyao was lost in thought, the voices next door became louder and louder. Yellow Nanyan said with a smile, "It seems that the prince is very angry today." Hearing Yellow Nanyan's words, Xiao Wenyao couldn't help but clench her legs. She thought to herself that she must be obedient in front of Lu Chen from now on, otherwise she might be punished by the prince like the one next door. I don't know how long it took. The snow in the sky is getting heavier and heavier, and the sounds in the inner courtyard of the palace are gradually obscured by the sound of wind and snow. As time passed, only the sound of whistling wind and snow was left. At the same time, in a certain room, Wang Qingkai was lying on the couch, her hair disheveled, looking like she was beyond love. At this time, Lu Chen was looking through the information about Daiyu that Wang Qingkai had given him. At this time, the wind and snow drifted in from the window, but this room had already been transformed into a greenhouse, and there was no trace of cold. Even if this room is not a greenhouse, it doesn't matter. Lu Chen can also use manpower to turn this room into a greenhouse. At this time, Wang Qingkai is so hot that she is sweating all over her body. At this time, Lu Chen glanced at the white area next to him and said with a smile, "Master Wang, aren't you here to report information to me? Why are you lying motionless? There is a big problem with your work attitude. You dare to be so lazy in front of me, the prince. It seems that we need to train him well." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingkai turned over slightly, turned sideways, and stared into Lu Chen's eyes with a look of resentment. "My lord, you really like the villain to complain first. It's obviously you who doesn't let me report my work seriously. Next time you do this, the slave family will ask others to send information and never return to the palace." Lu Chen said calmly, "Oh? As my slave girl, do you dare not come back and report to me in person? Do you want to rebel?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingkai said quietly, "The prince is so fierce, how can the slave family dare to rebel?" Seeing the resentful expression on Wang Qingkai's face, Lu Chen raised his hand and slapped her on the buttocks, and then said, "Master Wang, you have to remember that it is your job to serve me." Having said this, Lu Chen turned to look at the information in his hand again. "Okay, let's get down to business." The anger in his heart had almost dissipated, and it was time to discuss business matters. Wang Qingkai then said, "Your Majesty, Ting Yulu's business has expanded to the Dahu dynasty, but it is not easy to get information about the Dahu dynasty. The new family heard that the eldest princess of the Dahu dynasty is very powerful. The intelligence network she controls spreads throughout Dahu. Any intelligence agencies from other dynasties who want to enter the Dahu dynasty will be discovered by her. Although Ting Yulu has successfully opened several restaurants and inns in Dahu, the new family does not dare to let them inquire about anything." Hearing Wang Qingkai's words, Lu Chen suddenly became interested. "Oh? How can a princess control such a huge intelligence network? Doesn't Dahu have a prince? How could a woman control such a huge intelligence network?" This was an era that favored boys over girls. Even the princesses of the royal family generally had little power in their hands. Most of their functions were political tools used by the emperor to maintain governance. The intelligence network all over the country is similar to the shadow guard in the hands of Emperor Xia. It is indeed unbelievable that a princess of the dynasty has an intelligence agency similar to the shadow guard in her hands. Wang Qingkai replied, "Of course Dahu also has princes, and there are quite a few princes, but the eldest princess of Dahu is not simple, and those princes are no match for her at all." At this point, Wang Qingkai suddenly thought of something, and then continued, "When it comes to women taking power, the new family thought of another person, and that woman is relatively close to Beijun. Lu Chen asked curiously, who? Wang Qingkai replied, the new Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu? Lu Chen muttered. Although Daiyu Dynasty borders Beijun, he didn't know much about Daiyu Dynasty at first. However, Ting Yulo has recently collected a lot of information about the Daiyu Dynasty, but there is very little information about the Yu Emperor in this information. Wang Qingkai continued, it is rumored that the new Yu Emperor is also a woman, but for some reason, other dynasties have very little information about the new Yu Emperor. And there is no voice against Emperor Yu within the Daiyu Dynasty. It stands to reason that if a woman becomes emperor, the dynasty will be shaken and all forces will be dissatisfied. However, the territory of Daiyu is surprisingly quiet. No one is discussing whether Emperor Yu should be emperor. Hearing Wang Qingkai's words, Lu Chen said with a smile, this is a bit interesting, Queen, I didn't expect that there is a queen in this world. Wang Qingkai continued, coincidentally, the new family heard that the eldest princess of Dao and the Emperor Yu of the Daiyu dynasty are old acquaintances, and their relationship is very good. This time the Daiyu dynasty stationed 200,000 troops in the border area with Beijun. It is probably because Dao asked Emperor Yu for help and asked Daiyu to guard against Beijun's 50,000 heavy cavalry. But all this is just speculation from the slave family, and there is no evidence to confirm it. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and then said, your guess is not unreasonable. Dao was able to immediately mobilize hundreds of thousands of troops to attack Daxia the moment Daxia provoked a dispute. This shows that they have been prepared for a long time. It also proves that they have probably already said hello to countries or dynasties that have good relations with Dao. So Daiyu's 200,000 troops will be mobilized in advance to the border area with Beijun to monitor Beijun's heavy cavalry. Of course, a guess is just a guess after all. Speaking of this, Lu Chen looked at Wang Qingkai's beautiful eyes and said, since it is easier to expose information when gathering information in Dao, you should not collect information that is too sensitive and only collect what you have heard from the people. Next, Ting Yulo will focus on the Daiyu dynasty. I am more interested in the queen of the Daiyu dynasty. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingkai said coquettishly, my lord, do you want to kidnap that queen to give you a child? Lu Chen laughed, and then slapped Wang Qingkai's buttocks again. Wang Qingkai couldn't help but let out a squeaking sound. What do you know? A woman can make no man in the country oppose her becoming the queen. This proves that she must be very powerful and capable. In addition, the Daiyu dynasty itself borders our North County. I want to know about her. Isn't that what it should be? By the way, how old is the new Yu Emperor this year? Originally, Wang Qingkai believed what Lu Chen said, but when she heard Lu Chen ask about her age, Wang Qingkai looked at Lu Chen with suspicion, but she still replied, she seems to be in her 30s. To be sure. The slave family is not sure about her age, but she should be about the same age as Dahu's eldest princess. Since the two of them are friends, they must not be too different in age. Wang Qingkai immediately reminded, although the slave family doesn't know what the prince is thinking, the slave family still wants to remind the prince. The slave family heard that Emperor Yu has a lot of faces. She is not as innocent as the prince's women. Hearing Wang Qingkai's words, Lu Chen looked at Wang Qingkai and said, tell me what this is for. You don't really think that I have a male or female interest in that Emperor Yu, do you? No matter how stupid I am, I can't have that kind of interest in a queen. For a woman to have such great power, she will definitely rely on men to a certain extent. Even when a man becomes emperor, he has to stabilize his position through marriage. Not to mention it is a woman who becomes the emperor. The reason why I want to know her is because I'm worried that she will become North County's enemy in the future. Master Wang, you actually think of me as the kind of man who only thinks about problems with his lower body. You are maliciously speculating on me. In this era, women's status is relatively low, and they must pay attention to the 3 obediences and the 4 virtues, but this is relative. Any rules are made by those who have power. When women have power, they have no need to abide by those rules. In this era, men can have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and women with power can also have several men. Not to mention the queen, even the married princesses in the capital of Great Xia are still more playful than the other. It is normal to have a good face. As for the princes, they dare not speak out unless they are angry. The prince-in-law is from a big family, otherwise he would just have to endure it and get over it. Even a princess, who was regarded by the emperor as a tool for political marriage, would raise a pretty head and a pretty boy, let alone the queen of a dynasty. The queen of a dynasty has so much power in her hands, and she can get any man she wants. If someone says that she is still pure and has never had contact with a man, who would believe it, not to mention that Emperor Yu is already in her 30s. Unless Emperor Yu is a person who devotes himself to martial arts training. Only warriors can reboot, and there are people who can reboot for a lifetime. But Lu Chen doesn't think that Emperor Yu is the kind of woman who can quit sexual intercourse. A woman who is in the center of power, with such great temptations around her, can she quit male sexual intercourse? This is unlikely. Lu Chen obviously didn't go there for Yu Wang's beauty, but Wang Qingkai actually thought of him as a man who would have twisted thoughts whenever he heard about women, which made Lu Chen very angry. He is a decent gentleman, but he is actually regarded as a lecher. This little slave girl is so lawless. She dares to slander him. She must be severely punished. If you dare to slander him today, you don't know what you will do tomorrow. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingkai's expression changed slightly, and he quickly said, "Your Majesty, I know my mistake, Lu Chen didn't care, he just threw the information in his hand aside, then leaned down and blocked Wang Qingkai's red lips. At this time, the snow outside the window was still falling, but it was much lighter. The servants of the palace had already started shoveling the snow. When they heard the sound coming from a certain yard, they wisely avoided that yard. Yellow Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao were still drinking dragon and phoenix tea in the room. When they heard the voice coming from next door, Xiao Wenyao said, "Sister Nanyan, that woman won't be killed by the prince, right?" Yellow Nanyan took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the prince knows what's appropriate. This is just the beginning. It's not dark yet." Xiao Wenyao said with a hint of regret, "Oh. It seems that Lu Chen won't go to other courtyards today, and he probably won't come to their Chunsheng courtyard either. Winter is relatively long for most people. Most people can only stay at home. There are no entertainment activities in this era." But for Lu Chen, time passed very quickly, because there were relatively few political affairs in Bei County in winter. He basically read the information in the study every morning, and then went to Chunsheng Academy to teach Xiao Wenyao how to ride horses, and to smoke with Yellow Nan. He spent the whole day in Chunsheng enjoying tea. At night, Lu Chen returned to the main courtyard and slept with his beloved concubine. He lived a very fulfilling life every day. Half a month later. Daxia, Beijing. Royal Palace. Although there is heavy snowfall in Beijing, the capital city of Daxia still looks like autumn, and there is no sign that winter has arrived. Emperor Xia, wearing a yellow dragon robe, stood in the pavilion of the imperial garden, looking at the fallen leaves in the distance, frowning and listening to the report of the Shadow Guard commander. After the Shadow Guard commander finished his report, Emperor Xia said to the eunuch beside him, "Go and see if the 2 prime ministers are here." "Yes, Your Majesty." At this time, Situ Ce in the pavilion said, "I think this news is most likely true." After hearing this, Emperor Xia said, "Aren't the imperial masters joking?" In the last battle in Wanning Valley, Beijing was able to defeat the 300,000 strong army of King Tianlang. However, facing the 200,000 strong army of King Baixian, not only instead of defeating the opponent, they fell into 50,000 heavy cavalry. Situ Ce said, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten that a great master was suspected to have appeared in the Wanning Valley last time? I believe that if there is a great master in Beijun, it is unlikely that the great master will stay in Beijun. The great victory achieved in the battle in Wanning Valley was most likely due to the help of the Grand Master. Without the Grand Master, Beijun's heavy cavalry would still be vulnerable. These heavy cavalry have only appeared recently. It is still unknown whether their combat effectiveness can be compared with the Imperial Court's heavy cavalry. We place too much emphasis on the armor on those heavy cavalry, thereby neglecting their true strength. Even if Beijun has the armor of heavy cavalry, training a heavy cavalry and making it combat effective will not happen overnight. Your Majesty should be very aware of this. After hearing Situ Ce's words, Emperor Xia said nothing, but the expression on his face kept changing. What Situ Ce said made sense. All of them were frightened by the heavy cavalry appearing in Beijun. Mainly because they subconsciously regarded the Black Cavalry in Beijun as the same army as Daxia's 20,000 well-trained heavy cavalry. Although they received information about the Black Cavalry in Beijun, neither Lin Xiaoming's battle report nor Bai Qingqing's information mentioned the strength of those Black Cavalry. They never thought that the heavy cavalry that appeared in such a short period of time would have the same combat effectiveness as the heavy cavalry of the Great Xia court. Now think about it. If those heavy cavalry are not soldiers from other forces who directly entered Beijun, but soldiers recruited from Beijun, just because they put on heavy armor and then formed a heavy cavalry, then their combat effectiveness will definitely be can't keep up with real heavy cavalry. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.